Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jakub Wiech, and I'd like to welcome you to the second day of our conference. We'll be talking about manipulation, disinformation, as well as the right education system that will help us to combat those negative phenomena. First of all, I'd like to ask Dr. Karolina Sieroń to open the conference. She is the Deputy Chairperson of the Program Board of the conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to open the second day of the conference. We'll be talking about education and about passing on knowledge to the general public. We want all of you to be able to go home after this conference having internalized and having remembered the most important points that we would like to highlight. I would like to thank all the fact-checkers who decided to take part in this year's edition of the conference. I'd like to thank the director, Martyna Bildziukiewicz. She's the director of Stratcom. I'd like to thank Debbie Wills and Mr. Mike Woods of TELESTRA. I'd like to thank my good colleague, Professor Grzegorz of the Jagiellonian University in Krakow. I would like to thank the co-organizers, the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland, and others. I'd like to thank the partners, including the Office for Electronic Communications and the URFI. I would like to thank Cyber Defense 24, CZEP, and the Polish Radio 24, who are our media partners. I'd like to invite Jacek to deliver the first presentation. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome you at the opening of the second day of the 6th International Conference on Electromagnetic Fields, which this year is being held under the slogan, "Radio waves are not visible. What we do to make them transparent, standards and regulations." The event is taking place online for the second time. On the one hand, this has its drawbacks, as there is a lack of discussions on the sidelines, which are often as fruitful as the presentations themselves. On the other hand, it gives organizers the opportunity to invite speakers from all over the world. The internet has blurred the boundaries, as this year's interesting agenda clearly demonstrates. Because of its open, accessible broadcast to everyone, it is certainly one of the most important and substantively valuable conferences in the industry, fulfilling an important educational role in society. And it is with all the more joy that I have assumed the patronage of the office that I lead. Dear ladies and gentlemen, mobile networks are an extremely interdisciplinary field of knowledge. Many specialists from different fields are involved in their standardization, production, design, construction, and finally operation. And in addition, the whole process is embedded in a legal and regulatory framework and must be compliant. So we have engineers in electronics, telecommunications and construction, biologists and doctors, as well as lawyers, legislators, civil servants and communication specialists. They work for manufacturers and mobile operators in chambers of commerce, standardization bodies of international organizations or administration. It is a whole army of specialists who are most often experts only in a particular part of the whole process. And it is thanks to their cooperation with each other that the consumer receives a service meeting the highest standards in the end. And the process of communicating with the public also involves everyone, although education itself is extremely important, but it also needs to be coordinated in order to become effective in reaching out with verified and reliable information to the public. For a great many people, mobile networks mean a smartphone and access to the internet. Few realize how deeply mobile networks are ingrained in our lives, how they have changed them, above all, making them more convenient, more efficient and cheaper. Already today, if mobile networks were switched off, we would not pay with a card in a shop, we would not withdraw money from an ATM, there would be a problem with the delivery of things to our local shops because logistics would be a big problem. And where is access to a whole range of services outside the home, such as banking, buying transport tickets, or even simply checking timetables. And this is just a part of the picture, all thanks to the development of mobile networks and the implementation of successive generations of them. Here in particular, much will change in the industry, which is striving for ever greater automation of all processes, and everyone involved in the creation and operation of mobile networks devotes a great deal of energy to education about the effects of electromagnetic fields on living organisms, and this is definitely a much needed activity. It will be more effective, however, when accompanied by a broad education campaign on the impact of telecommunication services on our lives. And this subject, in my view, has been somewhat neglected. However, let us talk about real, tangible effects not far in the future affecting our lives today. Whether such messages as autonomous cars or remote operations, how about 1 Gbps on a smartphone, or more so, the in-store card payments I mentioned earlier. What will better appeal to individuals who, unlike us, do not live telecommunications on an everyday basis? Mobile services are not an exclusive services, but something everyone needs here and now. I see a big role for mobile operators in the social benefit education as having first-hand practical knowledge of interesting, valuable implementations. I'm counting on the gravity on their communications departments and the professional chambers in which they are affiliated. Greater emphasis on the issue should make the public more receptive to information on the health and environmental impact of electromagnetic fields. It can be a kind of vaccine against fake news and give everyone an opportunity to make an honest assessment of the use of a given technology, because I am convinced that it is definitely positive. One of the 3 laws of technology formulated by Arthur C. Clarke, the British science fiction writer, states that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Let's make mobile networks not magic, but a daily use tool, not only on our smartphones. I wish you a successful day and interesting panel discussions, and I invite you to view all the presentations. Thank you, Mr. President, for mentioning these topics, and you said that each advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So let us move on to the panel discussion, and we will talk about educating how to talk about most advanced technology so that they do not resemble magic, but so that they are comprehensible for the broader public and users. So let us begin the first panel discussion. We're going to talk about education. We're going to talk about education on the EMF and 5G. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Piotr Kędzierski, a representative of T-Mobile and of the Polish Chamber of Telecom. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Piotr Kędzierski. I am the head of the Regulatory and Public Affairs Department at T-Mobile Poland. We are also a member of the Polish ICT Chamber. Now I would like to discuss a topic which concerns how telecoms operators look at education, the education of the public, how they propose to educate the public about phenomena such as the EMF. So first off, we should consider the background a little bit and the wider context in which such education is necessary and what it should focus on. We need to make a distinction here. So on the one hand, you have the EMF that concerns or is generated by devices that are owned by users, and users rely on those devices for particular purposes. And there is another aspect, which is the aspect of infrastructure. Base stations, which are operated by specific entities. So these two elements are interconnected, and one cannot exist without the other. So I think that we should refer to the term NIMBY, which was coined in the US. NIMBYism consists in the fact that somebody might, for example, be in favor of creating a particular installation, or for example a ring road or base station. So they feel that such infrastructure is necessary, but they feel that the infrastructure should be developed somewhere else, somewhere far away from their own backyard, from their own home. So, of course, there is the group of people who oppose telecoms infrastructure and new developments, but most people are not entirely opposed to such new developments. Most people believe, yes, these are necessary and useful things, but they should be located somewhere far away from their places of residence. In the UK, there is something that can be seen as an extreme form of NIMBYism, which is described using the acronym BANANA, which means build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything. But that, of course, is taking it to the extreme. Because, as I said, usually NIMBYists believe that, yes, investments are necessary and infrastructure must be developed because it fulfills important social functions. What arguments are used by NIMBYists? Arguments referring to healthcare, the quality of life, such as noise, for example, or other types of contamination or pollution, light pollution included, and the value of real estate. That's the third argument that is very often brought forward by NIMBYists. It is especially relevant in terms of telecoms infrastructure or energy-related infrastructure. Very often we're talking about tall towers, 50 or 60 meters tall. So we can say that they have an impact on the landscape and might affect real property prices. So again, health, quality of life, and real property prices. These are the three arguments that are very often floated by NIMBYists. And so what is the starting point in our education-related efforts? First of all, we need to think about what people already know about, for example, EMF, and what are the available sources of information. If we compare the awareness that we have today to the awareness that was around 1990s, we can see that there has been a substantial change. In the 1990s, when a base station was built, the local community welcomed such projects generally because they believed that they would be able to use mobile phones in their local areas. Right now, the situation is quite different. It has changed a lot, and I think we can blame it on the huge amount of fake news and false information about the possible effects, including the adverse effects of EMF on human health, or even some believe it to be life-threatening in certain cases. Of course, we can say that you can write anything on paper and you can write anything on the internet, and people do. The internet is awash with sensational information. People allege that they know information that is intended to be kept under wraps by the government. So these are half-truths. People use only certain elements of research. They quote only particular studies, or they quote experts who are eminent experts in their fields, but maybe they do not actually specialize in the things they are being quoted on. Despite that, sometimes they comment on EMF-related issues, but their opinion in this particular field is not always valid. All this is coupled with the erosion of trust in both enterprises, entrepreneurs, and experts. So when operators talk to local communities, very often they are approached with caution, and very often people, when they talk to operators, they quote and refer to fake news and information found online. So operators can expect what opinions they are going to face when talking to the local communities. There is an additional problem related to education, especially educational efforts by operators. They are, in essence, a party to the dispute, so they are not treated as credible or entirely reliable. So the public sometimes believes that since the operators are a party to the dispute, they might be proposing arguments to advance their own cause and their own vested interests. The Polish ICT Chamber has decided on a set of initiatives and projects that will be implemented, and we have decided to work online, which is where fake news is ripe and where you can find it most easily. We want the information provided online to be balanced, so if somebody is Googling information about EMF, they usually stay on the first page of search results. So it's important to feature reliable information on this very first page of search results. So we need to make sure that, for example, studies and research results are quoted there rather than fake news and other dubious information. We want our chamber to become a knowledge hub for knowledge and science disseminators, to give them a voice and to be able to communicate to the public, especially those members of the public who are interested in finding international reports and reviews that have been completed all around the world. We are also planning to carry out experiments to debunk certain myths that are out there and are reproduced online. We are also planning to conduct more marketing-related projects, but there is an important barrier here that we need to take into account. There is a problem with marketing campaigns. It's difficult for them to change public awareness and change the situation, so we need to be proactive, and we really need to organize other types of activities, because short-lived marketing campaigns will not solve the problem. Because advertising videos are not usually treated seriously by the general public or by the target audience. So we are against one-off large-scale marketing campaigns. Rather than that, we favor grassroots initiatives and really working out there in the field with the people. So who are we thinking of in terms of our target group? Who would we like to work with? We are aware of the fact that the internet is skewed. It's biased in favor of young people or middle-aged people, maybe. So there's this skew. Of course, it's not entirely true anymore, because many senior citizens are using the internet nowadays. However, we can see that heavy internet users are very often people who act as guides for others. So if they have the right arguments, they will be able to use those arguments to talk to their friends and their family members, to explain to them specific phenomena, specific facts, to make them more approachable and more comprehensible. Of course, there are websites and web pages that we can suggest, that we can direct people to, where they can find additional information. We also know that there are special interest groups of people who are especially interested in potential threats and environmental hazards. So these groups include, for example, young mothers or young parents. So these are the people who are most likely to look for information about things that can potentially adversely affect the health or the future of their offspring. We are trying to reach out to them especially. And there is also one more point I would like to raise, which is we are trying to make sure that education initiatives and education efforts start as early as possible. We should start working with primary school children. For example, we should organize classes about the safety of modern state-of-the-art technologies. Sometimes when we talk to the public, we get the impression that they would need the most basic knowledge in physics or chemistry in order to be able to grasp the notions we are talking about better. Here, for example, we have a video on YouTube, or there's a video on YouTube showing somebody boiling an egg using a mobile phone. And in this photograph, you can see a colleague of ours who is trying to reproduce that very experiment. He's using 25 mobile phones that are on and they are trying to boil the egg. And it's obvious that it's impossible to boil an egg using mobile phones. So we are trying to debunk the myths. Also, organizing presentations such as this one. We have a special platform called bądźwzasięgu.pl, and it's a platform, it's a website that we use in order to showcase information about how telecom networks operate. We provide basic information about how the networks operate, how mobile phones work, and for more advanced users, the Polish ICT Chamber also has prepared information resources, but these resources are more extensive. So this is intended as information that educators will be able to pass on to others. So this information is much more detailed, and it refers to various types of modern technologies and the related concerns. In Poland, there are some outstanding bloggers who are disseminators of science. These are young people who have taken it upon themselves to try to translate science for the general public, and we are trying to work with them to back them and, for example, provide them with expertise, provide them with the equipment that they would need in order to organize particular experiments and carry them out for the public benefit. But of course, I need to note and observe that we cannot do a lot in isolation. We cannot work on our own, so that's why we are on the lookout for partners all the time in order to be as effective in our operations as possible. And of course, our credibility is limited because, as I said, we can be sometimes treated as a party to the ongoing dispute about particular technologies because we have a business interest, let's say, in, for example, building new infrastructure. And that's why I think we should emphasize that neutral institutions have the greatest role to play. For example, public authorities or research institutions that can do a lot in order to advance public education. And they are doing a lot. We are very happy with that. We should also mention that public education institutions should do more, should do their part. And there is a gap there. There is a lot of room for improvement in terms of the role public schools, for example, can play in the field of education. Because, as I said, education must start as early on as possible. If you start working with preschoolers or primary school children, it's easier to start explaining certain things to them, and that will be beneficial in future as well. Thank you. That's all from me. I will be happy to take any questions you might have. I welcome any comments about my presentation as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation. We have addressed a lot of interesting aspects, such as the erosion of trust in experts, which is something that is quite obvious on social media. Users are more likely to trust in somebody showing them how to boil an egg with a mobile phone rather than seasoned experts. So that's something that we need to work on. The role of regulators is also very important because regulators supervise particular sectors of the economy, and they should do their utmost to try to explain and clarify the ins and outs of particular sectors to the general public. And now we will be talking about education, about EMF from the perspective of regulators.
And it's over to Dr. Christos Kourtellaris, a representative of the Cypriot DEC. Over to you, sir.
Hi, my name is Christos Kourtellaris, and I'm an officer at the Department of Electronic Communication in Cyprus. I would like to thank you for inviting us in this conference. We are very happy to be here. And the topic of today's presentation is how we educate the people in the topic of EMF radiation and how this is related to our policy framework regarding the installation and the operation of radio communication stations. So this is the outlines of today's presentation. First, we are going to say a few words about the Department of Electronic Communication. Then we are going to examine the policy framework regarding the installation and the operation of radio stations in Cyprus, and what is the exact role of our department within this framework. And we are going to finish our presentation by illustrating how we try to communicate all the collected information to the public and how we try to educate the public. So our department is a department of the Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy and has responsibilities in 4 sectors. The first sector is the radio communications, where we have responsibilities for managing the radio spectrum, for EMF compliance with national limits, topics such as satellite coordination, market surveillance, and others. The second sector is the electronic signature. The third is the information society, where we design and implement the national digital strategy and the national broadband plan. And the fourth are the space issues. Now, in particular for the EMF, our main goal is the protection of the citizens from the electromagnetic fields. So towards that direction, we conduct EMF measurements to assess the exposure to the public. Measurements can be done either by us or by individuals. So the department does the measurements either by sampling or when we have a particular complaint that we need to address. Now, for the individuals, we first need to define who has the right to do the measurements. And this right is granted only on accredited laboratory. That's why we publish an accreditation order. Our third goal is to enhance citizen and public awareness regarding topics on EMF radiation and in general in topics of wireless communications. Now, this is our policy framework in Cyprus. As you can see, we have 4 district authorities, and each authority has certain responsibilities. The first one is the Ministry of Health, which sets the national EMF limits. These in Cyprus are based on the European Council Recommendation 519. The second authority is our department, which its main role is to ensure compliance with the national EMF limits. The third are the planning authorities, which publish the planning permits, and the fourth are the construction authorities, which publish the building licenses. Here it's important to mention that before this comprehensive framework, things were a little bit messy because everyone was involved into everything. So, for example, let's say construction authorities had a certain opinion about the EMF limits that we should adopt in Cyprus. With this framework, everything is transparent, and we avoid the overlap of the responsibilities. Now let's talk a little bit about the EMF limits here in Cyprus. The limits are set by the Ministry of Health, and the minister has the right to revise the limits. Let's say if we have if new data arise, then it has the right to revise this limit. We employ the limits of European Council Recommendation 519, and these are the same as the reference limit of ICNIR. It's important to say that the reference limit of ICNIR take into consideration certain sensitivities, and they have adopted by the World Health Organization. All of our actions comply with the directive of the European Union regarding the Electronic Communication Code. Now, the role of our department is simple and clear, is to ensure compliance with the national EMF limits. But how do we succeed that? We take particular actions, both before the installation of the base stations and after the installation of the base stations. Before the installation, we have online notification form in which the companies provide us with some technical information we request. We also take additional measures in order to ensure emissions are within the limits. And we give all this information to parties that are relevant, for example, local authorities. Now, after the installation, we conduct measurements every 6 months for all the base stations in Cyprus. And as a department, we do sampling checks for the verification of these measurements. So let's analyze a little bit these elements. The first one is the notification portal, which is online. And in this portal, every company that wants to install a new base station must complete a new form for the particular base station. In that form, we request a lot of technical details, but we also request some details regarding EMF, is what you can see down here. The first row is we request from the companies to make measurements regarding the EMF radiation and give us these measurements before the installation. And the second row, we request from the companies to estimate the EMF radiation after they installed the base station. The second one is done by using some mathematical formulas. Now, some additional preliminary measures. We don't allow the installation of base stations on lower building, and this holds for a radius of 200 meters and for a height less than 3 meters. So the building with the base station, including the antenna, must be at least 3 meters taller than all other buildings in that radius. We have some exceptions, so we allow emission in open space if the direction of the radiation is on open space, or if the operator lifts the antenna so the criterion of height is met, or if the cells have low transmission power, such as micro or picocells. In case now where the exposure levels are higher to what we commonly observe, we ask from the providers to take specific actions. For example, they can change the direction of the antenna, increase the height, or even remove the base station. Now, after the installation, the most important measure we take is the half-yearly EMF measurements for all the base stations in Cyprus. In particular, we request from the telecom operators to provide us measurements for all of their base stations, and this is done twice a year for base stations that are located in urban areas, and one time per year for base stations that are located in rural areas. These measurements must be performed by accredited laboratories that follow specific ISO and IES standards. And when the whole circle is complete, every 6 months, all these reports come to our department, and we examine them, we evaluate them, And we act accordingly. If there are some issues, we fix them. Now, perhaps the most important part of this presentation is how we communicate this information to the public and what are our objectives. So the first objective is to raise public awareness regarding the EMF radiation, the regulations and the policy framework that is adopted here in Cyprus, in order to establish a climate of trust towards wireless communication systems. Now, regarding the information that we provide, information must be available to the general public. It must be accessible very easily. It must be comprehensible and easy to handle. Now, regarding the information again, we want to include information about the transparent procedure that are adopted and that guarantee that radiation is within the limits, and to give to the public direct access to the results of the EMF measurements. Towards these directions, we proceed to the following actions. The first one is that we designed a website that is specialized only in EMF. The second is the participations in discussions related to EMF in the mass media. And the third one is the participation and organization of awareness seminars. These are usually done in cooperation with the local authorities, where they invite us in order to give talks on EMF or in wireless communications in general. Now let's focus a little bit on the website, which we believe is our more powerful tool in order to educate people. So this on the right here is our website, and on the left you can see the link. As you can see from the link is EMF. And we have a lot of material in it, such as the responsibilities of our department, the legislation, the policy framework. We also provide a very brief and easy to handle introduction to EMF. We have an interactive map with all the measurements of all base stations in Cyprus, a list of the accredited laboratories, a list of publications, and communication so that the public can contact us to solve their issues. So this is the interactive map. This map is updated every 6 months and includes all cellular base stations, digital TV, and FM radio. Here you can see in this figure the island of Cyprus, and the blacks here are all the base stations in Cyprus. If we zoom a little bit, we can see this is the map for a particular area. In the red circle here, we see the base stations. And in these blue rectangles, we can see the points where the measurements took place. As you can see, 2 measurements are very, very close to the base station. These are usually done in the roof. For example, if the base station is on a building, we do the measurement on the roofs. And for each base stations, we do 3 measurements. And we generate 1 report with all the results in it. If we click on the name of the base station, we can see some preliminary data. For example, who is the operator, the coordinates of the point that we took the measurement, the distance from the base station. And this number here, 132, shows how many times the radiation at that point is below from the national limits. And the last one is exposure quotient. Now let's check now. I told you earlier, if we click on the name on the previous pop-up window, we can see an analytical report for all the 3 points. In this report, we give to the people photographs of the point of the measurement related to the base station. So in this picture, you can see both the measurement point and the base station. And we provide some data. For example, the red one is the contribution of each band related to the national limit. Here, the pink one is the contribution of each band related to the total radiation at that point. And at the end of the page, we can see the exposure quotient for that particular point. So, for example, if we receive a complaint about a base station, the first thing we do is to tell the people to go in this website, check the base station, check if the point that are interested is included. And if that's not the case, then we proceed with other measures. Now, additional material on the website is the list of the accredited laboratories. We provide also the accreditation, which includes the types of tests, the applied method, the ISO and the IEC standards, and the validation expiration dates. We also provide contact information if the public wants to contact them to do some measurements for them. And for this, of course, we expect a revision of the relevant standards that will include the measurements for 5G. As I told you earlier, we also include some material regarding EMF. For example, we analyze a little bit what is ionizing and what is non-ionizing radiation in order for people to understand that the radio communication belongs to non-ionizing radiation. We talk a little bit about radio waves, some basic formulas, and some propagation formulas, and others. We also have a list of publications. This includes publications that were published by our department, for example, or from the for any other authority in Cyprus, such as the policy framework, the chapter on the right of the citizens, and measurement protocols. And we also include some national publications for in order to be available to the people, such as the European Council recommendation or ICNIRP guidelines. Now, as a conclusion, what we believe here in our department is that EMF education is a two-step procedure. The first step is to establish a climate of trust towards EMF, towards wireless communication, towards our department. And this is done by having transparent procedure and a very clear policy framework regarding the installation and operation of the base station. It's done with a lot of checks before and after the installation. And when we create this climate of trust, then we can communicate all this information to the public. Again, this information must be easily absorbed by the general public and must be easily accessible. That's why we believe the website is our most powerful tool. It must be complete and accurate. It must be presented in a simple manner so people can understand, but in not a very simplistic manner in order to lose all its accuracy and credibility. Thank you very much. We look forward for the discussion we are going to have. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation that has shown us how much knowledge is offered to the users, how much knowledge the society may gain, provided that they look for this information in different sources. And this knowledge is our weapon against disinformation. But some education and transfer of knowledge is not only a task for the regulators, but also is a part of corporate social responsibility of operators. And Debbie Wilson and Mike Wood are going to talk about that. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Hi everyone, my name's Debbie Wills, and together with Mike Wood, we're here to present at the 6th International EMF Conference. We're really excited to be here. We're coming to you from our homes in Melbourne, Australia. And Mike, do you want to say hello?
Yes, I'd just like to add my welcome and thank you for inviting us to share our experience on how we make the invisible radio waves transparent for everybody. But I'll hand over to you, Deb, to start.
Thanks. So today we are going to talk about Telstra's journey in regard to how we've communicated in Australia around EMF and our stakeholders and how important that is to our rollout program. And we're also going to talk to you about our 5G EMF communications, how we've dealt with the misinformation and the conspiracy theories, and how we've used social media to help us through our engagement. So Telstra's been on an interesting journey, and I suppose up until around 2010, we had quite a passive communication strategy with websites, fact sheets, newsletters, and on the odd occasion we would go out and meet with members of the community and to local governments to talk about EMF, health, and our rollout program. After the IARC classification of RF to 2B, we then took a more proactive stance with our communications, and so we started to send out an EMS, which you would have seen on the previous slide. That's 10 years we've been doing that SMS, and we send that out to over 16 million customers every year to ensure that they have the latest information on EME at hand. We also went through a stage of putting information on our back of bill around EME, but obviously not many people use a paper bill anymore, so that's gone by the wayside. In 2016, we delved into the electronic media, and we created a YouTube channel, and with that a number of YouTube videos and EME explainers, and that is still available to this day and is still used and viewed on many occasions. In 2019, Telstra had kicked off its 5G trials, and so we took the opportunity to actually go out into the field with some of our stakeholders and do some live demonstrations, not only to showcase 5G and the speeds that you can get, but also the low EME levels. And it was great that people could actually see that for themselves out in that live network. By 2020, Telstra had really started to build its 5G network. We actually had customers on our 5G network. And so when the coronavirus came along and the whole misinformation on 5G and the conspiracy theories connecting 5G and the coronavirus, we actually took a punt and went out and started a social media campaign. We used a lot of humour, and we tried to get our message across through social media. It's important to remember with all of the communication materials and the way that we communicate to the general public, we always refer to the independent health sources. Obviously, we're a communication expert, we're not a health expert, so we rely on people and organisations such as the World Health Organization, Australia's Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Agency, and the Australian Government Department of Health, who have come out with some really strong messages around 5G and its safety and the lack of a link between the coronavirus and 5G. So we make sure that we refer to that in all of our communications, and then we back that up with our own 5G facts and those EME surveys that I spoke about. Telstra also has a quite extensive internet site that the public can use, and we have a really broad amount of information on there, everything from what is EMF through to base station, general levels from base stations, Wi-Fi, and we also have a help desk. So members of the general public can actually write to us, ask us questions around EME, and we're able to help them with that information. Telstra also uses a website called the RFNSA. The RFNSA is a free and a website that's open to the general public, and it's there to allow the general public to have a look at information on every single base station across Australia. So not just Telstra, but every other carrier that's out there. And by navigating to that website, the community can have a look at base stations in their area. They can look at the technology that is operating on those base stations, and they can also download copies of the Panzer EME report, which provides predicted EMF levels out to 500 metres from the base station. They can also download what's called the compliance certificate, which is a certificate that provides confirmation that the site is operating within the regulatory requirements that Telstra is required to adhere to. We also use that same website now to provide the community with information on our new proposals. So if there's a new proposal in the area, in the past we would have sent out mail in their letterbox that is explaining the proposal to them. Now we also supplement that with this website. So the community can go to the website, they can look at the proposal in detail, they can see the status of the consultation, they can see links to extra information, and they can also put in a submission around the proposal. So it allows them the ability to submit an inquiry on that. So you can see that, you know, over the years, Telstra's really changed its way of communicating. We've got a lot of tools that we use now and a lot of resources and information. And what we're trying to do is ensure that that information is always up to date, accurate, and available to the general public so that they, they can see the information, and B, Telstra can continue to roll out our network at the pace that we need to do. I'm now going to pass over to Mike, and Mike's going to talk a little bit about the 5G surveys that I mentioned. Mike, are you there?
Yes, thanks, Debbie, and welcome everybody again, and it's a pleasure to be here. If you were paying attention on the very first slide, you might have actually seen an SMS that was, or the picture of an SMS, and one of the things that we do is we actually message all of our customers once a year. So that's over 16 million customers, and we provide them with the link to those web resources that Debbie was talking about. So one of the initiatives that we did roll out was to instigate this SMS. It's the 10th year we've been running this SMS, and it really is a way of being able to share what we know with customers once a year and provide updates. Now, I think I've gone back one slide, but if oh no, that's it. I'll just go forward. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the live tests that we do. And one of the key things, as Debbie mentioned, is that we want to be out there and measuring the EMF levels in the community where our workers, and more importantly, where the people use mobile phones and where the people potentially would be exposed to EMF. We do this in a number of sites, and I'm going to show you a couple of examples here. And the first one I'm going to show you is directly opposite a 5G tower. Now, this is in a park. Now, on the right-hand side of the picture, you can see myself. I'm actually there with a meter, and I'm measuring the emissions from a tower that you can see in the background. And we're on the opposite side of the road at the closest house. What we also did there is we climbed the tower, we got a cherry picker, and the middle picture is myself. We're up in a cherry picker and measuring the emissions off the 5G antenna, which is the closest one. So we were, we were directly in front and then directly opposite at the furthest house. And in terms of what we measured, it was about 70% of the public limit when we were very close to the antenna, and about 0.6%, so well under at least over 100 times lower than the public safety limit when you were directly opposite. So if I go to the next slide, one of the things we also did to make a comparison to what a lot of Australians and a lot of people that live in sunny countries do, we went and measured the EMF levels at the Gold Coast, which is one of the popular Australian beaches. And you can see some photographs there of us actually measuring the 3G, 4G and 5G levels. And they were very low. And what we measured was 0.015 watts per square metre. Now we thought, what's a great comparison? Let's compare it to what you would get from the emissions or the EMF levels or the radiation levels from the sun. So we went to the Weather Bureau, and they've got a great weather monitoring station, and they can give us what the actual emission levels are from the sun at any location in Australia. And the comparison here on this particular day was up to 1,000 watts per metre squared. So significant amount of energy from the sun compared to a very low amount from the background levels from EMF. Now that just gives you an everyday layperson's comparison, and there's many people, of course, as you can see at the Australian beach. What we decided to do is we went to many sites, and we actually produced a number of online blogs and videos so we could share the results of all of our testing with the public. And when you get a copy of this pack, you'll be able to click on some of these links. And for example, there's some links in here. The first thing we did in 2019 was we went to 5 different areas where you use mobiles. We went to homes, we went to apartments, shopping centres, schools, parks and streets. And it was called the 5 surveys of 5G. And we did extensive surveying with the networks that we had at the time, looking at 3G, 4G and 5G, and we found very low levels. In fact, typical 5G levels were over 1,000 times below the public safety limit or the ICNIRP limits. We produced 2 other blogs. One in the middle there is explaining the facts. And if you've ever wondered what it's like, what 5G is like compared to everyday devices like a microwave oven, a baby monitor, maybe a walkie-talkie, or even the Wi-Fi hotspot in your home or your work, we've got a video on there where we actually measure them in the lab, and you can go and have a look and see which device actually generates the most EMF. I won't tell you which one it is. You can go and have a look on the link. And there are some other ones there called Understanding 5G and EMF. So that was they're 2 of that was on our blog website. When we're out surveying, and this is about sort of, I guess, making it all transparent, people come up to us, they see the probes, they see us doing work, they come up to us and ask us what we're doing. Now, when I play this very short video, one of the survey officers with us, he actually starts explaining to people in the street what we're actually doing. So I'll just play this, it only goes for about 5 seconds. So Phil is explaining to passers-by what the instrument is, and he's actually comparing it to Wi-Fi in their house. So they were a group that stopped us outside a cafe. I think they were waiting for a bus, but they stopped us outside a cafe and they just said, "What are you guys doing?" And because everyone was talking about 5G at the time. Another set of surveys that we did was to try and go and show people what 5G looks like if you run mobile phones. So we decided to do a test, 5 phones streaming high quality or high definition 4K video. So I'm going to show you this. When I show you the video, you'll see 5 phones all connected up, streaming HD video on 5G, and then you'll see the EMF levels from the base station to provide those videos. Now, what you'll see is only short bursts of data, and that's all you need to provide really high quality video on 5G. So we'll just play this one. So Steve and Phil are just setting up to do 5 phones over 5G with HD video. And
what we're seeing here is 5 phones on 5G. They're each running ultra HD videos, and we're also seeing a spectrum of the downlink. And you can see that the level, the average integrated power over the band is 0.00041%, and that's with 5 phones running ultra high HD on each one.
So as we played that video, you may have seen little bursts of energy, and we were measuring the EMF levels from the base station to provide that service to those 5 phones. Now, the video quality on that was excellent. We were seeing very good video on the 5 phones, but very short bursts of EMF. And that's similar to if you were watching this broadcast on a 5G phone. You actually don't need a lot of data. Well, the data is transmitted very, very fast. It doesn't produce a lot of EMF to do that. Now, we show that to people, and it's sort of it's part of that transparency we talked about in this I guess this conference. We're actually showing people what the signal is like when you're doing something practical. So one of the key things that we're trying to do is to make sure that all of our staff and all of our graduates and our young engineers are fully versed in what we do, and we train a lot of them in our measurement techniques. And recently we did 50 surveys of 5G millimeter wave. So this is the higher band of 5G. And there's a picture of us here at another cafe showing the young engineers how it all works. And they're going to be our future. So we're showing them how to do it. They are then advocates, and they can talk about their experience and what they've found. So it's really important that, not only are we talking to the public, but all of our staff, and we're empowering our staff going forward. Debbie mentioned about communicating around the coronavirus and around 5G education. So in 2019, there was a lot of discussion. Our federal government ran an inquiry to look at the safety. And we were involved, or we were invited to present at many different forums. We gave a lot of presentations. We met with the minister. We fronted up to the inquiry, and we also were on the national news on several news services, providing interviews and demonstrating what I just showed you on the video. And there's a picture right in the middle of the screen, which is the EME testing on 5G. That's the video you can actually click on where we test the different devices. So by showing people what 5G looks like and comparing it to everyday devices is a really good way of demystifying how it all works and actually showing what the EMF levels are like. When the coronavirus hit, we were hit with so many myths. 5G damages DNA, it hasn't been tested, it affects the immune system, it's spreading corona, which we know it's not. And you can buy a USB stick that protects everybody from 5G. Well, these are all myths, as we know, and the WHO were very, very good in publishing their misinformation. In terms of Telstra, we ran a social media campaign. Well, first of all, there was a survey back in 2020 that said 1 in 8 Australians actually blame Bill Gates for 5G and coronavirus. And there was around 12% of people that had questions about this. So what did we do? We ran a communications campaign. The federal government here ran very strong messages basically saying they've looked at all the research, there is no link, there is no connection, similar to the WHO. We started a Facts on 5G safety program with a new website, or some updated websites, some new fact sheets, and more importantly, there's a picture of our text message here. Here's the SMS we send to customers. We launched a social media campaign with 5 videos, and the 5 videos were to complement everything else. And the main one was, does 5G spread coronavirus? And we had a comedian in Australia helping us debunk some of these. It was a hugely successful campaign in Australia. And what actually happened on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and all the social channels, we had a 10-fold increase in any campaign that we'd ever run before. Over 2.5 million social media users, and nearly all of the reactions were very, very positive. The media commentary was very complimentary to what we ran. And in fact, what happened in late 2020 and 2021 is that the positive media stories started to dominate, and the conspiracy theories in Australia basically disappeared from the mainstream headlines. And the government agency that reports on all of this, they gave a report this year that basically said through these campaigns, the myths have stopped and the main 5G messages are continuing in terms of all of the positives around 5G. So in terms of the resources. There's some links here with our fact sheets. We welcome any questions and we welcome you to go and have a look at some of these resources. But I hope that's given you a bit of a feel for how we demystify EMF and try and make it transparent. And so we'd welcome any questions and we look forward to joining you in the panel session shortly. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It's good that you spoke about effective transfer of knowledge and also how to build brand, how to build awareness, and how to build relations with your clients. But let us talk about the significance of effective mobile communication from the point of view of security and from the point of view of functions. And Kinga, Graczyk and Łukasz, Kiwicz, representatives of the Chancellery of the Prime Minister, are going to talk about that. Hello, my name is Łukasz Kiwicz, and together with Kinga, Graczyk, I work at the Department of Telecommunications at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister. And one of the tasks that we deal with is effective mobile telecommunications as part of the development of information society. We started this year, and the main objective of this project is to increase the level of knowledge and awareness of the Polish people in the field of mobile telecommunications. And we also educate on the many different possibilities and services that are possible due to mobile telecommunications. Since the very inception, we knew that we will use the tools that are well adjusted to our users, to our audience. So first, we wanted to understand what works best with our target audience, what would be the most convincing method of communication. And also we wanted to understand our target audiences the best we could. And now let's have a look what we have done and what our plans are for the nearest future. So the level of knowledge on the EMF is low, or very low, to be honest, but it's not exactly this, which is the most important problem that we have to deal with, because as far as the level of knowledge is concerned, it's not like with the basics mathematics. I do not know anyone who would speak as an expert mathematician without knowing the basics of mathematics. And basically, if we lack some basic mathematical knowledge, all we need to do is to learn mathematics. But here we are facing a different type of a problem. It's the Dunning-Kruger's effect. And the point is that people who have low level of qualifications and knowledge in a given field of knowledge are prone to overestimate their real level of knowledge. They overestimate their qualifications. And these people, those are the people who become very much vociferous and using skillfully social media. They become reliable sources of information for many others. They become very, very popular. So there is a certain bubble that they create. They create a certain bubble of communication with their followers. And this bubble is not so easy to burst. And this is how they're trying to fill in some gaps of knowledge among their followers. So we need to find a effective way of dealing with such people. So let us talk about the level of knowledge. The Polish Chamber of IT and Telecommunications has tested the level of knowledge of the Poles, and more than 50% of the respondents consider themselves to be people who know a lot about the EMF. But then, not many of them think that they have a very good and sound level of knowledge on the EMF. This level of knowledge does not depend on the place of residence or on the gender of the respondents. And some people who consider themselves to be people with certain level of knowledge on the EMF, they actually do have some knowledge, but many times it goes against the real scientific knowledge. So what is very concerning and worrying is that as many as 38% of people read about on the EMF only in the internet and social media. But as far as social media concerned, anyone may play an act of being an expert. So there are the so-called experts. Those experts, in fact, have very, very low level of knowledge, and they are pursuing some very specific interests. Those could be business-related interests. And their level of knowledge, in fact, is good for nothing. It goes against the principles of science, and all they do, they're trying to pursue some particular interests of some particular groups. Now, another difficulty we're facing is a very high temperature of discussions on the EMF. Scientists may find this surprising because from the scientific point of view, EMF is just a physical phenomenon. It's just about studying, for instance, the propagation of acoustic waves under the water. So it's just a field, and it's important to know how it may affect human health and the environment. But undoubtedly, some people have concerns that EMF may have an impact on the condition of human health, and you cannot possibly see the electromagnetic waves. So all the knowledge that people get about EMF is actually based on some convictions and beliefs. And as far as our activities are concerned, we're trying to understand a phenomenon on the basis of a scientific consensus. So there is a group of scientists, they study a phenomenon and then they come to a conclusion. And so they draw up some conclusions and a consensus. So we're just like Teutonic knights who were going to battle driven by some values and faith only during their crusades. And that's why the temperature is so high, and that's why it stirs so many emotions. So the level of argumentation is not really helpful. It doesn't help us to lower the temperature of the discussion. So here, and of course, there are those who are against electromagnetic fields, and they are very much vociferous. They use a lot of fake news, and they spread fake news as a result of their lack of knowledge, but sometimes is purposeful disinformation, as I mentioned before. And usually they're backed by some groups of interest. And what helps them is a low level of trust with regard to decision makers. And of course, we would love to have the same situation as they have in Norway. Yesterday, a Norwegian colleague was speaking, and she was mentioned that there is a rather high level of trust to studies done by government authorities. And in Poland, the situation is rather different. And also, scientific titles have devalued. And so in the internet, if experts speak and if they disagree with some scientists, they actually disregard their scientific titles. So if someone is opposed any idea, then all of those people are treated as if they were professors themselves and experts. So if they disagree, then immediately they actually disregard scientific titles and marginalize the real experts. So unfortunately, we can see that scientific merits are no longer at play. And also, many times there is excessive generalization. And some people may have doubts. Some people do not know really what to think about the EMF, and those people are immediately treated as if they were against EMF. But this is dangerous because instead of communicating information on the EMF, those people are immediately treated as opponents, and therefore such people simply shut up. They do not want to explore a topic, and they simply join the pack of those who are against the EMF. And another point is the language of discussion, how people present their arguments, pro and contra. There are people who are against 5G and EMF, but the language that they use is the language of fear and the language of uncertainty and suspicion. So this is done purposefully, so the authors of fake news, especially those fake news that are generated on purpose, that's exactly the language that they use. But fear and the language of sensation is something that is so easy to sell in the internet. That's why they use this language. A sensational piece of news may have nothing in common with truth, but this type of news is immediately spread among millions of people. But any amendment to this information would mean that merely 10% of the primary audience would actually read a correction to this fake news. So sensational piece of news is very easy to sell. Scientific piece of news is very difficult to sell. So we can see that this language of discussion is as far as the language of discussion is concerned, those who are who are proponents of this technology many times use scientific language that is incomprehensible. People find it very difficult to understand. It's not like talking about recipes, how to make a cup of coffee, a cup of tea. We're talking about physical phenomena. So the point is, how do we talk about physical phenomena in a way that is comprehensible to those people? Because we are trying to describe a phenomenon that is invisible. So from many times those who are for the EMF utilize very difficult to understand scientific jargon, and that is something that we need to face. It's very difficult to find a proper communications code for both sides so that those two sides will find at least some agreement. And now, what do our analysis tell us? So we've done our study, that's fine, but we did the study in order to find the most effective way to implement our project. And the objective of the project is to educate and inform. So we need some empathy in the discussion. We need to find a common denominator so that our interlocutors speak a certain language that is understandable for all. But many times the debate is overheated, and the language that is used is many times infantile or offensive. So this is something that we need to face. We need to somehow deal with the scientists, because the scientists do not wish to oversimplify, and scientists sometimes think that simplification is equal to broadcasting wrong information, incorrect information, which is not the case. Sometimes it is possible to simplify things in such a way that you can present a very complex piece of information in the way that is actually comprehensible to the others. And also we need to diversify our communication. our target audience is quite a broad one. It's the entire public opinion, and it is not possible. It's plainly not possible to do everything with the use of just one leaflet. It would not suffice to have a leaflet which says that the EMF is this and that, and we are safe, and those are the frequency bands, and so you're just fine. No, such leaflets simply won't work. So let us not forget that the youth has a very different perception of reality, and the youth is accustomed to very concise messages, Twitter-size messages. They're rather Twitterati. The elderly population are a very different group of the audience. Many of them are used to reading long, lengthy text, so a short message simply is not an adequate one to the elderly population. So we have very many different, diverse groups of target audiences, and we need to have proper channels of communication to reach out to them. And also disinformation and fake news. This is something that is spread with the use of the internet, and as Piotr Kędzierski mentioned from T-Mobile, we need to somehow fight that so as to present truthful information on the first page in the Google search. And undoubtedly, it is important to take all measures necessary so as to land with our piece of information on the first search page. But social media is a very difficult matter to deal with. So it's very difficult to find a message that would fit both the young and the elderly. But the elderly, those who are 50 or 60 years old, they also need some information. So we need to use TV channels. We need to use printed press for them. And something that has worked really well in all groups, so age groups, is organizing scientific picnics or organizing direct meetings where there is a possibility of asking questions and having direct interaction. This really helps. So what are we up to? What do we want to do? So, as you know by now, we have many different groups of audiences, and within the framework of our activities, we need to modify and we need to update and also supplement the subject of physics at schools, so that at schools they already start teaching about mobile telephony networks, EMF, and so on and so forth, because kids are very skillful with using tablets and smartphones, but kids do not really know much about this equipment and why it works and how it works. Therefore, in cooperation with the Ministry of Education and Science, we are now developing not only educational materials for schools, we are developing whole scenarios and multimedia materials that may be used at schools. So we need to start educating about it at schools. Also, some people will no longer go back to school, so how about the adult population? So my impression is that many times we live in this world where do not really realize that telecommunication services are ubiquitous. So many people place a telephone call and they just connect to the internet. They never think about the infrastructure that is behind all this. So many people do not realize how it all works. Just have a look at the demonstrations and strikes that happen. In one place, you may have thousands of people who use their smartphones to make video recordings, and they start uploading their images and video footage on the net immediately at the same time. And some people say, there is the censorship because the internet is so slow now, because they want to stop us uploading our images and video footage, so they are against us. So we perhaps need to have some kind of leaflets that will explain the way the equipment works, and such leaflets may be distributed together with a smartphone or other telecommunication devices that people buy in shops. Now, within this campaign, we also need to fill in many different gaps. For instance, in the beginning of the next year, we're going to produce a podcast, and also within that podcast, we want to do a review of the points of view from the so-called alternative world. So we will actually present some thoughts that people and ideas that people have, but we will explain those doubts and we will address those concerns. Also, we need to organize a number of picnics, family events, and other mass events where there will be an opportunity to meet people directly and to talk to people directly about the EMF. Also, we need to make sure that experts, the real experts, are actually more active in social media and will pick up the fight against fake news and disinformation. Also, we need to improve cooperation with fact-checking organizations so as to provide for better correction of information on social media. That is all. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Dziękuję za tą bardzo ciekawą prezentację. Szczególnie ciekawe były wątki dotyczące tego, jak rozmawiać w trakcie tej...
So exactly. So the question is how to talk about the EMF with many different people, how to address many different topics, and many topics have been tainted with disinformation. How about vaccines or global climate warming? Okay, now let's start a discussion. So are we all set and together? Oh, yes, we are. We can see our dear experts. Now, the first question that I will have the question to our Polish guests from the Chancellery of the Prime Minister. So you have just said that this temperature of the debate is very high. So there is so much aggression. There is so much offensive language there. So how to cool down this discussion? How to make sure that people are not carried away. And many people follow disinformation and believe fake news. But how do you encourage those people to read about the arguments of the other side? So how to sell real knowledge to those people?
I think that it's not easy. That's what I need to say for starters, because we are all aware of the fact that our adversaries are powerful and they act online in order to make the debate as heated as possible. They want to raise concerns and cause anxiety that will bog the discussion down, preventing a solution from being reached. I have to tell you that this is not a coherent group. Of course, we want to talk to those who have doubts, but yesterday a representative of the British Ofcom took the floor and he said that the group of adversaries also include those who have extreme ideas. So it's no use trying to convince them, because of course people who set fire to base stations are extremists and there is no use talking to them. So people who do not look for information, people who do not attend meetings, they are not interested in learning about the true facts. So they are basically stuck within their own information bubbles and they are not interested in venturing out of them. And of course, technology is something that favors information bubbles because, for example, you should clear cookies in your browsers regularly. If you don't do that, then you will never encounter any information that is contrary to your beliefs because you will be perfectly profiled by Google and other software in order to avoid information that does not comply with your beliefs. And so it's very difficult to convince those people to engage in a substantive discussion. That's a challenge for us, but we have an example from last year, the things that happened in Kraśnik, a small town in Poland, and there was a lady presenting an anti-5G manifesto, and she told the local councillors that she had been looking for information about 5G for the last 6 months, and she came up with so much information about the harmful effects of the technology, and she was so impressed and so overwhelmed that she decided to put forward this manifesto to the local councillors. I agree, she might have looked for information, but she was not aware of this information bubble she was in. She didn't really realize that it was so difficult to find information that would be contrary to her beliefs. So you need to make people aware of the reality they're living in. And of course, this does not help us to cool the discussion down because, of course, you have whole tribes that are created. You have the tribes of the proponents and the adversaries, and they are both close-minded. They are not really interested in a genuine exchange of arguments. So I think this tribal warfare will become even more intense if we do not reflect, if both tribes do not try to really reflect on what's going on, and if we do not adapt to the needs of the target group. Can you give any advice to the people who are on this crusade and they are trying to fight against fake news online? So what do you do to calm your head in order not to get carried away by emotions? What do you do in order to calm yourself down? I think that when you are online, you should treat others just like you would like to be treated yourself. So do not try to insult anyone. Don't be too aggressive, for example, when posting messages on Twitters. Do not call people names such as, for example, tinfoil hats and other names. So if we are talking to those adversaries or proponents, you cannot be too aggressive, because if you want to convince somebody, you should not talk to extremists. Maybe you should talk to those that have not made up their minds yet, those who really want their doubts to be resolved. You don't want to talk to those people who are just pig-headed and they are not interested in finding out what the facts are. So you should talk to them, to those who can potentially be convinced. So you should not really consider the extremists. I don't think it's worth your while, and I think that your experience might be similar if you work in the field of climate change, and you are aware of the fact that there is a specific group of people that you should not really talk to, because it will be pointless. You will not get anywhere. You should maybe focus on those who are in the middle and make sure that you feed the right knowledge to them, that you provide them with ample information so that they can make up their own minds. So do not try to impose anything on them. Give them a chance to make up their own minds. And if you do a good job, you can be sure that you will convince them. So it's up to us to do a good job when talking to them. So it's like war or battlefield medicine. You have to do a kind of a triage and really focus on those that you can help. Let us move on to Mr. Kourtellaris. In your presentation, you described various techniques related to how you can educate and inform people. Which of those techniques do you find to be most effective from your experience?
As I have already said in my presentation, our most powerful tool is our website. This is because we want a tool that is widely accessible by the people. And also we want a tool that can provide a lot of information at the same time. Also, we are very interested in providing information in an easy-to-handle manner. And we believe the way we present the information in our website is very easy for the people, for the public to be absorbed. So I believe our most powerful tool is our website.
A jak w dobie kryzysu zaufania
We are facing an erosion of trust in experts and, for example, state institutions and official sources of knowledge. How do we encourage users to use resources such as websites operated by operators or regulators?
Actually, these data are open data, are widely accessible not by the public only, by the scientific community. And we have a close cooperation with universities and other institutions so that they're allowed to handle this data and use them in benefit of the public. And as I told you earlier, there are a lot of information besides the actual measurement. There are a lot of information, such as legislation or policy framework, that also are very useful tool, because they enhance this climate of trust towards us and in general towards wireless communication.
A ile jest na Cyprze stacji bazowych oraz
How many base stations do you have in Cyprus, and how many laboratories you have that conduct measurements, and what are those measurements like?
We have approximately 1,400 or 500 base stations for all of our operators. And for now, I think we have active 2 accredited laboratories that conduct the measurements. The measurements are conducted based on international standards. And what we present to the people is the worst case scenario. We don't measure the radiation at the particular time. We measure the worst case scenario, and we try to communicate this information to the people to let them know that this is the worst you can get.
Dziękuję bardzo. Teraz chciałem przejść do...
Thank you very much. And now I will turn to representatives of TELESTRA. And I'd like to ask you about the marketing conclusions from your presentation. You talked about various projects and things operators can use. Do you think they can be also made part of marketing activities so that they can be used to spread knowledge, but also to build relationships with customers or future customers as well?
Well, good evening, it's Mike. Maybe I can start with that one. You can hear me okay? Just checking you can hear me?
Tak jest, słyszymy.
I think you can.
Yes, we can hear you.
One of our big objectives is to make information transparent and factual. We don't use it in a lot of our marketing, but when people ask for information and they want informed information, we make it readily accessible. And that really helps at the point of sale. It really helps when people ring our help desk and say, look, what information have you got about a local network or a local base station? And sort of unlike the previous speaker, we get a lot of people asking us, what's it like in everyday use? So rather than just the worst case, because we know with 5G and the newer technologies, it's far more efficient. So a lot of what our people, or a lot of what the customers in Australia are asking for is, what's it like when I'm using my device, a bit like when I'm talking to you now. So we make that readily accessible, and that supplements the information that councils, regulators and authorities have. But we don't generally put it out with our advertising and our marketing. We take a slightly different approach. I don't know if you want to add anything, Debbie.
No, I think you're right. You know, Telstra tries to ensure that when we talk about EME and levels and safety, that we refer to those health experts, but we also try and ensure that people see that we're out there, we're in the community, we're taking measurements in what is typical day-to-day life for them, and they get an understanding of how low the levels are. So we try and keep everything science and fact-based, and as Mike said, we separate out the marketing side as much as possible.
Yeah, and if I can add one more comment, you would have seen from the presentation, we get asked, people on the street ask us what we're doing and they ask us to comment, and we did measurements in everyday scenarios, like you would have seen the video that we played when you're watching YouTube on a 5G phone, for example. That's typical of what people are asking, and yes, some people will want to know what's the worst case, but we do try and tell people that the worst case, particularly on these newer networks, never really occurs because of the way the networks are set up. So that's probably the best way we can make it as transparent as possible.
And now a tricky question. From the perspective of an operator, considering, for example, the information noise that we have right now, for example, on social media, the social media is full of fake news. So do you think it would be a good solution to impose regulations on entities working in particularly sensitive sectors, regulations that would force those entities to have information strategies that would include specific components that would be intended to fight against disinformation? Do you think we would need to obligate those entities legally to fight fake news?
What we've seen over the last 18 months is that the community is really good at moderating themselves. And so when we would put out a social media post or someone would make a comment on social media, we didn't really need to get involved in correcting any misinformation. It happened by the general public, which was really good. I think that there's a lot of power in that. You're not going to change those people that are extreme when it comes to misinformation and anti-5G, but those people that sit on the fence, if they hear it from other general public and other people outside of industry, it's got a lot more weight to it. So I don't think we need to set any rules in that regard, because they are able to do it themselves in a great way.
I was also going to add, I think, yes, look, I was also going to add, there is some regulation that we're seeing already in social media, particularly around the conspiracy theories and the COVID-19 and so forth. In fact, we had some of our own social media posts scrutinised and banned until they verified the source. So we are seeing, fake news corrected, certainly in Australia, and we have got people monitoring that here. But I think the key is to make sure it's transparent, it's coming from a reliable source, and that the social media platforms do their best to make sure they can validate that it is actually factual if they can. But like Debbie said, what we've noticed in Australia is that the public are self-moderating. And we've seen a very big decline in anti-5G messages here.
Thank you very much. Let me return to KPRM representatives. You said that we are dealing with professional and scientific titles becoming degraded.
And sometimes people simply do not understand scientific texts. So how do we speak about scientific matters without oversimplification but still presenting truthful information? Well, that is a very difficult thing to do. Somehow we need to adjust the message to each target group. It must be tailor-made. So there are many topics that need to be addressed all over the place. There is so much fake news, there is so much hate. So how should we speak? What is the language that we need to use? We have seen so many different examples of people taking home measurements of the electromagnetic field. They use the equipment that is completely ill-adjusted to this purpose. For instance, their equipment doesn't work in the proper frequency band and so on and so forth. So the common denominator for all that homemade equipment is that it is producing a lot of noise. It shows warning lights, it produces warning sounds, so it's all very worrying. So the question is, okay, if you want to do a measurement at home, how do you do it? Okay, do your measurement, but do it correctly. For instance, if I want to measure my height, what do? Do I just use a regular school ruler to measure my height? No, I should have a better tool to measure my own height. Likewise, with measuring the electromagnetic field at home. Do it, but do it properly. For instance, if you want to measure the length of a bus, do you present the length of a bus in millimeters? If you present it in millimeters, it will be a very long number. But probably a better measurement unit would be meters, not millimeters. So you have to keep on explaining this to people in a way that is comprehensible. So we need to find proper tools to do the measurements, and of course each target group needs to have a relevant tool for them. So sometimes for some people an opinion of a doctor, an opinion of a professor will be a decisive matter. So some people actually trust professors and PhDs, and whatever professor says is true. But sometimes it's the other way around. Sometimes we have to speak almost a primitive language, and we have to show the pictures of buses and to show the pictures of rulers to show that something simply does not fit. And EMF is the thing you cannot possibly see. It's very difficult to imagine. It's very, very difficult to comprehend it. So therefore, it's not so easy to describe the way it affects human health. It's not like boiling water. You put your hand into a pot with boiling water and it hurts, right? Not the case with the EMF. So we need to speak to human imagination, and that is a very difficult thing to do. And also, we need to somehow present this information taking into consideration the notions of physics, biology and medicine. So there are so many different facets that need to be addressed, and that calls for some intellectual effort, endeavor and creativity so that we can actually somehow present this information. So we do need to use all possible tools available at hand. Otherwise, we die in this battle. So when we started our communication about the EMF, we wrote a white paper. So that was a very sound scientific paper. And theoretically, everything was in it. Whatever we had to say was in that white paper. So if you need anything, just do the reading and you will get it. But then it turned out that that piece of paper was very scientific in its nature, and of course it was written by PhDs and professors, and other professors and PhDs might think, oh, that was already simplification, it's just popular science. From my point of view, being not a scientist, that was already excessively scientific balance. So we're talking to people who know nothing or almost nothing. Sometimes these people, they simply would not read the paper or the white paper. For them, this is a total incomprehensible mouthful. So, for instance, in the city of Rzeszów, we presented 3 different sets of materials on the same topic. So we presented them with a white paper, which is a voluminous, big scientific work. And on the basis of this white paper, we published a guideline, 16 pages long, a guideline about 5G with lots of pictures and a 5-pager leaflet. So we were approached by school children, and the school children were telling us, what would you recommend us to read? And I tell the boy or the girl, okay, and what would you like to read? Would you like to learn a lot? Would you like to know everything about the EMF? and maybe you can actually understand, you read the white paper, but if you want to make a presentation that would impress your physics teacher, there, take this 16-pager. And if it's just for you and you need some information in a nutshell, take the 5-pager. So it's not that easy that, this is how we talk about it. No, it does not work that way. Yes, and also as far as the degradation of scientific titles is concerned, sometimes people do not have this substantive knowledge and people do not understand the notions being used by a scientist. So those people simply switch off. They're not interested, they lose interest in the text. So if someone is a professor, is not necessarily a person of authority. So people are not actually comparing the text they read with other papers, with other pieces of information. So people think in a one-sided way. I'm against, so I will always be against. And if there is this professor who claims otherwise, I'm not capable, I will not verify his words. And it doesn't matter that he is a professor because he thinks differently than I do. Therefore, I'm not going to follow that professor anyway because I'm simply against. So people simply do not verify information. Yes, indeed, this is the case. The problem is that not many people have sufficient competencies to verify information about the EMF. And even if we compare it with the vaccination campaign, and many professors and PhDs speak about the vaccination, and sometimes they conjure up text, and sometimes people say stupid things about vaccination and the spread of coronavirus, and so we see many anti-vaxxer people who spread their point of view, and people simply do not verify the facts, do not check the information that is being presented. So of course, we would like people to start verifying information, but let us fall into this illusion. Verifying a piece of information takes time and takes skills, and it means that it will take us years to develop such skills among the population. And yes, we also, from the psychological point of view, we have an opinion already formed, and so we usually are trying to verify this information and confirm it. And I have a question to Christos. Christos, tell us, what is the best way to rebuild trust with regard to state authorities and state institutions? Let's suppose there was a low level of trust. So how do you rebuild trust?
Yeah. I believe the best way is to have very transparent tools and very transparent procedures. So everyone knows the rules and everyone plays by the rules. This is the most important method in order to gain trust. And this is connected again with the data. You must be transparent, but you must in some way prove that you are transparent. So you have to give all this data in order to show that everything is transparent.
Thank you. And a question to TELESTRA representatives. So, having carried out your activities that you spoke about, did you feel, as a company, that there was this positive vibe, marketing vibe? Did you actually have an influx of new clients after your activities?
It's Mike here. Yes, look, it's interesting that you asked that question because we had a lot of people comment on our social media campaign that potentially weren't our customers and they were members of the public, and they could really resonate or they could really understand the campaign. They were very much interested in debunking the myths, and they really supported what we were doing, even if they weren't our customers. Our customers loved what we were doing, but all members of the public, certainly in Australia, were appreciative of the fact that we had very strong government health messages, So they were the facts and the scientific bodies, and we had the industry trying to doing measurements and also taking a different approach to debunking the conspiracy theories, and we used social media. Now, it worked very well for us in our market. In some markets, that sort of strategy may not work, but certainly in Australia during the coronavirus, people were looking for something to, laugh about, and also, have a different perspective. So it certainly worked for us, giving a different perspective, but it really only worked because the government had very strong messages from health. The tests were done independently, and we were out showing what our network was doing, and we coupled that with a campaign that was reaching an audience that we normally wouldn't reach. Like most teenagers and most, many people don't normally go and look for EMF material, but most people were looking at the social media material that we did. So we were actually reaching a completely different audience, and that was helping overcome some of the fears.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for taking part in this discussion. Thus we conclude the first part of our today's conference. Let's take a brief break and let us resume at 11:40.
Sprawdzanie poziomów pól elektromagnetycznych w Twoim otoczeniu to nie wyprawa w kosmos. C2PEM. Tylko wiarygodne dane.
Working together to connect. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields are all around us. These invisible waves send information between base stations and devices, connecting us without the use of wires. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields, or RF EMF, transmit information wirelessly to our cell phones and Wi-Fi enabled devices. In 2019, there were 8.3 billion mobile phone subscribers globally. If roughly every 1,000 subscribers need one cellular mast, that would mean that there are more than 8 million base stations around the world. With the growing number of cellular stations, wireless technologies and devices, are there health effects associated with RF EMF? This public concern surrounding RF EMF exposure limits creates a challenging health issue for regulators, service providers, and wireless equipment suppliers. RF EMF exposure levels, which are monitored around the world, consistently show low levels of exposure relative to international RF EMF levels. There is no evidence that RF EMF exposure below the international limits has adverse health effects. More and more countries refer to international RF EMF exposure limits. However, many governments face pressure to do more to address public concerns. ITU members have co-created a report on human exposure to RF EMF. The report focuses on science-based policies, guidelines, regulations, and assessments. It provides guidance to policymakers to avoid unnecessary restrictive regulations, which could negatively impact information and communication services. The best practice for administrations is to limit the exposure levels to the threshold specified in the ICNIRP, International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, Guidelines 2020. WHO advises against introducing new limits in addition to the existing science-based limits, as it undermines the credibility of the science and exposure limits. And ICNIRP Guidelines 2020 say additional measures won't benefit people's health. The report recommends raising community awareness to reduce unnecessary public concerns and provides best practices from many countries. There is more work to be done to ensure that people can connect to essential digital services, knowing that they're protected and informed. Working together to connect. www.itu.int.
Sprawdzanie poziomów pól elektromagnetycznych w Twoim otoczeniu to nie wyprawa w kosmos. C2PEM. Tylko wiarygodne dane.
Working together to connect. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields are all around us. These invisible waves send information between base stations and devices, connecting us without the use of wires. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields, or RF EMF, transmit information wirelessly to our cell phones and Wi-Fi enabled devices. In 2019, there were 8.3 billion mobile phone subscribers globally. If roughly every 1,000 subscribers need one cellular mast, that would mean that there are more than 8 million base stations around the world. With the growing number of cellular stations, wireless technologies and devices, are there health effects associated with RF EMF? This public concern surrounding RF EMF exposure limits creates a challenging health issue for regulators, service providers, and wireless equipment suppliers. RF EMF exposure levels, which are monitored around the world, consistently show low levels of exposure relative to international RF EMF levels. There is no evidence that RF EMF exposure below the international limits has adverse health effects. More and more countries refer to international RF EMF exposure limits. However, many governments face pressure to do more to address public concerns. ITU members have co-created a report on human exposure to RF EMF. The report focuses on science-based policies, guidelines, regulations, and assessments. It provides guidance to policymakers to avoid unnecessary restrictive regulations, which could negatively impact information and communication services. The best practice for administrations is to limit the exposure levels to the threshold specified in the ICNIRP, International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, Guidelines 2020. WHO advises against introducing new limits in addition to the existing science-based limits, as it undermines the credibility of the science and exposure limits. And ICNIRP Guidelines 2020 say additional measures won't benefit people's health. The report recommends raising community awareness to reduce unnecessary public concerns and provides best practices from many countries. There is more work to be done to ensure that people can connect to essential digital services, knowing that they're protected and informed. Working together to connect. www.itu.int.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam przed kolejnym...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the next session of this conference, which will be dedicated to something we have all come across as social media users. We'll be talking about disinformation that spreads, especially efficiently on social media. Yesterday, I myself had to face a case of disinformation. One of Twitter users tried to convince me that the fact that it snows right now in Poland confirms the fact that climate warming is over. So this is a case, an example of disinformation situations that we have to deal with on a daily basis. And so right now we'll be talking about the properties, the peculiar properties of social media and how disinformation spreads in social media. We'll be trying to answer the question about why is it so. We will first hear from Tommaso Canetta of Pagella Politica.
Hello everyone, I am Tommaso Canetta, Deputy Director of Pagella Politica, the main Italian fact-checking outlet. Thank you for having me here. So today I'll try to answer the question that you can see here in the presentation. Social media as a transmission platform for disinformation. Is it so, and must it be so? So let's start from the first question. Is it so? And the answer is yes, it is. As fact-checkers, the vast majority of disinformation we encounter is spread through social media. But the answer that we have to give now is why? Why is it so? I think for three reasons mainly. First of all, a huge number of people use social media. And here you can find a lot of information and disinformation as well. You can see in the slide here the percentage of EU citizens participating in social networks inside the European Union. It's the majority right now. And from country to country, it can be different. And in some countries, the percentages are near to the 90% of the population. So a lot of people using social media. The second element is that the kind of information you can find on social media is often created by small organizations or individuals, not only by traditional mass media and public broadcasters. So the numbers are higher and the quality, averagely at least, lower. The third element is that internet as a media is for its nature more anarchic, less controllable, and more free, not necessarily in a good way, than the other media like television, radio, or press. So with less control, disinformation is more easily spread. Now I want to give you an example of one case of disinformation or misinformation in this case, how this disinformation can be created and how it spreads. So let's make this example. The television and the newspaper gave the information that COVID-19 is more dangerous for not vaccinated people than for vaccinated ones. Someone reads the news and doesn't believe in it. So this person checks the number of vaccinated and unvaccinated people hospitalized in intensive care units, ICU, and discovers that in his country, for example, there are more vaccinated than unvaccinated inside the ICU. So later he writes and publishes on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc., an article with these figures, claiming that the virus is more dangerous for vaccinated than for unvaccinated ones, because we just saw the numbers, there are more vaccinated than unvaccinated people inside the ICU. But this is a misleading, false news in the end, because if we look carefully to the real numbers, we see, for example, that the vaccinated in ICU are 10, but the total number of the vaccinated is 1,000. Of course, I'm just giving a theoretical example, but this is based on many false news we witnessed in many different countries. So I was saying, we have 10 vaccinated in the ICUs and 1,000 people vaccinated. The not vaccinating in ICU are 5, but the total number of unvaccinated is 50. So in this example, the incidence, and this is the real parameter to look at here, equal to 1% for the vaccinated. Only one vaccinated out of 100 goes in ICU, and to 10% for unvaccinated. So looking properly at the right figures, we can say that the unvaccinated have 10 times the chance to end up in ICU than the vaccinated. But the misleading false news that we're making here, once it is written by this person who doesn't believe traditional media and decide to write an article and publish it on Facebook and the other social media platforms, the misleading false news is out there. And it's very catchy because it exploits correct figures. It can become viral, and a lot of people in good faith can start having doubts about the opportunity to get vaccinated. And this is a case, as I was saying, of misinformation. So disinformation spread without the intention to do so. But we can make a lot of examples of actual disinformation, like states spreading propaganda in their neighbor countries, actors gaining money through disinformation. Let's think about, for example, fake companies selling miraculous cures against COVID-19. Or again, extremists spreading false news about different topics to polarize the debates and gain consensus, etc. We can go on with examples of disinformation. The problem here is not only that we have to face this false content, but the speed of this false content in spreading and becoming viral. So, why does the content spread so quickly, even if it's false? The answer, of course, is very complex, and I don't have an absolute certainty about it. But I think that some elements play a bigger role in it than others. First, on social media, we have this echo chamber phenomenon. So we are exposed to people, news, and content in general that agree with our previous conceptions. So if I am against vaccines, probably I will see a lot of people against vaccine, and I will be exposed to news and content about vaccine being harmful or similar contents. So if I'm skeptical toward vaccines, I'll probably see news and content that confirm these beliefs of mine. A second key element is that I am, as anyone, subject to the confirmation bias. So I am more ready to believe in something that tells me I am right, rather than in something that tells me I am wrong. Third, once I am exposed to false news that confirm my bias, and so I believe them, once I found that many other people share those same bias I have, and we can call this herd effect. It's nice to know that we are part of a larger group. It's evolutionary. At this point, I'm ready to be polarized, and now it's very, very difficult to change my mind. So, what can we do to cure or prevent this situation? The bad news here is that traditional remedies don't work very well. Disinformation goes faster than the traditional remedies. So if a false news is published today in Italy, and it's popular among conspiracy theorists, we probably will see it circulating in a few hours in France, Spain, Germany, Poland, and so on. National authorities, the judiciary power, etc., don't have the tools to respond to this kind of threat. They're usually slow and too big, like censorship, or too small, like a correction policy. And there is also a huge problem of balancing the protection of accuracy and honesty of the news on one side and the freedom of expression on the other. If a newspaper publishes false news, potentially harmful, for example, about COVID-19, should it be censored by authorities? The answer here is usually no. We would risk a Orwell 1984 scenario where the government decide what is true and what is not, and we don't want that. So it would be also probably not effective, this solution, and maybe even counterproductive. Staying in the example, if the judiciary power asks the police to seize the copies of a newspaper claiming that the virus is more dangerous for the vaccinated because the news is false and potentially dangerous for the public, we can imagine what kind of reaction this decision could trigger. The conspiracy theorists would rejoice seeing their wild accusation of living in a health dictatorship realized, and maybe people with less extremist vision would end up joining them. And moreover, the false news would probably be already spread well enough online to be unstoppable and would only gain publicity for the censorship. So, traditional remedies, as I was saying, are not probably the right answer to this problem. So the big question now is, what can we do? You know, given all these characteristics of the communication online that we just saw, the question is it possible to tackle disinformation on social media without crippling fundamental values of our democracies, like the rule of law or the freedom of expression? Luckily, I think the answer is no, it's not impossible, even if it's difficult. First of all, we have to be realistic and understand that we are not looking for a silver bullet that can kill once and for all the disinformation phenomenon. I don't think that this is possible. A certain amount of disinformation circulating online and offline, of course, and a certain amount of people believing in this disinformation, it's unavoidable. What we should aim to is have strong remedies that can reduce the reach of disinformation and the number of people believing in it. To this end, the cooperation and the commitment of the social media platforms is of paramount importance. For example, labeling, I don't know if you're familiar with the concept, but I'll explain it a little bit better later. So labeling on Facebook is a good example of something that can be done. If a content is suspected to be false, the users can signal it. Independent fact-checkers can check it and, of course, write a detailed analysis with all the links necessary so that the users can replicate the fact-checking operation about the content. If at the end of the verification process turns out that the content is false, this content will not be removed, but it will be labeled as false or misleading. So you will just see a small writing. This content is false. Please read the fact-checking analysis here. So if the user wants to read it, they can do so by clicking on the content, but the generic user will not be exposed to false information without context. So this labeling is not a magic wand, of course, but it is something. And I think we need more initiatives of this kind. Facebook can do better, strengthening and expanding this initiative. And the other social networks should increase their commitments against disinformation. YouTube, for example, could step up because right now it's one of the main responsible, even if indirectly, of course, for the spread of misinformation and disinformation about COVID-19 pandemic, in our experience at least. So if labeling content, putting them in the right context, more than censoring them, is probably the way to go, we need to ensure that this process is transparent and based on clear rules. To this end, we hope that the discussions at European Union level about the DSA, the Digital Service Act, and about the Code of Principles will be the occasion to scale up the commitment of the online platforms to fight disinformation. So I think that this is what the platforms should and can do, also the regulators, of course. But we should ask also to the media in general and to the politics to join this fight. Let me give you this time a practical example of something that actually happened. In the past weeks, we saw that the lowest rate of vaccinated people were in Bulgaria and Romania, and the highest in Portugal and Ireland. So we asked our colleagues from these countries, why is it so? From their answers, the strongest fact that emerged is that if the different political parties are united in their support to the vaccination, the traditional media are united in spreading the scientific and verified information and in not hosting crazy conspiracy theories or anti-scientific positions, the people is more confident in the vaccine campaign and the percentages of vaccinated people are higher. On the other hand, if the vaccine became a topic of political fight, if the traditional media cast doubts about the vaccines and conspiracy theorists are hosted in TV shows, the people get more confused, scared, and doubtful about the vaccination. And then, of course, the percentages of vaccinated people are lower, and the consequences on the mortality rate of COVID-19 are well known. So this is of dramatic importance, this aspect, I think. Another fundamental aspect, I think, is education and media literacy. We need to teach the kids in school how to identify and fight disinformation online. The basics of fighting disinformation are quite simple. It's not a very hard topic, I think, and they could have a very strong effect. You can think about this like washing hands with soap. A very simple gesture that, if done collectively, can have a devastating positive effect. So, to conclude, disinformation circulates on social media was the starting question, and the answer is sadly yes, because of the characteristics of this kind of ecosystem. As we've seen, it's a very fast communication, a wide communication, anarchic in a way, and very difficult to control. The traditional remedies don't work. We have actually a problem of censorship applying those remedies to the online ecosystem. The other question we are trying to answer here is if it must be so. At a certain degree, disinformation is an inevitable phenomenon. But social media platforms can and should do more, implementing labeling of false contents and other similar strategies. But also, I think it's wrong to think that the solution can rest on social media platforms' shoulders alone. We need a strong commitment to spread verified and reliable information and to ban disinformation, also from traditional media. And I think we need a strong commitment from the politicians not to exploit and revamp disinformation for political gain. Now about the virus, of course, but in general about many topics. You can think about disinformation regarding European Union, migrants, economy, health, schools, and the list can go on. So I think we also need to improve media literacy of the population, because in the end, the users are the first line of defense, and we should really make a strong, compelling case about this need for the education of the population.
Thank you very much for this interesting talk. I think that you mentioned some of the most important highlights of this debate. The social media will never be free of disinformation. It's impossible to achieve, and it's impossible to clear our information space, even if we're talking about the offline space. We can never make it clear of manipulation, but there might be a solution. But it's not about interfering with the platforms itself. It's about influencing the users. Twitter and Facebook are tools only. And it's up to us how we use those tools, how we use social media. And it all depends on the level of our knowledge and our ability to analyze information in a critical way.
And this is what Magdalena Jabłońska of SWPS University of Social Sciences and Humanities is going to talk about. She's going to talk about confusion of knowledge, lack of critical thinking. So how to analyze information. Hello, My name is Magdalena Jabłońska. I'm a psychologist from the SWPS University of Social Sciences and Humanities, and in my brief presentation I would like to talk about wrong sources of knowledge and what is confusion of knowledge and how to provide for critical thinking. So what is fake news? Fake news is false information, and at the same time it's harmful information. So this is a very much purposeful, misleading piece of information or disinformation. And there are so many different examples of fake news. So this may be information that has been conjured up and is absolutely false. So this is manipulated piece of information. So this may be a statement taken out of a context or could be somehow misrepresented. Why does that happen? An author of a fake news would like to convince us to his or her point of view, or is presenting some highly emotional content, or presents some fake results of a study, or the purpose may be to sow confusion or to reap a scandal or to gain some financial benefit in order to generate a higher turnover or number of visitors on the webpage. So what is fake news not? Fake news is not just a journalist's mistake where a journalist failed to verify some information and published it all too soon without checking that information. Fake news also is not a parody or a joke misinterpreted. It's also could be fake news is not correct but harmful information, because this may lead to depreciation of an image. But why do people trust and believe fake news? And there are many different reasons to believe fake news. There are social reasons and also cognitive psychological reasons for believing fake news. But first, I would like to ask you to think about a fact. Please think of a fact. Please think of something that you're sure of, certain of. How do you know what you know? What is the source of your information? Why are you sure? And there are 5 sources of information, and I would like to talk about those 5 sources. And we will move from the source of the lowest credibility up to the source of the highest credibility. So the first source of information is habitual thinking, or the big-headedness, where information that we receive, we actually accept this information as convincing. We consider it to be a truthful one, and it stays with us as it gives us a sense of certainty, which may be illusionary, because sometimes we simply do not know what the source of information is. Did we hear it from an expert, or was it just merely a conversation of 2 interlocutors? And we are so very much attached to this information that we do not think critically about it. So many times there's content that seems to be obvious to us as a matter of common knowledge, but this source of information as such is not always a wrong one. But the point is what happens with information that is false and comes from an unreliable source, or what happens if we cannot actually confirm the piece of knowledge that we have. So we are then left defenseless. And as far as the habitual thinking is concerned, we are dealing with the sleeper effect. That is to say, we have information. This information is always in a context. The context may be a source of high credibility or low credibility. And our task is to verify this information and what type of information we wish to listen to. If it is information from a credible source of information, we accept it and we trust this information. However, if the information originates from a source of low credibility, we distrust this information. But the problem is that the information that we hear, that we receive, is is sometimes emotional information, or it's something that captures our imagination or attention. So we receive the information, but we forget about the source. So with the time passing, people forget the source of the information of low credibility, but they still remember the gaudy message, especially if it's highly emotional message. So this is how gossip works. Gossip is works like a seed. Once sown, it's difficult to do away with, and sometimes the gossip, as it gets into the press, stays there and then circulates as a piece of disinformation. Also in psychology, we deal with two cognitive mistakes and habitual thinking. The first mistake is the confirmation effect. The confirmation effect means that we choose information that confirms what we already know. For instance, I am an anti-vaccination person, which means that being an anti-vax, I'm going to look for anecdotal piece of evidence. For instance, a friend of mine, an acquaintance, got a jab and then fell ill. So I'm going to use that anecdotal evidence, piece of evidence, to corroborate my opinion. And I would keep on denying other meta-analysis and other studies that show that in fact there are more benefits than harmful effects. So benefits actually outweigh the risks of vaccination. Another source of information is a person of great authority. So here we use the opinions and points of view of other people who look in a certain way or have scientific titles or come from institutions that we consider to be of high renown. But the problem is that many times using this confirmation effect and denial effect, we're going to hand-pick authorities. So Sylvia Kortan is going to be a person of authority for many people. She is a national consultant on clinical immunology. But for other people, Andrew Wakefield will become a person of great authority, and he is a medical doctor who lost his right to practice, but still he published an article in The Lancet on the correlation between vaccination and autism. But many people remember that, and they do not remember the fact that that article was withdrawn from The Lancet, and he lost his right to practice. But still people remember the information. And that is exactly the sleeper effect. But listening to people of authority is not always a mistake. It's rather a proper thing to do. But what we need to remember is that if someone carries a title or is expert in one field, is not necessarily does not necessarily mean that the same person is an expert in another field of expertise, field of knowledge. And also, science keeps on progressing, so people may have outdated information, or some people have a tendency to present only part of information or biased information. So why do we actually yield to the opinions of people of authority? So we're not experts in all possible fields of knowledge, which is natural, but if we follow authorities, this is what is socially rewarding. Since our early childhood, we're being told that we should listen to the adults, that we should listen to the people with authority. That is rewarded. And if you act otherwise, you shall be punished. And what Milgram shows, shows in his research that if we follow authority, we are relieved of responsibility, which is a comfortable and an easier solution. And the authority effect is strong enough, is so strong that many times it's used to abused. Some people pose as other people of great authority, act as imposters, and many times present the opinions of others as if their opinions, and then such arguments are being used both by followers and opponents, and many times fake news are being published in the name of a famous person, or there are deep fakes. Well, deep fake is a very much advanced type of an operation with the utilization of artificial intelligence. So this is based on processing both the image and the sound, and all of a sudden you come up with an image of a person who says something, allegedly says something, but has never said that, in fact. So here we can see pictures of Donald Trump. So to the left we see the real picture of Donald Trump, to the right we see a conjured up image of Donald Trump, and any teenager with a computer may actually create a video file where Joe Biden would admit stealing the election results in the US, and then this video recording may be posted somewhere on the web pages supported by Donald Trump. Another piece of information is the opinion of the majority. So we follow what others say, what others do. So this is very much following the most popular opinion. It's not always wrong to do so, but we need to remember that if an opinion is a popular one, it's just not to say that it is a truthful one. And many times it's the effect of the vogue or of the times that we live in. But why do we follow the majority? And again, here we have quite a number of different effects, but I would like to mention two of them. The first is the information influence. So we hope that others are reasonable enough that they have taken a decision, a sound decision, taking into consideration all of the pros and contras, and therefore we simply do hope that they've done their homework and we follow suit. So this is the informational influence, but also there is a normative influence, and the normative influence refers to a situation where we really want to belong to a group, if we want to belong to a group. So here we may be afraid of social exclusion and ostracism, and on the other hand we're yearning for approval, for an approval. We need a reward, and so we act as the majority does. Now, information bubbles are related to such informational influences. So an information bubble is a relatively new phenomenon present in the social media and in the internet. The point is that based on our earlier activities online, the cookie files and ads remember the sites we have been visiting, the pictures or we have been viewing, or the authors we have been reading, and later on the AI makes suggestions adjusted to us, which is a good solution. But there is a certain barrier because we do not see any other piece of information. We do not see people who think otherwise. And so this is the effect of false universality. We have this illusionary thinking that everyone thinks just like I do, because the internet starts showing you articles of the people who think like you do. And here an example of a survey that was done in 2017 in the United States of America. There was an actual experiment, so they analyzed how Republicans, which is the red color, and the Democrats, that is the blue color, were publishing different ideological content, various ideological content, and what it shows is that Republicans talk to other Republicans, and this is how they reconfirm their points of view, and Democrats do exactly the same thing. So they exchange exactly the same messages between themselves in their own group, but there is no exchange of information between the two groups. And another source of knowledge is a different sensual experiments. So we base on subjective experiences, but subjective experience is convincing enough to give us a sense of certainty. That is to say, I saw it myself, I experienced that on my own skin, so I know. And but in the case of deepfakes, we cannot actually trust what we see. And here we need to think twice. Is it actually possible that that person would say those words? So what are the risks? First and foremost, our senses may fail. We may be subjected to some illusion. We might think that the sphere in the background is larger than the one up front, but actually, if you measure them, they're exactly the same. But there is an illusion, and you might think that the one in the back is larger. It is not. And sometimes we simply do not see that a content has been meddled with. This is a very famous picture from 2003. It was about the intervention of the United States of America in the Iraq. The same picture may tell a different story. So on the one hand, Americans are oppressors. On the other hand, Americans are saviors, and they bring help. It's just the same picture, two very different stories. And another source, and most reliable source of information, is scientific research or empirical methods. And here we base on observation, on experiments. Such experiments are based on objective and reliable measurements. They are very well described in a very balanced way and an objective way. Such research is peer-reviewed, is being verified. Other peers, scientists, do similar research activities or replicate an experiment. So this, generally speaking, is the best source of knowledge. But still risks and constraints apply. So as far as risks are concerned, it may happen that scientists themselves are not ethical or simply making a mistake. Or it also may happen that this type of knowledge requires for a high level of scientific knowledge, professional knowledge, time and effort. And so some people do not know something, and sometimes they simply do not want to know it because it's all too difficult to learn it. And as far as science is concerned, sometimes we have to admit that there are things that we do not know about. If everything were clear-cut and understood, we would not need to do the research. And what is also important, that science many times shows ambiguous results. In my domain of knowledge, in psychology, we see that we cannot always have one clear answer to a question. For instance, does stress have a positive effect on our cognitive function? It depends. It varies. It depends on the context. It depends on the intensity of an emotion. So sometimes answers are not clear-cut. They're not really comfortable to deal with. We do not have an unambiguous answer, and that's why conspiracy theories are so attractive because they simplify matters that seem to be fuzzy and ambiguous, and they present them in a very clear-cut and attractive way. But why are they attractive? They have this illusionary sense of certainty and knowledge. So it's a very simple answer to a highly complex phenomenon. On the other hand, conspiracy theories help us to shoulder others with responsibilities, to name an enemy. So them are the lobby, them are the IT lobby, and it's easier to blame the others instead of taking a decision and thinking, doing some thinking. And once the enemy is named, the enemy is clear. And if the enemy is clear, then it's easier for me to handle a situation. Otherwise, fears grow stronger. And also, a conspiracy theory means that if I am a person that have found some connections between people, it means that I'm better off, I'm better than the others, I know more than the others, I'm more cognizant of the facts than the others. So this is this effect. And also conspiracy theories focus on non-existing cause and effect links, but the reality is more complex, and sometimes we see illusionary correlations, and conspiracy theories are looking for such links, but they're illusionary. So what can we do about it? How to protect ourselves against fake news? First, we need to look into the source. What are the intentions? What are the objectives of that source of information? We need to read through the entire content, not only the headers, and we need to understand the entire material. Also, we need to verify authors and to see whether they're credible sources of information. Then we need to see into other sources of information, to read other scientists and other researchers. Do they publish exactly the same line of thinking, exactly the same results of similar studies. We also need to check the date of publication to see whether it's still valid. Also, we need to be cognizant of our own biases, because maybe I'm biased myself, maybe I'm already biased to this or that point of view, and when not sure, ask experts. And finally, at the very end, it's important to understand that we need to be open to accepting another point of view, although we do have fears. So conspiracy theories also increase our self-assessment. So if I'm a person that has connected the dots, and once I see all of those connections, it means that I'm better off. I know much more than the others do. And the last effect is that conspiracy theories based on non-existing cause and effect links. But the reality is so complex, and sometimes we deal with illusionary correlations, and conspiracy theories are looking for such correlations. So what can we do about it? So how to protect ourselves against fake news? I think there's been a technical glitch with the recording and some content is being repeated, but I'm interpreting anyway. So we need to consider the credibility of the source. We need to read the entire content, not only the headers. We need to verify the authors and to see if they're credible enough. We need to use some ancillary sources of information. That is to say, do other scientists quote cite this source of information or not? We need to check the date of publication to see whether this information is still valid or not. Also, we have given the confirmation and denial effect. We need to be cognizant of our own biases. Maybe I am already biased against this or that point of view. And the last point, if we're not sure, ask experts. And finally, I would like to leave you with this quote by Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who said that everyone has the right to his or her own opinions, but not to the facts, her own facts. So yes, of course, we may have opinions, but let us try to base our opinions on facts, and the facts need to be verified. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind presentation. I think that you have shown us that sometimes it's very difficult to understand the significance of the fake news, or to tell the difference between truth and fake news. Sometimes it's very difficult to tell the difference, and what helps us is, for instance, thinking about different examples. Let's say I'm having a race with my brother. He's younger, he's stronger, so he wins the race. So how can I tell this story? I may say it's an objective way, and I may say that my brother won and I was the second in that race. Or I may present it in a different way, to present myself in a more beneficial light. So Jakub take the great second place and he's really good shape, but his brother Bruno was merely the last but won. So, or I may actually say that he outperformed all the others. He was the first one to reach the finishing line, and there was a big difference between him and the other sportsmen, but Jakub was the last one on the finishing line. So it's the same situation, the same story, but I presented it in three different ways, and it shows many different aspects. Or we may blur the image of a situation. You don't have to tell lies to make a situation confusing, because the first story and the two other stories, they're all truthful stories. I did not twist the facts. But what I did, I started using some words and I started playing with emotion in such a way to create an emotion, to create an impression. And so already here I started confusing you, and I may have presented some disinformation. In fact, so there are many times subtle ways of presenting such information. Or in social media we have fake news, and those fake news are supported by our lack of knowledge, and sometimes we simply have this propensity of thinking about ourselves as open-minded people. We think that we are experts, as Gregor's effect. It's our psychological need to think of ourselves as wise, good, open people. Are we? So And this is exactly what is being abused by the authors of fake news. But as far as such examples are concerned, in my practice, I more often than not come across some fake news that are very easy to debunk. My favorite fake news is a map that was generated by National Oceanic Administration that was twisted into fake news, because that map shows the distribution of waves after an earthquake that hit against Japan in March 2012, and that was one of the reasons for the Fukushima catastrophe. And that map was showing the height of the sea wave that resulted from the movement of the tectonic plates. But in many information services and even on many social media platforms, that map was used in a different way as a confirmation for the spread of radioactive substances that allegedly leaked from the Fukushima nuclear power plant. But that was not the map about radiation. It was just enough, would suffice to read the legend to the map, and the legend was saying that it was the height of the sea wave in centimeters. So it's enough to read that it's something in centimeters, and of course radiation is not measured in centimeters. It was so easy to debunk, but even that was way too much for many readers. Now let us move on. And now let us talk about the struggle that we may pick up. So how can we actually fight fake news and disinformation? And Julian Dobrowolski is going to speak about it from the NASK. Over to you.
Dobrze. Dzień dobry Państwu.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julian Dobrowolski. I represent NASK, National Research Institute, and today I will be talking to you about how we can fight against disinformation on social media. Will we succeed? We'll see. That's the question I'm going to be asking today. How do we deal with it? How do we approach this topic? Today and yesterday we have emphasized many times that we can come across disinformation in many areas. And this conference is of relevance to all of us as the public, as the society at large. We have partners that we can work with when we try to tackle disinformation, and these partners include global brands that provide digitization, social networking services. I'm referring to Meta, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Google, YouTube, and others. This is what I am going to focus on, and I will shed some light on what is working and what could be working better, because it is our goal to ultimately be able to tackle this issue. So disinformation on social media is something that has been pointed out by politicians and corporate representatives. So the question that arises is, what is the stance of decision makers? So is this information mentioned, for example, in the rules and regulations of social media platform? Is there any reference to this information, for example, in the terms and conditions that must be adhered to by users? So it seems straightforward because, for example, as regards Facebook, Is it possible to combat disinformation on Facebook? Yes. Are there any tools in place? Yes. Do they work? Not entirely. What about Twitter? Does Twitter allow users to combat disinformation? Yes, it does. But there are no tools currently that can be used to fight disinformation. Google, including YouTube, most of all, yes. Something can be done about disinformation. It is allowed, yes. Are there any tools in place? Yes. Do they work? Well, you need to answer for yourselves. However, based on my personal experience and based on your experience, you can decide whether there is anything you can do, and you can test the solutions that are offered by particular platforms. So looking at the terms of use of Facebook, there's a question there. Are there any cases where Facebook removes cases of disinformation? Yes, there are certain circumstances under which Facebook allows for disinformation to be removed. So first, a content must be recognized as, for example, fake news, and that is possible thanks to working with platforms such as Demagog or AFP, the Polish branch of the French press agency. So these are entities that, according to Facebook, operate on an independent basis. They are independent of big corporations, but they have certain tools that they can use in order to fight disinformation. And these tools include notifications made by users. What are the notifications like? I think most of us have at some point reported content published on social networking sites. On Facebook, you get this window which is embedded in every post, and you can report specific content that you find to be alarming, for example. So if you use this functionality, Facebook will ask you, what is it that you want to report? And that's where things get complicated. Because reporting disinformation does not work the same way as reporting content that violates the terms of use, such as, for example, pornography. So this does not result in a report that the user could use to hold the company accountable. And again, as well, there is no feedback for the reporting user about what has been done with this content that they reported. Of course, companies do not disclose information about how their algorithms use, so we can only infer what happens next, but in general the content is then relayed to the system, and this particular content is flagged both for Facebook and for independent fact checkers, which does not mean that the content will be dealt with immediately, because very often it happens that certain types of content are flagged with the intention of getting the content blocked just due to the mere number of reports. So what I believe happens that if you have multiple reports, this information will get noticed, which doesn't mean that fact checkers will actually try to verify that particular piece of information. What about Twitter? Let's look at the terms of use again. Twitter allows certain cases in which disinformation or fake news can be tackled, but there is no definition of such content in the terms of use. So The terms of use refer to manipulated media content, such as deepfake, or resources that can lead to election rigging or election-related manipulation. So this is referred to due to the past experience of the US, due to the fact that due to the controversies that took place in the US in 2016. But again, on Twitter, you can report content on the basis of other circumstances, such as, for example, attempted manipulation. So if particular content is spread as spam, you can report it for it to be removed. This strategy adopted by Twitter probably results from the fact that there are no clear definitions or legal interpretation of disinformation. So there is no clear definition to really identify disinformation in order for it to be removed. And now let's look at what Twitter does. We need to emphasize that just as Facebook, Twitter works with independent third-party fact-checkers, and this cooperation leads to the fact that right now in 3 markets, the US, Australia and North Korea, it's possible to report disinformation-related content. However, this has only been possible since 2021, so it's a trial period. And this also ties in with a different Twitter initiative, which consists in the fact that it's the community that is supposed to really judge and rate content and to react if a content is believed to be alarming. And again, this feature is also being tested. In this slide, you can see examples of fact-checking activity. This is recent activity that took place on Twitter. The photograph that you can see in the left part of the slide is an example of disinformation that relates to protests against the COVID-19 pandemic and sanitary measures that were implemented. However, the actual photo was not taken in Austria, where the protests happened. It was taken in Moscow in the 1990s. So the photograph was incorrectly used, and on the basis of that, independent fact-checkers developed a report so that every person who comes across this particular content can have access to a full review of that particular case. And so, how does it work? So if we see content, if we find content that has been reviewed, it is accompanied by a specific notice that is displayed, and if you click on the notice, you are redirected to the article that really explains the entire context of how the information was used. Same or similar mechanisms are available on Facebook. Clear and transparent information is provided that Facebook fact-checkers actually rate and evaluate a particular piece of content. And this brings me to a very important aspect, an aspect that raises an important question, a question about the factors that are used by fact-checkers who work with those particular social networking sites. How do they prioritize the posts, and how do they select the posts they are going to be working on? Of course, we all realize that this phenomenon is a widespread one. The sheer scale is so massive that you cannot obviously expect fact checkers to be able to deal with every single case of disinformation. That is just wishful thinking. So, of course, service providers work with NGOs and fact checkers, and it's essential, of course, to have such cooperation in place. And it's necessary to make sure that such cooperation is independent and guarantees transparency in what fact checkers do. So the platform actually uses materials developed by particular institutions or NGOs. And now moving on, ladies and gentlemen. As I said at the beginning, I said that all those tools are there, but they do not seem to be working efficiently. And why is that? For example, in the case of Facebook, disinformation or manipulated information, information that has been distorted or tweaked, can be reported. But what happens next is something that is different from what we are accustomed to in terms of regular, normal reporting. So you don't, for example, get feedback if you are a user who reports particular content. So Facebook accepts the report and then passes the report on without giving us a guarantee that this particular issue will be dealt with. So as users who report content, we do not get any feedback, anything that we can use later. On Twitter, every report is directed to the support point, and there you can look through the history of reports along with the information about any activities that have been undertaken. So, for example, if we reported hate speech, after we make the report, we will receive information to the effect that the content has been evaluated by Facebook and Facebook has not found any evidence of breach of the terms of use, or that they have found such evidence and that the content will be removed. Another type of report is reporting fake accounts. In such a case, Facebook generates a report that will be directed to our mailbox, and then if they take any actions, then if they take any action, we'll be informed to that effect. Of course, that is based on anonymity. So, as users who report certain content, we are informed. If we report a fake account, we are informed of the final ultimate decision taken by Facebook in a particular case. If we report fake information, and right now it is possible to do so on the basis of several categories that relate to social issues or medical issues in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic. But still, we will receive no feedback about any further steps in the procedure, so we'll be left in the dark. We'll not know whether anything has happened. Another problem, another constraint is user awareness. And it limits the efforts made to combat fake news and disinformation. Here, for example, you can see information in Polish talking about program rules, and this concerns a program of cooperation with fact checkers. You can see that this is a screenshot that was taken yesterday. This site has been displayed only 1,035 times. I have identified several pages that I consider to be key for this topic I am discussing today, but this particular site was the one which has been most frequently displayed. There were others that, for example, had been displayed for 600 times only. So as you can see, there is no awareness of users, irrespective of the efforts made by fact-checking organizations. So there is no awareness. Users do not really know what is going on, what action is being taken. So we as users are partially to blame here as well. We are not aware of what we can do and where we can look for appropriate, relevant information. And now, Twitter. Polish or European users cannot report disinformation. The only exception is election period. So during election periods, there are additional measures that are put into place in order for the platform to be able to avoid being blamed for contributing to any potential election manipulation. But apart from these exceptions, it's not possible to report content on Twitter. Sometimes the option comes up, but this mainly happens if they are logged in using VPN and they log in as if they were based in a country where such services are now being tested. Or sometimes this option becomes active due to a form error. This happens sometimes in certain forums that are available on Twitter. So there are certain options that come up and then they disappear, and they hint at some additional functionalities that are, for example, available in France or in Germany, where the legislation about removing alarming content online is different. And now let's ask ourselves about what we can do or what we should do. Our past experience shows that the most important thing to do is to deal with legislation. So both citizens and service providers need an anchor, need to have a basis in law in order to take the appropriate action. They need to have a framework within which they will be able to pinpoint content to be flagged or removed. They need to have a legal basis, for example, for removing certain content which is believed to be pernicious. In Poland, we cannot be too proud of ourselves. We don't have any effective solutions in place. However, work is underway. We are also monitoring what the European Parliament is doing, and the Digital Services Act is something we are following closely. The Ministry of Justice is working on the Freedom of Speech Act. So things are happening, but the most important thing to do is to really pinpoint the content that can be treated as harmful from the state's perspective. So it's about adopting a much broader perspective than the perspective adopted in the current debate. So chances are we will be able to do a lot together in Europe. We'll see how it pans out. But anyway, cooperation, education, these are very important next steps. It is important to note the things that are being done by the organizations that I have just mentioned, including Demagog and Fake News.pl. It's also important to note initiatives by gov.pl called Fake Hunter. So on the basis of those isolated projects and local initiatives, we are able to reach an effective scale, to gain momentum in order to combat this phenomenon, this process, which is harmful to the public at large. As regards cooperating with the state institutions, let me tell you that back in 2020, as the pandemic hit, the Ministry of Digitization floated the idea to have a project developed in cooperation with leading media outlets in order to fight disinformation published online. And they focused on disinformation about the COVID-19 pandemic. That was in March, April 2020. Nobody really knew what to expect at the time. Nobody really knew where we were going, where we would end up. Sadly, this initiative failed because such projects require all the parties involved, all the stakeholders, to show maturity. And I think there was a lack of will to cooperate, and cooperation is an essential building block. What you need is cooperation between all the stakeholders and all the parties, forgetting about the things that divide them in order to tackle this massive problem that we are dealing with. And the final aspect is education. Right now, what we need is education. We really need to develop and hone certain skills and competences that are still lacking in the Polish education system. There are certain gaps in knowledge, or there is a skills gap, so to speak, in our education system. I am, for example, referring to programs that would teach people to be critical about sources and information. So these are problems that have been referred to for years by our partners in the West. I'm mostly referring to the UK. After the Skripal case, the UK has been very effective in working using the Stratcom division. So it launches different information and awareness raising campaigns, and it also has education related activities aimed and addressed to young people, because they believe that it's important to start working early on, to start working with school children in order to teach them to be critical about news, to teach them how to verify and pick accurate information. And it might seem obvious, however, it happens that very often even public figures and representatives of the media and representatives of the academic community or academic circles. So you get those people, those figures of authority, and sometimes they themselves fail to verify the information that they provide, that they offer. So we are bombarded by fake news and misinformation also due to that. And if what we hear is in sync with what we believe and what we expect, and that's also the topic of the conference that is taking place at the military academy. So we are talking about that, and it's the phenomenon of social resilience that we need to build. And so education and awareness raising campaigns are being deployed in Poland, and every single initiative of this type is essential. It's exactly what we need. It might seem redundant and repetitive, but we have to remember that we are dealing with a massive problem here in Poland, in Europe, and in general in the West. We need to be able to tackle this problem. and we need to confront it in a mature way. That's all from me. Thank you so very much for your attention. Hopefully I have been able to shed some light on this important problem, and you're welcome to contact me.
Dziękuję bardzo za tę prelekcję. Myślę, że
Thank you very much, and now we understand better what needs to be done so that we as society, as the state, are more effective in fighting disinformation threats. Now, let us move on to the discussion.
zapraszam moich panelistów, którzy
I would like to invite the panelists who are going to join us and online, and the first question goes to Thomas Canetta. Namely, you mentioned quite a number of activities that could be done on social media platforms so as to fight fake news. But what do you think about deplatforming, that is, removing a person from a social media platform? How about deleting some authors from platforms? That was the case last year when Donald Trump's account on Twitter was suspended. So what do you think of this type of an activity?
Hi, thank you again for having me here, and thank you for the question. It's a very hard question. I think that removing should be the last resort, and also suspending accounts. Of course, if we are talking about actual people and not, bots and other kind of fake accounts. But if the account is real and the actor spreading disinformation is a person, I think that the removal should be really the last resort. Maybe we can think about examples of people making money through this information. That, in that case, I agree that they should be removed. But if we think about the high numbers, the huge volume of disinformation and misinformation, that is disinformation spread without the intention to do so, I think that we will end up removing thousands and thousands of people from the social media. And that, it seems to me, quite extreme. I fear it would be not very effective in the end, also because if some amount of people have some distorted belief, it's better to know that and have the means to fight the good fight instead of just removing them and ignoring their existence. Of course, if they are, leader of groups, so they are super spreaders or of disinformation, that kind of action could be proportionate. But I have very fear, the superpower of online platform on one hand and of states on the other. I think we should be really careful in putting on the line the freedom of the persons. So without having a trial of sorts, how can we remove an account if not in front of huge violation? Of course, the case of Donald Trump, it's quite self-explanatory. He was the president of the United States, have millions and millions of followers, and at some point he was spreading very, not only false, but dangerous messages. Think about the results in the assault to the Palace of the Government in Washington, D.C. So that was a case, a very extreme case. But I don't think that should become the rule in this situation. I prefer to, interact with the people, interact with the false contents, give context to them, talk to the person, educate them, confront them, and probably in the long term, it's a better option in my opinion.
And what do you think about astrofitting? That is when we have an army of bots, an army of artificial accounts, so as to make a message more popular. So how do social media deal with such army of bots today?
Not well enough, I think. We know for sure that there are these kind of bots, and now we have also different instruments to detect the presence of bots on social media. And I think that when we have these armies of bots, they should be destroyed as soon as possible. And I think that regarding this topic, we should put more pressure as civil society, but also as governments on the platforms to be more careful in giving access to their platform to users if they are not absolutely sure that they are humans. And once they are inside the ecosystem and you have many bots, you can actually detect if they are having a strange behavior, a suspect behavior. In those cases, I think that justice should be very swift, and those accounts should be removed as soon as possible, because they are actually, spreading disinformation in the context of a hostile action from, I don't know if foreign states fostering their propaganda or any other malicious actor. So in this case, absolutely, I think drastic measures are absolutely what we need.
Thank you. And the next question is to Dr. Jabłońska. We speak a lot about education, that we need to train people since early childhood about critical thinking, about being attentive, about sources of information. So how to do that? How shall we instill this habit in a young person? How to train young people to be critical in the information and content that they receive on an everyday basis? Thank you for this question. Let me begin by saying that the critical thinking or critical analysis of psychological texts, it's the subject that is relatively new. It appeared in our curriculum merely 3 years ago, which is way too late. So the university training is all too late for this type of knowledge. This should be done much earlier on. I think even at the level of a primary school. In the internet, we do have some educational materials that may be used by pedagogues and by teachers. How about educational games? For instance, fake news, good to know. And this is how a child, in a simple way, in an accessible way, will learn about fake news, how to trace fake news, how to recognize it, and what to do about it. As far as the GCSE exams are concerned, this is the secondary education exams are concerned, well, this is where critical reading skills are tested. But is it tested in a proper way? Because we need to have some proper skills, and we need to have some knowledge about that, and we have to understand who says, what is being said, and how that is being communicated, and what is the intent of the author. So first and foremost, we need to see whether that person is a credible source of information. Does that person present credible arguments? Or maybe this is highly emotional content, or maybe this is just gaudy, colorful piece of information, but is it actually backed with some truthful information? And also, critical thinking it's a matter of a certain attitude. The attitude being that I should be critical about the content that I receive. Of course, I base that on my own knowledge, but I have to be critical. Critical is not necessarily being negative. No, it is not. It's simply saying, convince me. So this is what we need to teach children, or even high schoolers or students. We need to teach them to focus on real arguments. So if there is information, how about piece of evidence? So is that really a piece of evidence? So that is the skill that is a really good one. And what do you think? Is it easier to run this type of education with people who have not yet had contact with fake news, have not yet been exposed to fake news on social media? Or maybe we should focus on more mature users who have already had personal problems with fake news because there may be cognitive dissonance. For instance, I may say that you believe that fake news, but then that person may object, and that person, quite on the contrary, will start defending his or her point of view. So which target audience is easier to reach out with this type of education? Of course, it's easier to start early on. So the sooner, the better. Start with children. Even yesterday, I was verifying this information on how people in different age groups treat fake news. And the Gallup research in the United States of America shows that young people, I mean up to the age of 25 years old, they grew up in the social media. It's their everyday life. They use social media on an everyday basis, but they are critical. They know that social media have advantages and disadvantages. They know that social media may be false, so they do not actually trust it so much. But the biggest problems, as far as believing information is concerned, and the biggest problems with the spread of disinformation is the case of older people. Because the elderly use the social media, but they do not know the social media so well. And therefore, they are more trustful. They trust what is written. They trust the mass media. They trust the radio. They trust the TV. And therefore, they also trust the social media. And I've been thinking how to convince and what needs to be done so as to convince an elderly person, 60-plus person, who use the social media. And within that group, in the United States of America in 2016, as far as the presidential campaign is concerned, those are the people who are spreading false information, not the youth. The youth are actually more or less fine. However, from my point of view, we need to think about the elderly and what to do about them. Thank you. And now the next question to Mr. Dobrowolski. So we've been saying that one of the remedies that we can undertake is having independent fact checkers who would verify the credibility of information being posted. And but who is guarding the guardians? How to make sure that the fact-checkers are diligent people and that they do their job correctly? How to recruit them? How to do that? So what do you think about fact-checkers and checking the fact-checkers? Well, thanks for this question. Now, well, I disagree. What would you say? It's not that fact-checkers have to take care of the platforms. No, they are taking care of the content available and posted on a platform. But the platforms must be managed, or rather taken care of by the state. Because now we're speaking of a really large scale of operations, because platforms are now global providers of content, and platforms are global players now, and that means that now the state has to provide for a more monitoring function, because fact-checkers, they need to be critical, they need to be very objective with regard to the platforms and content providers, but of course, but then we, as we read the social media, we need to have some faith. We need, and if competences are not enough of a fact checker, then what remains to be done is to believe. Of course, we may have some international certificates that help us to fight disinformation, but we need to know and we need to believe that these fact checkers are actually independent and objective, and that they are not on the payroll of that particular company. So the question is, why would then a company cooperate with the company X and the company Y, but not company Z? So perhaps what would be a better solution is that we will have a group of independent fact checkers. Then they might be verified by the market, but we may have another group of fact-checkers who represent specific states. So apart from local fact-checkers, or like the demagogue, what we have here, or OFP, for instance, that cooperates with Facebook on several markets, I think Facebook should cooperate just like other platforms, social media platforms, YouTube, and generally speaking, Google, because fact-checking is also done in the context of browsers. So I think they need to cooperate with groups that are related to states. So there are such ideas that are being considered both by state authorities and by the content providers. And it's not about that having a ministry of truth. No, it's not about establishing a ministry of truth, but it's about having some semi-state institutions. How about universities? How about research institutes? How it's not crypto advertising of scientific centers, but perhaps they ought to be partners. Maybe they should provide for a relatively large group of people who may participate in fact-checking work. So in your presentation, there was this idea that Poland is not really doing well with fake news. We're not really managing this information well, and you have made references to other countries. You mentioned the UK. How about other examples in Europe or around the world that we may use? Because here in Poland, we're trying to develop a system that will help us to find fake news and disinformation. So whom should we follow? Well, as far as our neighbors are concerned, well, the UK is a somewhat different type of an example. But we may think of the Baltic states and Estonia, Latvia. This is where they do the job, and Lithuanians are already starting well. And I think that we're not doing well so far, but it is not to say that everyone else is doing well. Every country has a problem or problems to deal with, but I think we could do better. We could be more effective if we study the experience of our partners. So, for instance, Lithuania runs some operations, and our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has a Stratcom, and they cooperate with Lithuanians. And this is how we could do much more, given the potential of Poland and given the scale of influence. And I think we could do much more and much more effectively. I think that the British, they also say they could do much more, given what they're facing. So I think that unfortunately we are going to be one step behind always. Thank you. Thank you all very much for sharing your opinions. Thank you for your kind attention. Now it's a break, and we are resuming at 1:40. Many thanks and bye-bye.
Sprawdzanie poziomów pól elektromagnetycznych w Twoim otoczeniu to nie wyprawa w kosmos. C2PEM. Tylko wiarygodne dane.
Working together to connect. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields are all around us. These invisible waves send information between base stations and devices, connecting us without the use of wires. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields, or RF EMF, transmit information wirelessly to our cell phones and Wi-Fi enabled devices. In 2019, there were 8.3 billion mobile phone subscribers globally. If roughly every 1,000 subscribers need one cellular mast, that would mean that there are more than 8 million base stations around the world. With the growing number of cellular stations, wireless technologies and devices, are there health effects associated with RF EMF? This public concern surrounding RF EMF exposure limits creates a challenging health issue for regulators, service providers, and wireless equipment suppliers. RF EMF exposure levels, which are monitored around the world, consistently show low levels of exposure relative to international RF EMF levels. There is no evidence that RF EMF exposure below the international limits has adverse health effects. More and more countries refer to international RF EMF exposure limits. However, many governments face pressure to do more to address public concerns. ITU members have co-created a report on human exposure to RF EMF. The report focuses on science-based policies, guidelines, regulations, and assessments. It provides guidance to policymakers to avoid unnecessary restrictive regulations, which could negatively impact information and communication services. The best practice for administrations is to limit the exposure levels to the threshold specified in the ICNIRP, International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, Guidelines 2020. WHO advises against introducing new limits in addition to the existing science-based limits, as it undermines the credibility of the science and exposure limits. And ICNIRP Guidelines 2020 say additional measures won't benefit people's health. The report recommends raising community awareness to reduce unnecessary public concerns and provides best practices from many countries. There is more work to be done to ensure that people can connect to essential digital services, knowing that they're protected and informed. Working together to connect. www.itu.int.
Sprawdzanie poziomów pól elektromagnetycznych w Twoim otoczeniu to nie wyprawa w kosmos. SWPS. Tylko wiarygodne dane.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam na kolejnym.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the next panel in this conference. This time round, we'll be talking about fake news regarding medicine and the healthcare system. These topics have become extremely relevant recently. During the coronavirus pandemic, we are bombarded by fake news related to the coronavirus infection and vaccination programs. It is getting dangerous. It is getting dangerous for our life, our lives, our health, and our economies. So we will first hear from Professor Karolina Sieroń, who will be talking about reading research in a way that will allow us to glean some useful knowledge while at the same time avoiding generating fake news through misinterpretation. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you for inviting me to address this topic, which is quite complex. If you invite somebody to deliver a talk about COVID or the ischemic heart disease, it seems obvious because you know the topic, you know what you should be talking about. However, this topic I am approaching, which is reading research for those who resist, it seems very difficult and complex. Of course, right now we can even carry out research related to our presence here. Yes, we can do that, but we have to define our objectives. What are our objectives? My objective is to address you in a way that will allow you to understand what I'm saying. In order to pursue that goal, first, I should look at the methods that I'm going to implement in order to achieve my goal. And I hope that I will be able to pass on the information that I have in a comprehensive way. Then there will be time for discussion in order for me to find out whether you agree with me or not, whether what I've said was presented in a comprehensive and straightforward way, or was it all confusing and obtuse, too difficult to understand for anyone. And then the final step is the step related to conclusions. In our research, we ask questions and we hope to get specific answers to those questions that we posed at the beginning. If we want to discuss research, we should start with definitions, and that's what I did. I started with the definition of scientific research because I wanted to really identify what research is and who researchers are. Scientific research means the activity of specialized scientific workers, institutions, and organizations that are carried out methodically in accordance with procedures in order to arrive at statements, discoveries, and inventions that can be accepted and then passed on to other target groups in a given discipline, so that it can become a basic component of science in its dynamic functional aspect. So, according to the Polish, one of the leading Polish encyclopedias, research must be carried out taking as its basis observation, measurement, experiment, and research into historical sources. Verification is also important. Falsification of hypotheses is a possible element, substantiation of claims, as well as scientific theory building. Is this what a researcher or a scientist is like? This is the stereotype that we have in our head. So this is, of course, a man who was a true genius, but you can see him depicted here in an old sweater. But despite the appearances, He was a man of a very bright mind who really contributed a lot to science. So what and who is a scientist? What is the nature of the work of scientists? Are we talking about people who wear dashing suits, or are we talking about crazy-looking scientists with unkempt hair? So a scientist, to my mind, is, and according to the definitions, is a person working scientifically, an expert in a certain field of science using appropriate scientific methods in his research, a person seeking answers to questions that so far nobody has answered. Can we really talk about the scientific profession? It's difficult because there are very few people who only deal with pure scientific research, because right now we expect science to be disseminated, to be popularized, to be passed on to the general public. So a scientist is characterized by insightfulness in distinguishing between apparently identical things. A scientist has the ability to associate apparently unrelated things. A scientist has a critical approach to recognizing truths and falsehoods. Of course, scientists must be passionate about what they are doing if they want to excel at science, if they want to be creative. And of course, we do expect scientists to be creative. So scientists need to have research passion, and that's something that cannot be planned or commanded. That's something that you are born with. So it must be somewhere there. So even if a scientist leaves and goes on vacation, science is still there in their heart and at the back of their mind. So I think that we should simply, and scientists should simply keep calm and keep on doing their research. And now let's look at the sources of information that we have about scientific accomplishments. So there are papers, journals, and other publications that discuss research results, but very often they refer to excerpts only. They do not publish the entire study with all the important components, such as the purposes, the methodology, and the conclusions. For example, you have this article from a tabloid about a new discovery by researchers in Jerusalem. So this seems to be a scientific theory. So in this article, we get information about a group of scientists who do their work and they publish the results, but we don't really have access to the details. But you could say that this is also a quote about actual scientific research. Another example, does the electromagnetic field cause radiation? Yes, but does that radiation generate or lead to cancer, for example, brain cancer? Not necessarily. So how do we find the right sources of information? I am a medical doctor, so I would like to refer you to PubMed, which is one of the most popular databases in the world that brings together scientific reports and articles that have been published in recognized peer-reviewed papers. Of course, these databases sometimes also include articles of lesser scientific value. So the science and research can be interventional or observational. Such studies should be directed by both physicians and non-physician researchers. However, a physician must cooperate with researchers in order to publish the results. So research teams should include medical doctors, but should also include other researchers. What are the types of research? You have empirical studies, you have quantitative research studies that takes the form of numbers and raw data that focuses on processes, and we also have qualitative research. In terms of basic research in science, let me give you the definition. It's understood as experimental or theoretical work undertaken primarily to acquire new knowledge of the fundamentals of phenomena and observable facts without orientation towards specific applications or use. So that means that research is done in order to be completed without any consideration about its possible or potential future application. As I was getting ready to deliver this talk, I found this nice picture, which I would like to share with you because it reflects our daily lives. It's the shamanic pyramid of evidence. Where do we get our information from? We pay attention to specific information because that's something that strikes us, that impresses us and affects us. Or we can, for example, say that we've learned about something because we were told so by a guy we met at the gym, or because our grandma had told us so, or we had heard the news, for example, at the hairdressers or at the beauty salon. So very often we hear such information and we start believing in them, and we believe that they actually represent actual research results. The truth, however, is that yes, there is a specific pyramid that refers to scientific research. However, at the very bottom, you have the most numerous group of papers, including case reports. For example, case reports about a rare disease or a rare surgical procedure. Then the next step, you have animal trials and in vitro studies. Then you have cross-sectional studies, case control studies, and meta-analyses at the top. Of course, they are few and far between. However, they are the most valuable types of research because meta-analysis is a review of different papers, a number of papers that refer to, for example, the application of a particular drug in a particular condition. And using the meta-analysis, you can actually evaluate the accomplishments of the researchers and you can draw relevant conclusions. And now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we can have a different approach. For example, you can have that there is certain information that has not been filtered enough and that do not constitute valuable evidence. Or you can have information that has been confirmed as reliable. And so that's why in medicine, there is this system that has been developed that is referred to EBM, evidence-based medicine. Of course, there are many recommendations and guidelines in medicine, and you can have different guidelines published by different medical societies. You have different guidelines published by the Polish Cardiac Society, you have other guidelines published by the European Society, and yet another guideline can be published by the global counterpart. And that's why we have this evidence-based medicine system. What does it mean? It means that we take into account the facts that are reported in literature, the facts reported by clinicians, and we also take into account the needs of the patient. And in this way, the evidence-based medicine approach was developed. There are other terms that should be mentioned here. For example, there are certain terms that are only used in Polish, but however, it all boils down to the same thing, to really using facts as the basis. And you have various tiers or levels. The first level of evidence is evidence from properly designed and conducted clinical trials, and the fourth level is evidence gained from experience collected in clinical practice. And you also have strength recommendations varying from A to C. A is evidence from at least one randomized clinical trial, and level C is evidence developed despite the lack of directly relevant good quality research. So if you have recommendation 1A, we can say that it's the most powerful, the strongest type of recommendations. When we discuss scientific research, we should really look at the most frequent type of research that is conducted, and that is research into cell lines. So cell line studies. A lot of research is being carried out involving animals, and of course that is becoming a controversial issue because we have many movements and campaigns of animal rights defenders, and sometimes they say that animals suffer for science, but sometimes it's just impossible to close the gap between cell line studies and human studies without involving animals. And that's why ethics committees were appointed to supervise studies involving both animals and humans. the ethics committees dealing with animals and animal rights in science are quite active, and they have limited the number of such studies that are allowed. 2005 was a watershed moment, because before 2005 a lot of studies with animals were authorized, and after 2005 this changed because the committees now include many members representing different backgrounds and communities, including animal rights defenders. The committees must also include veterinary surgeons to ensure that the studies are conducted correctly. The veterinarian must really supervise the entire procedure of the study. There are also ethics committees that evaluate studies in humans, and they evaluate, for example, whether the studies have been correctly planned. For the last 2 years, we have seen the perfect storm related to the current COVID-19 pandemic and the way in which the condition can be treated, and people are also discussing vaccinations and other aspects. There are discussions about possible treatments and possible vaccines, but as we work on such drugs, we need to really strike a balance between the pros and cons. So we know what we are after. We want to treat the disease, of course, but every drug can be potentially harmful, and you have to come to terms with that. You have to expect the fact that every single drug can potentially damage a particular organ or even an entire system. OTC drugs, that's something I'm not going to discuss at length, because of course a lot is being told, a lot is being said about them in the media, and such drugs, for example, include paracetamol, which seems perfectly harmless, but if you abuse it, it might be harmful as well. Professor Druzd said that we all like to experiment, learn new things. However, the more difficult the path, the more rewarding it becomes. And now moving on to the benefits of research, I have to emphasize that research, of course, is about theoretical work, but it leads to achievements in technology, in medicine, and in many other realms. Let's remember that right now there are specific indicators that are used to describe the quality of scientists and their work. For example, you have the citation index or the IF index, the so-called impact factor, which is determined on the basis of the number of publications in peer-reviewed journals. There are sometimes journals that do not really warrant a high impact factor. Of course, it also depends on the actual area of your research. So anyway, you have the impact factor, you have the citation index, and also draw your attention to the fact that until the mid-18th century, the annual citation rate of scientific publications did not increase by more than 1% per year. Until the interwar period of the 20th century, the rate was 2 up to 3%, and between 2012 and 2015, the rate was at the level of 8 up to 9%, so you can see that the rates are rising. In Poland, we have the punctuation and points awarded by specific ministries, which means that you need to publish in specific journals that are included in lists developed by the Ministry of National Education. This is the address of PubMed, which is quite popular among scientists. We also have other types of indicators, including the Hirsch Index, which is yet another index. In 2005, Jorge Hirsch implemented or introduced this index that actually reflects the track record of scientists. So it looks at the whole picture rather than a single paper. Because yes, for example, you can have a scientist who publishes a paper in Nature, which of course is a very prestigious and an outstanding journal that has been published since 1869. It was created by Norman Lockyer. So, of course, if you publish something in Nature, that's just sometimes a scientist's dream, because its impact factor is around 38. So sometimes it's enough to publish a single paper in Nature, and then you can qualify or meet the conditions in order to be named professor in your country. Anyway, that's just one journal. But how should we look at scientific research? How should we think and verify research? First of all, we need to be skeptical. You need to verify whether a particular study has actually been done. We really should also look at the hierarchy of scientific evidence, but we do not do it on an everyday basis. We basically draw some cliched and hackneyed conclusions. But very often I am confronted with certain statements, so to speak, controversial ones. Even my colleagues, peers who know what I specialize in, they tend to tell me, I don't really agree that EMF exists. I don't agree with the fact or the thesis that it actually works. So these people are scientists, but they don't really have the basis, they don't have the expertise in this field. Maybe they're saying this just to open a debate or a discussion, but if you want to discuss certain things, you have to be an expert of sorts, so you need to know what you're talking about and why. Anecdotal, scientific anecdotes are valid as well. Logical claims, press reports, these are things that we can all use as our basis of our work. You also have prior probability and hard evidence, which is important, but you need to remember that every single thesis and statement can be undermined if you use the right arguments. But of course, in this way, you can open a discussion. If you are a wise scientist, you know how to discuss things. Scientific research, analysis, reports, and clinical trials are also types of research I'd like to mention. Meta-analyses, that's something that is of the greatest value. And now, of course, we have to remember that if something is a hard fact, that doesn't mean that it cannot be the subject of discussion, that it cannot be undermined. But again, as I said, you can also say that somebody can find research to prove one point, and then somebody else will find research to prove the exact opposite. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. Now we know so much more what to do about scientific research and how to read the scientist and what to think about the scientists whom we see and read in the internet. And now it's over to Maja Romanowska. And she's going to talk about the hashtag Prawda ulicy, that is the truth of the streets. So how to use Twitter to present scientific knowledge. Hello, my name is Maja Romanowska. I'm Infotech Manager of the WHO. I work at Implementation Research and I specialize in infectious diseases related to poverty. And today we are going to talk about infodemic in the internet and how can we fight disinformation in the Twitter or on some other social media platforms. So to begin with, social media are a dominating source of information, overwhelming source of information for millions of people. Social media is ubiquitous. We receive most of information on weather, culture, sports, and everything else from the social media. This is where we find out about the pandemic, politics, and international situation. It's the social media that shape the way how key events are broadcast and interpreted by people. The speed of transfer of information has changed so quickly, and so much progress has been done within several years. So within minutes we know about shootings in Las Vegas, as was the case in 2017. So 10 minutes after the first shots were fired, when the world knew already about that. And within seconds we may find out about the results of scientific discoveries and results of scientific research. So undoubtedly this is a great achievement of our days, but unfortunately this is a problem as well. the people have problems with critical thinking. People do not know how to tell the difference between veritable and false information. That's a real problem. And today I'm going to talk about the infodemic, that is to say how disinformation is being spread by the internet users and what happens not only in the virtual world. So how to fight disinformation. Infodemic is an excess of information, both good and inappropriate information. The first time that term was used was in 2003, but now this word has a new notion. SARS-CoV-2 pandemic has led to an avalanche of information, and it's the first time in history that we have received so much information on such a scale that it is not possible to encompass this information. On the 31st of March 2020, WHO, together with the United Nations, declared that infodemic is a phenomenon that is accompanying the pandemic. Infodemic means too much information on a specific topic. There may be an influx of information due to an incident such as a pandemic, and in such a situation, disinformation and gossip appear together with the manipulated information with ill intentions, and then this effect is augmented by social media. Thus, this information is spread quicker, faster, and further, like a virus. And in the infodemic, we will deal with disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation. So misinformation is information that is being spread, but not with any specific purpose in mind. For instance, misquoting scientific data. Disinformation is some false information that is being spread with a certain purpose in mind. So this information is being spread to gain something. The third type of disinformation is malinformation. So this is information that is mixed with true information, but is presented in a twisted way. And every one of us, almost every one of us, has got an account in social media, so we share information about the events in our family and professional lives. We find out from friends and family about events that matter to them, and also we're looking for information about international, national and local events. So social media help us to have a better contact with science. Twitter is used a lot by public persons, by politicians, diplomats and journalists. Twitter accounts have newspapers, state institutions, companies and celebrities, but also scientific institutions, and accounts that belong to famous people may be run by professionals. And the mass media and social media have a lot of influence on the course of the pandemic due to the way they deal with information. Uncontrolled information is directed to users, and sometimes this information is generated by people, sometimes this information is generated by the AI. The Twitter information may be true, may be false, just like with Twitter accounts. They may be true, they may be false. And on Twitter, we may find experts in many different domains, but the COVID-19 pandemic has led to an effect that there are so many people who claim to be experts in medicine and pandemic, and the world of science sometimes speaks the language that is difficult to understand. So there is a communication gap, and that gap has been filled in by cheaters, manipulators, and charlatans, missionaries, and politicians. And how? So why the infodemic exacerbates the pandemic? The social media and the mass media are currently the main carrier of knowledge. They pass on information, but also create the way this disinformation is being received. Disinformation means responsibility for the decisions taken by people due to the use of false data. Many people take wrong decisions when they trust the so-called experts in the mass media or in the social media. And in fact, it's the social media and mass media who should be held responsible for spreading misinformation. Censorship is not the best way, but the total control over the content is not the proper way out. Freedom of speech is a valuable thing. Poland has experienced censorship on many different occasions, and we do cherish the right to speak. But rights mean responsibilities. Disinformation may be controlled, but it cannot be removed. The freedom of speech is not the right to speak without consequences and to utter any content. And undoubtedly, people should be held responsible for spreading disinformation and spreading harmful information. So, what are the techniques of disinformation? People in the internet manipulate different sources of information in many different ways, and people are trying to lure their readership. They twist the facts, they mislead purposefully, they present things that are not facts as if they were facts, or they present something that they claim to be current facts. They used to be facts but no longer are. Sometimes they present conjured up information of people. Sometimes we are maintaining contact with a person, but then it turns out that the person is not a real person, although it's being presented as a real person or as an expert. And the views of such a person are presented as a real opinion, a real person. And sometimes they quote results of research that have never taken place, or maybe a research was carried out but 10 to 15 years ago. So manipulating data, including statistical data, in order to draw conclusions is something that is very much popular on Twitter, for instance. And other very important methods of disinformation is tweaking the content, manipulating the interviews, creating false quotes of experts or celebrities, presenting disinformation in the mass media is something that is being supported by most of the population, using bots to augment the visibility of certain narrative in the mass media, but also representing disinformation narrative as a concealed truth. And techniques of disinformation means infiltrating recognized group in social media, chats, fora, and the spread of false information and conspiracy theories. Also, it's augmenting some extreme views, opinions, or voices, so as to affect the emotions. And also, there are many cases of manipulating the opinions of the readers by using drastic imagery and also using emotional information so as to spread some type of information. So we have trolling and we have clickbait as well. And we have many different ways of affecting the emotions of the readers, and this is how they confuse the readers and the users of the internet. Twitter means that a message is to be sent within 280 characters, and such problems of being concise had been there before the internet, but now we have infodemic that helps us to evaluate information related to health available in the internet. And also we need to understand how does the public opinion perceive the knowledge of experts. Also, we need to carry out research, quantitative research, that describe how links are spread, and those are the links to the web pages with low level of credibility. But also we may use meta-computing capabilities, and now that this is quite a popular research method. Earlier, during the previous crisis situations, Twitter was used as a crisis response measure. And during a situation of crisis, there is little information, and information is sought for, and the social media allow for critical flow of information due to their character, which is collaborative network. But however, the structure of the network affects the type of information that is being spread. For instance, it has been that Reddit reflects the structure of real communities such as political parties, and they also characterize the dynamics of the exchange of information within different groups of users. Also, we have users who publish misleading information, and many times they are very well linked to other people. Retweets and sites help to understand the structure of the network. However, such links are many times unambiguous, and therefore it is important to see retweeting. Retweeting usually means that a retweeting person agrees with what is being said by the original author. And in the case of crisis situations, such as the Zika pandemic in 2016, the flow of information with the use of social portals, including Twitter, was regional and limited to certain regions. But in the case of COVID-19 pandemic, due to the fact that the virus has spread all over the world within weeks, Twitter has become the main source of information for experts and medical personnel, healthcare professionals, and credible sources such as peer-reviewed literature and official channels of communication proved to be all too slow to be useful. But this positive role of Twitter was quickly marred by the spread of low quality of information and conspiracy theories. The peak of infodemic was the period when COVID-19 pandemic broke out, and the analysis of 350 million tweets helped us to analyze the way information was being spread, to analyze the quality and quantity of this information. And on this slide, we see a community of 1 million users. It's a small community, and those groups are rather enclosed, and some tweets are retweeted and cited within a specific group, which is a rather homogeneous group.
Następny slajdzik będzie tu. 12 kont odpowiedzialnych za dezinformację.
So we found 12 accounts responsible for disinformation, and in 95% of cases, disinformation in the internet is being spread by merely 12 accounts. The 12 accounts are responsible for disinformation in Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. And only 2 of those accounts have been permanently removed, and only from one platform. And research shows that the social media outlets do not react to notifications on spreading false information. The Instagram algorithm promotes disinformation by recommending those accounts that are popular. But those accounts, at the same time, are anti-vaccination propagators accounts, and the 12 accounts had 59.2 million followers. And to fight disinformation actively, we would need to remove those accounts, to flag them in any way possible, and the information being spread by those 12 accounts should be flagged, and the users should be warned that they are spreading false information, even prior to COVID-19. Sharing the links to scientific research was a popular modus operandi to prove a point, and all skeptics and anti-vaccination groups and Also, disinformation activists were using such sharing of links, but the pandemic shows that decentralized and fragmentarized and generally available internet-based literature give a possibility to manipulate and also to tweak the conclusions and pieces of evidence, sharing links to articles with the slogan, with the motto, switch on your thinking, border with science fiction. They also link to other web pages and communicators and messages. They mix facts with fantasy. And a very good example of such manipulation was Mr. Dan Stock, who in the beginning of 2021 in January said that wearing masks was harmful. Mr. Stock called himself a private GP, and he said that wearing mask was more harmful than catching COVID-19, and that he said the vaccination was dangerous. And his recording was very quickly spread all over the social media, and it was presented by intros on the YouTube and on Facebook, and people were spreading information that was attached, and they added links to 22 scientific articles. That was to corroborate his words. 10 of those articles were from the National Institute of Health and 2 from the New England Journal of Medicine. One of those articles was an article with face masks in the COVID-19 era, a health hypothesis. So that caused the effect that debunking was not actually possible, because even once that article was removed, had been removed, still those articles were still available on Facebook, Google, and Twitter. So debunking Mr. Stock's claims is very difficult until today, and these articles are still there in the internet. Just like the physics of space and time tunnels that allegedly give a possibility of moving space and time. Likewise, people use the temporal dimension of the presence of information in the internet. They link it with information that is no longer valid or already discredited, has already been discredited, and sometimes they're purposefully selected and present that information in the new context. This tactic is very effective when the interlocutors use alternative facts with regard to treatment of COVID, vaccination, or the use mRNA technology. Counteracting that calls for common efforts to be undertaken by journalists, scientists, journals, scientific journals, as well as social media platform and fact checkers. The use of printed articles prior to peer-to-peer review is not the solution to this problem, because whatever is in the net lives forever. And so the role of the internet platforms and of social media and communicators and messengers is not to impose restrictions on it. The point is not to censor, because to do that we need regulation on the national level. So what can we do? Naming the problem is not solving the problem yet. We need some solutions, but there are no simple solutions. To fight disinformation, we need cooperation of all of the stakeholders, receivers, the internet users, the mass media, including the traditional mass media. We need politicians, medical doctors, and scientists to be on board. Solving this problem censorship will not solve the problem. We need to look for common solutions together, and we need to find the ways of quick fact-checking. For instance, it turns out that false information on Twitter is spread 70% faster than truthful information. So false information in a shorter period of time will reach out to many more users. And also sometimes we did an experiment, and we purposefully spent some false information to a group of users, and later on we sent information to them with the correction of this information. Later on, those users were asked about that information, and although they knew that that information was wrong, they still quoted it as true. So and sometimes when false information is being sent out, it needs to be flagged as false information so that people are made aware of it. And so once they face such misinformation, they may discard it. So what can we do? 3 steps can be taken. The publishers should invest in preventive measures so as to prevent the use of scientific articles, research, and scientific papers in disinformation campaigns. Also, it is important to inform the public opinion which information is true and which is false. Also, we need to impose a duty to provide the date of a publication or to present a larger context for each publication with each URL that is being generated. Also, we need to start cooperation with governments, mass media outlets, and social media outlets. Publishers, scientific publishers, should start cooperation with other stakeholders responsible for the mitigation of misinformation and disinformation. So they need to start cooperation with the mass media, social media, and, when necessary, with governments. Such simple steps as cooperation may help. It's also important to provide for cooperation with the fact checkers. Thus, we could create a repository of knowledge about the misuse of a research, and such cooperation may include more complex and strategic efforts such as developing better methods for content moderation and perhaps some rules that will help us to stop the spread of disinformation. And by this I shall conclude. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I do hope that you have become more interested in the infodemic, and please visit us at SHL every Friday. There we meet the representatives of science and the mass media, and we inform on new discoveries in the world of medicine, and we talk about infodemic. Thank you very much for this presentation. Indeed, infodemic is a notion loaded with meaning. I myself remember, as 1 year ago in the internet there was this gossip that someone's aunt from the army or from the security service was threatening with shutting Warsaw down. Months later, Warsaw is still out there open. But the fake news are there, they are in our reality, and they may stir emotions.
Let's talk medicine again. Let's talk about science and about technically learning things from science. And let's talk about how not to confuse theories with facts. We will hear from Dr. Grzegorz Tatoń of the Medical College of the Jagiellonian University in Kraków.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie, nazywam się Grzegorz Tatoń.
My name is Grzegorz Tatoń. I represent the Medical College of the Jagiellonian University in Kraków, and I was asked to deliver a presentation about the ways in which research should be carried out, especially as regards research into the effects of EMF on human health. In terms of the impact of EMF on human health, I think this is a topic that is gaining in relevance, and it has gained in relevance especially since a few years back. And I have emphasized the year 2016 here. It has been marked in purple in this slide. So this is the turnaround point, because this is when we started looking into how EFM influences human health, and we started working on the 5G Act that was supposed to regulate issues related to telecommunications in Poland. We were asked to get involved in this dialogue, in this discussion, And we became witnesses and participants to this discussion, and maybe some would even call it a dispute. So there were meetings between representatives of the media, the local authorities, and NGOs, so the civic partners. And there are some general conclusions to be drawn about how the society perceives the work of scholars and scientists. It seems that at least some of the problems that are identified in such debates about the impact of EMF on human health result not only from the misinterpretation of the potential impact on human health, but they also result from misinformation or faulty information about how science and research work. And that is the case not only for the general public, it is a problem that affects all parties and stakeholders taking part in this debate. Very often I hear people claim that it's the society, the public, that does not understand what's going on. I think most of the parties involved have problems with really understanding the mechanisms that are at play. So in our work, we tried to define certain objective parameters that would allow us to describe the qualitative and quantitative impact of EMF on human health. And as part of this first task, we tried to identify the impact of IMF on fluctuations in cardiac rhythm, blood flow, and tension, and we also investigated the sense of sight. We looked at oscillations in temperature caused by holding a coal, a regular coal. So we looked at temperature on the face, on the skin, and on the earlobe. We tried to verify whether the EMF had an impact on psychomotor activity and under what conditions. Another related topic is the topic of hypersensitivity to EMF. So we wanted to estimate the scale of this phenomenon. We wanted to identify the symptoms and the peculiarities of this hypersensitivity to EMF in Poland. What are the conclusions that have been drawn so far? We will keep on working on this topic within the years to come. So first of all, we investigated various factors, but we failed to identify any factors that would allow us to objectively and quantitatively to assess the impact of EMF on human health. The only factor that we observed concerned changes to skin temperature, especially in the area of the ear during holding a telephone call. However, I have to tell you that it's unknown whether EMF is a factor in this process as well. So there is no conclusive evidence to really confirm that there is a statistically significant correlation between increased temperature and EMF. So the temperature is elevated, but it might not be related to the effect of EMF. However, the conclusions so far suggest that EMF, of course, radio frequency EMF, so the impact of EMF seems not to be the result of the physical impact of the field on the health, but it is more likely based in psychological mechanisms. So that is our tentative conclusion, but we are still investigating the topic and other partners are working on it as well. What are the results and outputs of our research so far? Here you can see a list of publications that we have managed to publish in journals. I have highlighted the dates. They are marked in purple. The first articles appeared back in 2018, 2.5 years after the research work started. We have publications that have been published in peer-reviewed papers, and the first one appeared in 2020. So this is one of the results that you can notice in this sense, showing you that research bears fruit, but it takes time. And in terms of general interesting conclusions about how science is perceived by the general public, We managed to write this article that can be found on the website of the Telecommunications Institute. You have the link right here. So I'd like to encourage you to read through this article if you are interested in this topic. This presentation is just a brief review of that article, and of course the article features plenty of more observations and remarks about how science is perceived by the public. So what can we say about that perception? We have three areas that I'd like to refer to. And we can say, for example, Johnson and Smith published an article in Important Scientific Issues in which they proved that the growth in the number of white cars in the streets is correlated with an increasing number of complications of the flu. And as a result, we should ban the sales of white cars. And this is the approach which is very often taken by the representatives of the media or by civic society organizations, which means that there is a paper that is published, somebody spreads the news to the general public, and a discussion starts as to whether specific action should be taken because, for example, American or Soviet or Russian scientists have proven something is going on and we should do something about that. This is, of course, a misguided approach. What is wrong with it? In order to treat an article seriously, you should first consider its quality. We don't really know whether the authors actually applied the right methodology, whether they had the right skills and competences. We don't really know whether those important scientific issues, whether that particular journal is a renowned one, whether we can actually say that it's a journal of high quality, whether the article was peer-reviewed or not, whether the authors are actual experts in this particular domain or do they specialize in something quite different. Can we extrapolate the results to different fields? Are there any papers that corroborate the conclusions from this paper or others that maybe disprove it? Can you replicate the results? So these are just examples of problems that you could identify as regards this journal. So you cannot make decisions just on the basis of a single article which is taken out of context, even if these two authors are Nobel Award or Nobel Prize winners and esteemed people of authority in their field. So right now we see science just the same way as people used to see magic. Of course, right now there is quite a lot of trust in scientists, and I think that results in the fact that every paper published in a journal can open a public debate just because it was published in a scientific journal. Of course, but you need to remember that practicing science is about asking questions. We carry out tests and studies in order to try to find answers to our questions, and then we publish the results, but the answers that we get might not always prove to be right because somebody else might be conducting the same type of research and then they could arrive at a completely different result because they applied a different methodology or due to some random factors that are sometimes beyond our control. So these discrepancies in science are something natural, and they are also the driver of progress because scientists start discussing things within their community, and in this way they arrive at a more accurate picture of reality. However, in the current times, the debate goes on not only in the scientific community but elsewhere as well, in all aspects of public life, and so representatives of those other areas do not always understand the scientific method that constitutes the basis of building new knowledge. So if you take isolated papers out of context, you might get different controversial results. In the scientific world, there is a lot of information that is generated. That's something that we cannot control. Wikipedia says that there are 54,000 journals, scientific journals in the world. More than 1 million peer-reviewed papers are published every year. So I tried to assess what proportion of those articles might concern EMF. So I looked up electromagnetic field as a keyword in one of the databases, and I came up with 30,000 results that were included in scientific papers since 1918. And these were the papers and articles that concerned the topic of EMF. So we can imagine that in different scientific publications, you can find claims to support any scientific question. So imagine what happens if you take it out of context. For example, a journalist found an article that was recently published in a peer-reviewed journal, and he wants to disseminate the knowledge to the general public, and this is how a discussion starts about the impact of EMF on human health. A different type of approach can be summarized in the following statement. Oh, an antenna has been installed on my rooftop, and ever since I have had a terrible back pain, so just please, doctor, issue a medical certificate and I'll just take it to court. So what is wrong about this attitude? It shows that the public believes that medical doctors can have the tools that make it possible to relate back pain, for example, to the impact of EMF, which is obviously not true. Of course, the only exception are cases where we are under the influence of very dense EMF, very high frequencies that can actually lead to immediate results that can be directly related to the source. As somebody who says that already correlated the ailments that they complain of with the new antenna installed on the rooftop. But of course, a correlation doesn't mean that there is a real causality, a real link between the two factors. They might believe that the link is there. However, there are other confounding factors that come into play which we cannot entirely identify. We are unable to really quantify the symptoms, whether they actually appear or whether they are something that the patient only believes to be there. So I wanted to really pinpoint and emphasize this fact. The third type of attitude is an attitude that is expressed by public authorities, sometimes the society and sometimes the media. So somebody can say, I have a great idea, let's investigate the impact of EMF on human health, and then we'll meet on Wednesday and you'll tell me what you found out. So this is an approach which suggests that scientists are just like magicians. So somebody might think that this is a great idea and researchers should look at it and do it very quickly, just take out the magic wand and then give us a straightforward answer. Of course, this topic is not new. This topic has been researched by thousands of people around the globe, and there are still doubts that surround this idea, and that means that this is not a straightforward issue. So we cannot expect scientists to act as magicians and give us a simple answer to every single question that we might have. It doesn't work that way. In terms of research, sometimes it's impossible to determine a deadline by which an answer will be found. We cannot be sure that we will ever find an answer. And of course, everything entails cost. You have to remember that it's difficult to raise funding for research sometimes, so we need to take it into account as well. We don't have much time, so I will just give you some pointers about how you should approach research. First, you have to identify the problem you want to research, then find out if there is any previous research that has already been done. Then you should organize a team of experts and scientists who will really look at the problem in depth. Then you have to identify the type of research and identify the group of subjects if you are dealing with a medical problem. Then you have to raise funds for your study, studies, and you need to provide and ensure the right equipment that you might need to carry out the study. And there is yet another element that people fail to realize, which is that you need to receive authorization from the ethics committee if you want to conduct a study that involves, for example, animals or biological material of any type. So you need a positive opinion from an ethics committee. So once you have all that, you have to enroll and recruit a group of volunteers, and only then can you get down to work and really carry out your study and then publish the results. As you can see, this is a complex procedure. Of course, you don't have to follow this particular order, because you can start with something else. You have to first maybe identify the problem. Maybe you can start with some other point. But of course, you could write a book about every single one of those items. Let's look at the first one. Precisely define the problem you want to research. So already at this stage, you might face some problems. Because notice, for example, if you ask the following question, is EMF harmful to human health? This is not the right question, because the answer would probably be yes, EMF can be harmful, but everything depends on the conditions under which the radiation impacts us. So it all depends on the situation, on the exact conditions. If we define the problem in terms of how EMF affects human health, it's not the right approach, because it's too broad. So you have to narrow down your purpose. You have to be more specific about what kind of EMF you are going to be looking at, what health aspects you are going to consider. Very often people ask me the following thing: has extensive research been carried out to identify the effects of EMF on human health? But again, this question is not precise. Because we are not looking at the technology. We are looking at the factors that the technology generates and that affect us. And let me give you an example of a slightly better question. EMFs generated by 5G, do you think these fields have a negative impact on the ability of young people to focus? So in this case, you do have defined properties of the field you are going to be investigating, and you also have information about the group that you are going to be working with, and you also have a specification of the end result that you are going to be investigating. The adverse or negative impact might be tricky, because it might be a little bit confusing. In this case, we investigated a group of women and asked them whether they believed that EMF had an impact on their health. Of course, we presumed that we were going to be talking about a negative impact, but we wanted to avoid the word negative, and we allowed the ladies to choose whether they believed the impact was positive, negative, or neutral. And some ladies even said that the impact was positive. So again, try to avoid adjectives such as negative, because it narrows down the possible aspects of the study. Again, the next point is to verify any previous research and any previous studies that have been done. So you have to filter out the good public publications from the bad ones. And this, of course, carries a risk of bias, because scientists are only human and everybody likes to have their opinions corroborated. So this carries a risk of biased review. So you are more likely to select those publications that corroborate your point of view. And this is especially risky if researchers are commissioned, for example, to develop a specific report, because in such cases, it might happen that they unconsciously start selecting those publications that again corroborate or confirm their worldview. So what you need is to be able to adopt a critical view of your own work and work done by others. The next step is to bring together a team of scientists. Let's remember that AFM is an interdisciplinary problem. So it's not enough to have a team of researchers that consists of medical doctors only. Yes, because medical doctors know a lot about health, but they don't really know a lot about how EMF can impact live matter. They are not able, for example, to measure the field. They are not able to generate EMF, so they cannot carry out such studies alone on their their own. So when we approach such a research topic, we need to bring together an interdisciplinary team to really approach it correctly. Yet another problem is the problem of methodology, whether you're going to be conducting studying in humans, in animals, what will be the endpoints, what results you are, or effects you are going to be investigating, what factors you will take into account, and what statistical methods you will adopt. The next point involves funding. And let me tell you that, of course, universities operate in order to educate students. That's their primary goal. So if they want to do research, they need to raise funding with the help of their staff. So scientists and researchers must be able to raise funding, for example, in the form of public grants or subsidies or grants from the industry or from NGOs. If you want to apply for grants from the industry, then you have to take account of the fact that such studies might be perceived as skewed or as biased. People might think that if the research has been funded by a private company, the results might not be objective. But I have to tell you that whatever the source of funding, concern is quite likely, because if science is or research is funded from public sources, of course public sources are managed by somebody as well, so there is a risk of bias is in them as well. Of course there are certain administrative problems associated with that. For us as scientists, we need to collect invoices, we need to do paperwork, sign things off, but of course it's necessary, it has to be there, but it has an impact on deadlines and on the time that we need to dedicate to working on the result. There are many more aspects, such as, for example, equipment that you need to create or lease. Sometimes you need to develop new equipment to let you test things that you have not been testing before. You need to receive authorization from the ethics committee. You need to do that in order to avoid hurting somebody in the process of conducting your study. There are rules and regulations that are associated with the procedure of applying for the authorization. Sometimes they are quite absurd and they make it difficult to carry out the tests. We are out of time, ladies and gentlemen, so I will wrap up, although there are some more factors that I'd like to draw your attention to. In this slide, I said that science operates in the realm of the probability of the accuracy of specific facts. Even if you measure body temperature, you say that the regular temperature is around 36.6, but it's always an approximation. So every scientific claim is like that. You talk about a specific probability of the fact that certain claims that you have are actually facts. Publications and results. I don't really have time to really give you the details of these very complex aspects, at least in my opinion. But I like to emphasize that doing research is much more complicated than it might seem to the regular man in the street. And we really need to be aware of the limitations faced by researchers, and that awareness can have an impact on the evaluation of scientific reports, which sometimes provide a foundation for disputes and discussions. And health impacts are a good example of that. Thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them during the Q&A session later on. Thank you very much for this talk. You have mentioned a lot of interesting insights into how research works. Again, research is not magic. It's not about taking a rabbit out of your hat. Science takes time. You need a lot of analyses, a lot of studies. You need to evaluate everything, and only then can you be talking about specific progress or achieving specific results. So in science, nothing is certain, as we heard. You always deal with probabilities, and that's something that is not obvious, but that's how the world of science works.
Now, how to propagate scientific results in the social media, how to promote science. That is going to be presented by Tommaso, a representative of the Mobile and Wireless Forum. Over to you.
It is time. It is time for 5G facts, not fear. Welcome to the presentation about MWF's social media campaign 5G facts, not fear. My name is Thomas Barmüller and I'm Director EMEA of the Mobile and Wireless Forum. Before I start, a quick and big thank you to the organizers of today's conference for providing this opportunity to have an exchange about how to master the challenges linked to the rollout of 5G. It remains key to share our ideas, our case studies and our experiences, because much misinformation about 5G has been floating around and continues to be spread for various reasons. Therefore, it might sometimes feel like everything has been said about 5G myths and how to counter them, but the unfortunate truth is that there continues to be an urgent need for trustworthy, science-based and still easy to digest information about 5G. So, putting together science-based information that is as complex as necessary, but also as simple as possible, remains a challenge many of us deal with daily. What the MWF does, what formats do we use on social media, and some background to why we do it, that is the topic of my presentation today. Briefly about the outline of my presentation, it's an introduction to the MWF and the key areas we work on, why we think a campaign was needed on the particular topic, the lessons learned and the conclusions. The MWF is an international non-profit association of telecommunications equipment manufacturers with an interest in mobile or wireless communications. Currently, the MWF focuses on 4 initiatives. The Global Accessibility Reporting Initiative, abbreviated GARI, is a project designed to help consumers learn more about the accessibility features of mobile devices and to help them identify these devices with the features that may assist them with their particular needs. The second initiative, the spotafakephone.com, is a work area in which we assist consumers in identifying fake devices and avoiding being ripped off by counterfeiters, while governments, for example, on the site will find useful policy-related information like case studies on the implementation of device identification, registration and blocking systems. The third item here mentioned on the slide is the SATIC label. Manufacturers use the SATIC label to confirm compliance with international exposure standards. And finally, and closely related to the SATIC label and compliance issues, is MWF's 4th area of work, the EMF and health topic. I would like to mention that MWF's health engagement, EMF and health engagement, includes being involved in research activities. In this context, the MWF focuses on contributions to the development of radio frequency exposure standards, the compliance of radio equipment and devices, and, last but not least, to address questions raised by the general public. For more information about this particular topic, please refer to our brochure 20 Years of Research, which is available online in the publication section of our website. Now, why did we set up a campaign on science-based information about 5G? These few photos, posters, and activist group newsletters shown on the slide might not explain, but for sure underscore the need for speaking up, for developing and sharing science-based facts and figures about 5G. The acts of violence against 5G infrastructure last year were wake-up calls. We need to provide more and better information about 5G. MWF's 5G Facts Not Fear campaign is of course not the only one. Its objective was set before a background of other communication activities like the EU versus Disinformation project. This EU project is mostly policy related, but documents also 5G disinformation. Its core objective, though, is to increase public awareness and understanding of how disinformation operations work in general. This will help European citizens to develop higher resistance to digital disinformation and media manipulation. As second example, I would like to mention the 5G Check the Facts campaign initiated and driven by Mobile UK. It focuses on communicating the benefits of 5G to different sectors. The MWF decided to focus on counteracting 5G misinformation and disinformation, in particular about EMF and health. In this context, we understand misinformation being factually wrong, while disinformation is factually wrong and deliberately spread to distort the reality or to unsettle recipients. Why is this distinction relevant? When citizens felt unsure about 5G and its consequences, then disinformation could make an impact and even change the tide in one or the other direction. Thus, to find out how many Europeans could be impacted by disinformation, Ipsos tested some 5G myths in 2020 and found that while a small minority of Europeans believes in them, a substantial group of Europeans isn't sure that they are false either. For example, 21% of those interviewed said it is true that 5G is harmless to bees, while 63%, being unsure what to make of the statement, and 16% said the statement is false, so believe that 5G is harmful to bees. So we think it's about the majority of these 63%. These are the ones we should cater for and support in their decision making. They need scientific facts and figures to make up their mind to become immune to disinformation. It is obvious that simplistic and false claims travel fast. That is a key challenge for responders, has always been, but it is not a new one and we all can deal with it. What came as a kind of surprise was that complex and detailed information about 5G, published in mainstream media, to answer questions about 5G from the general public and aiming at countering false claims, was perceived being unclear and unfortunately increased the confusion. So this aspect needs to be addressed since 5G is a complex topic. When setting up MWF's campaign 5G Facts Not Fear, we aimed at finding the right balance in our messaging. Thus, having in mind the requirement to provide as complex as necessary and as simple as possible information about 5G, our communication promotes fact-based information about 5G and health, opinions from health assessments and reviews from internationally and nationally respected sources, debunking of common activist claims, and to do that clearly and concisely, and then also to leverage on other efforts, in particular to align with efforts to fight disinformation that already exist. And finally, amplifying correct information on 5G and health is an easy exercise to multiply the effects of our communication. It's not that we only have to care about our own information. Whenever we come across correct information on 5G and health, then we try to amplify that and to give it a better position in the concert of opinions that is out there. Regarding the delivery of our messages, each posting is distributed to Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and MWF's website. Now let's have a closer look on a few examples of content. And let's start with the expert opinions. The message dials addressing expert opinions show quotes from state-of-the-art scientific reviews of the EMF and health-related body of scientific evidence. The reviews were performed by well-respected interdisciplinary international and national advisory bodies from all over the world. We put these quotes together to show the consistent results of fact-based scientific assessments of the still growing body of scientific evidence about RF EMF exposure. We think that an information-seeking, reasonable person reading about reassuring assessment results from all over the world would be able to draw the conclusion that RF EMF exposure below international limits can be considered safe. Moreover, due to the high number of independent assessment bodies involved, it becomes hard to believe that all these efforts are the result of a worldwide conspiracy. Another example of content are videos and presentations to show time trends developing over the years. In the example shown on the slide, we compared the brain and CNS cancer cases per year in Sweden with the number of mobile subscriptions in the same year. And it seems pretty obvious that these two indicators are not linked. By blending in the assessment results of the Swedish Scientific Council for EMF, a viewer gets a convincing timeline that does not suggest any association or even a causation between the number of mobile cellular subscriptions and the new brain and CNS cancer cases. We repeated this exercise and this comparison based on data from various countries, and the core impression was always the same. Really nothing points to an association or even causation between these two indicators at the aggregated level. Since we have enough time, I think it is okay to play the video. Okay. As mentioned, we repeated this comparison based on data from various countries, and the core impression was always the same. Nothing points to an association or even causation between these two indicators at the aggregated level. We also have infographics in our toolbox for the 5G Facts Not Fear campaign. And we covered with infographics topics like the still growing body of scientific evidence regarding EMF and health, the already available studies on millimeter waves, since there is the myth that no studies on millimeter waves exist, technical aspects like the higher efficiency of 5G base stations compared to 4G, or the actual output power levels of 4G and 5G devices, which, by the way, both are minimal. The final example of content I would like to mention are the research summaries. On one hand, we used message tiles showing quotes from particular studies or summarized one or two scientific studies using the publication format study in a slide. This format covers a scientific study, respectively its key findings, in an easy-to-understand combination of text and graphical elements on one single slide. It is obvious that the format can be easily reused in presentations or even as a standalone comms material in response to questions. Okay, having covered the examples of content, I would like to finish with a few takeaway messages. Firstly, there is a need to communicate science well and with authority, which means we have to select our sources carefully and be transparent about them. Simplify complex content without sacrificing credibility, which I think comes down to striking the right balance between as complex as necessary and as simple as possible. And thirdly, to focus on scientific evidence that helps decision making, because as the Ipsos study from October 2020 has shown, a vast majority of Europeans are unsure when it comes to 5G myths. It's up to us to provide them with science-based facts and figures to make the right decisions and become immune to disinformation. Fourthly, encourage reuse of content and encourage cooperation amongst agencies and between associations and bodies. I think this speaks for itself. And finally, something we all can improve in. We should not forget to create awareness and engagement in close environments, be it in a private situation or at work, because the communication challenge related to 5G continues and will not end in the near future. Thank you for your attention, and should you have any questions, then please let me know in the upcoming panel session.
Bardzo dziękuję za tę prezentację.
Thank you for your presentation. It has shown us very well what strategies and tactics in the social media may be adopted so as to spread information that shows the real state of scientific knowledge. And now let us move on to our next discussion.
Z prezentującymi w ostatnim panelu. Pierwsze pytanie...
We will be talking to the participants of this session. My first question goes to the doctor. So do you think that social media are too simple as a platform on which to publish scientific information? Yes, these are good media platforms. Of course, they are not scientific journals, but there are also many professional groups that operate within social media. I myself am a member of many groups that are interested in COVID, and within those groups we discuss about certain reports and publications. Of course, some of those publications are more accessible to people who are professionally related to medicine, but others are available to the wider public. What can you tell us about the quality of communication between scientists and the general public on social media? I'm especially asking about communication about the pandemic, about the vaccination. So what can you tell us about the process? Right now, we cannot function without social media. And I think that our goal is supposed to be to convince people to get vaccinated, and whatever means we use to get to that goal, that will be correct. So what can we improve about communication? What can we do in order to use the potential of social media to the full? Well, we have plenty of social media platforms, but maybe we should try to find a way to combine professional groups so that those professional groups can reach out to the general public, so that, for example, you can publish links about the results of COVID without vaccination. So you are talking about popularization, dissemination of science. Professor, over to you. In your presentation, you mentioned that there are plenty of scientific journals, and you mentioned that there are many publications published every year. So I'd like to ask you about predatory journals. So places where people can pay a fee and then publish anything they like. They can publish whatever they like. It's not reviewed. It's not corrected in any way. So to the layperson, those publications are just like any other publications published in peer-reviewed journals. So what do you do about this phenomenon? Well, I mentioned that in my presentation. There are certain journals that basically will publish anything for a fee. And for the layperson, it's very difficult to differentiate between high-quality journals and those poor journals. What can we do? Well, I think education is the silver bullet here. It is the answer to all problems, because lack of education is the source and the root cause of all problems. People don't know how science works. We are not taught at school about how researchers do their work, so maybe that would be a good way out. Disseminate science, popularize science. But you should also try to teach people about how science works, what we can expect from science, what we cannot expect from science as well. And maybe we should teach people how to tell good papers from bad papers. How do we tell if a particular journal is of good quality or not? These are not difficult things. You can learn the ropes, but people are not aware of the fact that the knowledge is out there. In terms of knowledge, what do you think is the general level of knowledge in the general public about science? Because very often I tend to hear that many people say that the theory of climate change is just a theory. We don't have to pay attention to it. We don't have to believe it. So there is this a problem in the way that we understand what a theory is. So what would you say about the level of knowledge of Poles and Europeans in this area? I don't think there is a lot of knowledge. I, for one, specialize in the effects of EMF on human health. And so sometimes I talk to people who, for example, have found my phone number and want to talk to me about scientific topics. And I have to tell you that their knowledge is very limited. What is the gist of the problem? Well, we are reforming our educational system, but I don't think the results are quite positive. And on the other hand, we need to be aware of the fact that there is a lot of knowledge that is generated on a daily basis, and it's basically difficult to really absorb it all and to control it all. So maybe we should come up with a way to really make sure we can filter the right information, present it to the public. And my next question goes to Ms. Romanowska. We know that we need to debunk fake news. We need to explain and clarify it. But what is the best way to do it? What is the best way to reach out to people who disseminate such content? What do we do about them? Do we stigmatize them? Do we brand them? Or do we adopt a more reconciliatory approach? I think that in terms of debunking, I would not suggest an aggressive approach or branding or stigmatizing people. That's not the way to go. If you start pointing fingers, if you start laying the blame on people, if you start finger pointing, if you start calling people name, as it sometimes happens on social media, then of course such activities will be counterproductive and you will just have a growing number of enemies out there. Those people who disseminate fake news are often quite popular. But just as the previous speaker said, the problem that we have today is the fact that the language of science is a complex and complicated one. It is confounding for your regular Mr. Smith or your regular man in the street. They read things online, and anybody can publish anything online. And so how do these lay people verify such information? They don't know how to do that. They are not taught to think critically when they are in school. They don't know how to verify the facts they come across. So that's a problem. The language of science is complicated. It is a very difficult language to understand. And the general public speaks a different language altogether. And these are two worlds that are virtually worlds apart. So maybe we should change the way in which the world of science approaches science dissemination efforts. I know that there are people out there who have been publishing papers for 30, 40 years. They have developed some sort of a communication strategy, and it's sometimes very difficult for them to reach out to get their message across to the young generation. But we have young educators as well, and they speak a more modern language. So maybe they should start, and then they might teach others to follow suit. So maybe we should change the way the world of science communicates with the general public. During our panel discussion, we heard statistics and figures about the speed at which disinformation travels and how fast it travels as compared to reliable information. So even if there is a correction that is published, can we be sure that that correction is actually received by those people who have already received fake news? How can we ensure that those people who have come across fake news can actually access reliable information as well? Just as I said in my presentation, it looks complicated if somebody has already read something and has already acquired some kind of information. So I think debunking should be preemptive. So if something is out there in the world, if there's information circulating out there, it's very difficult to take it back. It's difficult to correct it. And this applies to everything. So if there are certain fossilized mistakes in your head, you cannot unlearn them. But if you start out by presenting correct information, or if you really identify false information as false, then our target group will be prepared and they will know that that particular piece of information is incorrect and that the data is false. And then they will be more cautious about accepting it. My next question goes to Mr. Bauer-Müller. We know that fake news travels at a high speed, but it also depends on the attractiveness of disinformation and fake news. So my question is as follows. Is it possible to make such fake information less attractive, while at the same time making accurate information more attractive? How do we present reliable data in a more attractive way? Can we do it? Can we make sure that true or genuine information is as attractive as the fake news that is out there?
Well, thank you for your question. I'm not sure whether we can really achieve having the complicated questions and the complicated answers as attractive as the simple news that are spread, and in particular the false news. But I do think we could improve on reusing information. I think it's not sufficient to have every 18 months a report, a scientific report. We should not shy away from using this information in between to, for example, use them in infographics or in message tiles and other means. So using the same information again and again would be a good idea to counter fake news. But please let me also emphasize on something that was said by Maja. I think it is important in this entire discussion that we do not take an aggressive approach. It's not necessary. It's not necessary to point fingers. It is more important to be assertive in our opinions and to make clear that we stick to education, as it was also mentioned, and to give people the opportunity to learn from science. I think if we stick to these principles, then we could overcome the divide that in so many discussions now have started to take place, and which is very unfortunate, because what we need is finally that we agree on science and scientific facts and not believe in fake news.
Do you think that we are at a point now where we have to defend science, for example, using memes or short TikTok videos? Of course, scientists are more used to working with more serious stuff, but such memes and videos can be informative and can make information more attractive to the general public as well.
Well, actually, we also use videos. We also use these means. And as it was mentioned, this is just about technique, but it's about the message, how we communicate that. And we can use all these channels as well. But what we have to do is we have to be transparent about our sources and how we have arrived at our conclusions. And I think there is always time to defend science. It has never been different. Science had to defend all the way along history its way forward. And I think what we all have to accept is that there are no absolute truths. We have to be aware that we should more trust those people who search for the truth rather than those who say they have already found the truth.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Professor, over to you. I have mentioned the simplicity of social media. I mentioned TikTok and memes. So maybe it's time right now for us to think about choosing an attractive way to communicate at the expense of the facts. So maybe we should sacrifice accuracy in order to make sure that we can communicate science in a more attractive way. It is a very difficult question. TikTok is something that we associate with obvious things. And I think that scientists and researchers and medical doctors whom I know personally, I cannot imagine any of us, for example, becoming a character in a TikTok video. Maybe we could, for example, produce short videos, maybe YouTube videos. I think they are there already. For example, there have been videos developed during the pandemic to promote the right behavior during the pandemic. So that's a way to communicate, but the question remains as to who this will get across to. Maybe it will just be a joke, showing somebody dancing in a weird outfit. That's not what we want after all. Professor, do you think that for some time now, scientists have become detached from the society? Maybe it's not their fault, maybe it's the fault of the media, which are distorting the message of science. They are able to pick out the attractive things, but not the most accurate things. So how do you make sure that there is smooth communication directly between the world of science and the general public? You are giving me an opportunity to complain here. I am happy that I was invited to deliver this talk because I had the opportunity to really complain about being misunderstood. I think the traditional media is to blame for the things that are happening. Because let's think about it. What is more attractive to the media? The media is interested in the things that will result in bigger viewership numbers. They are not looking for reliable information. They are looking for controversial information, information that sells, sensational things. And that's how it works. And it is harmful. And I think my fellow panel members will agree when I say that the media is to blame to a large extent. I remember a meme of a scientist saying, our science is worthless if it's taken out of the context. And in the next picture, there was a newspaper with a heading saying, the researchers say that their research is worthless. So yes, that's a really good way to illustrate that trend, so the media can distort reality. Maja Romanowska, the next question goes to you. The Baltic states are now fighting against Russian-inspired misinformation. They have developed the so-called elven cells. So these elves are volunteers that are called upon to fight against the trolls that spread disinformation. And my question is as follows. We live in the era of the social media, and how do we find allies? How do we create content, and how do we behave to make sure that our accurate messages are spread by as many followers and social media users as possible? I think you can use two methods. You can set the cat amongst the pigeons. That means that you can post something on somebody's wall if you find somebody who disseminates this information, and then we will be attacked by that person's target group, and the result is uncertain, so that would be a tricky avenue to pursue. And the other possible method is an old-time method that is used when talking to anti-vaxxers. Basically, what you can do is not to respond to the person who disseminates this information and only address your messages to your target group. You basically disregard the fake news and you just present your accurate content using, for example, interesting images, memes, videos, pictures, which are quite popular on social media. You can develop GIF files, you can develop videos, things that might be of interest to the regular user. It's not that this does not only apply to science. Let me give you an example of Ryan Reynolds, an actor who was asked by the Ministry of Health, I think, of Canada, to work with the Canadian Health Authorities account. And in 2020, for some time, he was posting as Brian from the account of that Ministry of Health, and he was posting information about how he didn't have time to buy milk or he forgot to do something. And that became interesting for so many recipients in Canada that almost half of the users of Canadian Twitter only followed that account by Brian, who was having all sorts of problems. And so in this way, they managed to get more and more people interested in vaccinations, for example, or wearing face masks. And a question to Mr. Barr Miller. We have heard a lot about innovative methods in which we can use social media. Can you tell me if science should maybe now resort, for example, to video games in order to spread knowledge, specific values, and to basically reach out to young users?
Oh, that's a tough question. Unfortunately, I have no data about that. I did not come across the idea that video gaming should be used by scientists to convey their messages. So I think everything I could say would be speculation, but I do notice that a lot of scientists use Twitter on an almost daily basis to spread their news and to engage with the public. And I think this is an interesting way that they have also taken up, of course, all these kind of channels, technical means to communicate their results. And I think this will develop further. Whether video games will be part of that in future by scientists, I'm sorry, I really don't know.
Dziękuję bardzo. Też tak jak pan zauważył,
Just as you noticed, I have been following the accounts of many scientists on social media who post information about their research results, sometimes posting funny images or videos. So I'd like to recommend to each of you to follow such accounts to learn more while having some fun at the same time. Thank you, my panel members, for participating in this discussion. Thank you to the audience. We will reconvene here after a short break.
Sprawdzanie poziomów pól elektromagnetycznych w Twoim otoczeniu to nie wyprawa w kosmos. C2PEM. Tylko wiarygodne dane.
Working together to connect. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields are all around us. These invisible waves send information between base stations and devices, connecting us without the use of wires. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields, or RF EMF, transmit information wirelessly to our cell phones and Wi-Fi enabled devices. In 2019, there were 8.3 billion mobile phone subscribers globally. If roughly every 1,000 subscribers need one cellular mast, that would mean that there are more than 8 million base stations around the world. With the growing number of cellular stations, wireless technologies and devices, are there health effects associated with RF EMF? This public concern surrounding RF EMF exposure limits creates a challenging health issue for regulators, service providers, and wireless equipment suppliers. RF EMF exposure levels, which are monitored around the world, consistently show low levels of exposure relative to international RF EMF levels. There is no evidence that RF EMF exposure below the international limits has adverse health effects. More and more countries refer to international RF EMF exposure limits. However, many governments face pressure to do more to address public concerns. ITU members have co-created a report on human exposure to RF EMF. The report focuses on science-based policies, guidelines, regulations, and assessments. It provides guidance to policymakers to avoid unnecessary restrictive regulations, which could negatively impact information and communication services. The best practice for administrations is to limit the exposure levels to the threshold specified in the ICNIRP, International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, Guidelines 2020. WHO advises against introducing new limits in addition to the existing science-based limits, as it undermines the credibility of the science and exposure limits. And ICNIRP Guidelines 2020 say additional measures won't benefit people's health. The report recommends raising community awareness to reduce unnecessary public concerns and provides best practices from many countries. There is more work to be done to ensure that people can connect to essential digital services, knowing that they're protected and informed. Working together to connect. www.itu.int.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam w kolejnym
Hello, good afternoon. Let's move on to the next panel discussion. And now we're going to go to the front line in this war against disinformation. Let's talk to those who deal with fake news, face the fake news, debunk them, and spread proper information. So those are the people who know what's true, what's false in social media. So how about finding something that will help us to detox from fake news? Maja Romanowska will be the first one to speak from Agence France-Presse, and she's going to talk about proper communication and cooperation between administration and fact-checking teams. Hello, my name is Maja Romanowska. I am a journalist of the French press agency. I work in Warsaw. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this conference, and I'm going to talk about fact-checking, and I'm going to talk about 5G, and fact-checking done by AFP. A few just words about the French press agency. The essence of the AFP's work is to provide for text information, video, footage and photographs, but the times are as they are, so we have to face disinformation as well. And the first fact-checking service was established in 2017 in France. Today, we already have we have editorials in 28 languages all over the world, in Europe, Asia, Australia, America, both Americas. So we work in 40 countries. And the Warsaw office was established in 2019. There are two persons in this office, and with Natalia Savko. She is a wonderful fact checker. I do recommend reading her previous article in the Wysokie Obcasy magazine. And me, your humble servant. So we have a lot of work to do. We work in the Polish language, and we publish on the AFP Czech webpage. AFP has the certificate of the International Fact-Checking Organization, IFCN, which is important because this certificate means that we are compliant with some standards, that is independence, precision, and so on and so forth. And sometimes some editorials lack such qualities, but we do have them, and those are the effects and the results of our work. And I'm showing you this so that we can show how different posts rated by our fact-checking that later on flagged. So they receive this layer, the image is blurred, and the information shows that independent fact-checkers have received additional information. And once on Facebook we have some false message, we refer to the article that explains what this disinformation is all about. So this is our webpage that we run in the Polish language. But as I've said before, we already operate in 28 languages, and those other web pages are similar. So we have in the English, Portuguese, Arabic, Spanish, French language, and this part of Central and Eastern Europe we have web pages in Slovakian, Czech language, Hungarian, Serbian, Romanian, Bulgarian. So we have quite an extensive network of offices, and for obvious reasons there is one white spot, which is Russia, and no fact-checking organizations operate there. Now, today we are going to talk about fakes related to 5G, and indeed in our work this topic is very much present, although since the pandemic began, we have had other topics that were more dominating, such as the pandemic, vaccination, health, and so on and so forth. But this group of fakes, that is 5G-related fakes, are divided in two periods. So there is very explicit trend in the beginning of 2019 and in 2020, when we were facing very simple fake news. about 5G. So, more often than not, those were some misleading information saying that 5G is harmful, lethal, I say lethal network that brings about negative impact on human and animal health. So the idea was to scare the users and to dissuade them from using that new technology. But now we have a new type of fake news. Those are pictures of dead birds, telecommunication masts on fire. And just a few examples of typical fakes from the beginning of the pandemic. Here we can see a picture that was accompanied by video footage. That is the imagery from the town of Kutno. The message was quite shocking. So the idea was that they wanted to destroy Catholics in Poland. And here they show a picture of a telecommunication installation on one of the church towers in the town of Kutno, which was very easy to deal with because the video footage and the picture were taken as technical maintenance teams were working in one of the church towers, and they were servicing 4G and 3G emitters on that church tower, and those devices had been on that tower for a couple of years by that time. And at that time there was no 5G yet, because in fact 5G is to be deployed in agglomerations with a much higher density of the population than the town of Kutno. Now, dead birds. Well, this is something that we meet more frequently as far as early disinformation campaigns are concerned. So, dead birds on the ship. Ornithologists really do not know why the birds died, and the hypothesis is that there was very strong light on board of that ship that attracted the birds, and they hit some vertical walls with high speed, and then several tens dead birds were found. But this video footage was accompanied with a commentary that those birds died because of 5G. Fact-checking in this case was plain simple. It was just enough to show that there was no 5G at all on board of that ship, because they are using satellite technology, not 5G. Another example with the birds is from the Netherlands, in The Hague. Someone filmed dozens of dead birds on one of the squares, and the commentary was that they were installing 5G in The Hague, and hence the first results were out there. Birds are dropping dead. And here we see that picture that is an illustration of the threat posed to humans and animals by 5G. And the fact-checking was the following. Indeed, they were testing 5G in that city, but at that time, at the time when the birds died, those tests were not being carried out, so it is impossible to connect those two facts. That was a misleading type of information. And now an interesting example from Poland, I should say. That is in eastern Poland, in the Lublin region. That's a pine tree. That pine tree is towering above the Roztocze Forest Park. So the internet users who had posted this video footage in the net, they say that during lockdown, the authorities started installing 5G masts using the situation, and so using the fact that people were locked in their houses, the authorities started installing masts of the newest generation to mask them, to conceal them. They started planting artificial pine trees, and those emitting devices were hidden in that tree. Well, that actually this pine tree, artificial pine tree, was planted there in 2019, prior to the pandemic. There was no base station, there was no 5G base station there, and it looks as a pine tree simply not to interfere with the landscape and with the natural look of the forest. And another banal fake news. Here they used a picture of an actor, of Mr. Cesare Jacques. Mr. Jacques supported a charity campaign, and he submitted a notion to the Nobel Prize, but they changed the original picture, and instead of promoting the charity campaign, they replaced the original image with another image saying that he is anti-5G. So it's just a picture was replaced with a fake one. And this is another example that deserves a description. That video footage was taken in Italy. We analyzed it in Poland first, and then this video footage was present everywhere, in France, in Australia, in the UK. And the idea was that there was a fire that broke out in La Spezia, and the internet users were saying that that was because of the 5G installation. And so they were saying that the reason for fire was a 5G installation on the tower. But it turned out that, in fact, there was no 5G installation out there at all. And what really happened was that a yacht, a mast of a yacht, went on fire, and that ignited the mast, but they connected it with the as if allegedly 5G mast, but we had to prove there was no 5G tower there. There was a very different reason. It was not an attack carried out by anti-5G activists, but the fake spread all over the world. Our colleagues flagged it as a piece of information as taken out of context. We rated it as false information because there was also description attached to that video footage. Now, then the pandemic unwound, and then in 2020-2021, 5G became a part of a very complex conspiracy theory. And other elements were already at play. So we had graphene oxide, depopulation, vaccination, and so on and so forth. So all of that was being linked with the pandemic and with the vaccination against COVID-19. So what was the story about? Allegedly, vaccines administered to the current population, those vaccines allegedly include some sort of organisms. Some say those are beings, and some say that those are aluminium eggs or aluminium beings. So this way or the other way, those are organisms, and once those organisms find a graphene substrate, they are to be activated with the use of a 5G network. That theory has many different versions, but that is a dominating thread in this disinformation campaign. This is what unites anti-vaxxers with anti-5G groups. So here, on this slide, you can see this combination of a syringe with a 5G tower. So allegedly there is this link between COVID and telecom business. And allegedly this is to prove very strong union of the two. And anti-vaxxers and anti-5G groups believe that at a certain point of time, in order to cause depopulation or to provide for population control, new order may be introduced by the use of 5G installations, for instance, using the frequency of 64 gigahertz. Then oxygen shall disintegrate into two compounds, and it shall no longer bind with hemoglobin, which in effect would mean that there will be hypoxia, universal hypoxia, and that would cause death of thousands of people. So it's a conspiracy theory which is very much popular. And as I said before, this conspiracy theory has many different forms. And due to experts from the Department of Testing of Devices, we could explain to readers that 5G is not a device that you can control, the frequency of which you can control, just like an old radio set. It's tailor-made, so it's produced to work at a certain radio frequency, and once tuned, it stays there. So we use an expert opinions, and it's not always easy to get such an expert's opinion. That is the problem that we face. Another slide shows this very specific example of how 5G is perceived and how vaccination is perceived. Here, the authors of this fake news claim that during the festival, Astroword Festival, and during the Travis Scott concert, someone tweaked the frequency during the concert and 8 people died during that concert due to the negative impact of boosting the frequency. Well, obviously that is not true. Unfortunately, people died but for a very different reason. There was a stampede, and they died in the result of a stampede. The panic outbroke during the concert, and 8 people died because of the stampede. But that is a very specific example when a different meaning is attributed to some facts. And a very frequent element of disinformation, including 5G, is a conspiracy theory claiming that the vaccine contains microchips or nanochips, whatever you call them, and those nanochips are to be activated by means of 5G networks. So there is this example of those nanochips. And a lot of disinformation when they were trying to somehow link the events in Wuhan and the deployment of 5G. In China, they tested 5G in Wuhan. So for many people, that was proof for a certain link between the deployment of 5G and the outbreak of the pandemic, which doesn't make any sense. It was enough to show that the pandemic broke out also in those cities where there was no 5G. And in fact, the impact of the pandemic is plain to see in other non-5G areas, so it was fairly easy to prove that that theory was wrong. And this is another example that one is reminiscent of the 5G pine tree, but this time around this is in Nigeria. So they say a curfew was imposed in Nigeria in order to have enough time to set up 5G towers. So it was enough to show that, as far as Nigeria is concerned, there was not much progress with the deployment of 5G technology, and that was a plain example of disinformation. And in our work, we are awash with content to be verified, but what scares us is that the world of fake news starts overlapping with the real world. So when there were fake news related to setting Italian or Dutch installations on fire, so allegedly those masts were set on fire by those who were against 5G in Poland, we had a real case when the telecom mast was set on fire. So here we can see this real fire. The picture was posted on Facebook, but it shows that reality is influenced by fake news, so some actions are being taken as a result of disinformation that is being spread in the net. And sometimes those fake news are so abstract, so far-fetched, but in fact, this is exactly what may entice some people to take action, very much worrying action. Another example that I wanted to quote here is a petition of the anti-5G people, and in that petition there were several false elements. Kraśnik adopted such a petition, the town of Kraśnik adopted such a petition, but some arguments were plainly copied from a content found on the internet. So, for instance, in the petition they were saying that 5G poses threat to human health and life, that it causes infertility and cancer, and so one of the groups submitted a petition to the municipal council in the town of Kraśnik. That was the association called Poland Free 5G. And then the city councillors of the town of Kraśnik were misled by this disinformation about 5G. And they actually approved that petition. And finally, just a few words about the problems and challenges that we're facing with fact-checking. So there is so much work to do, which is easy to see. What we miss is that we do not always have an opportunity to reach out to experts. Unfortunately, the case is that, and actually we understand that, but scientists do not really want to comment on the rubbish that is out there in the net. So usually scientists have negative reactions. So when we approach them with a request to present a comment on a piece of disinformation and to explain why that piece of news is disinformation, they are rather reluctant to provide for their commentary. They do not want to be associated with fake news. But without them, it would be difficult for us to prove that something is not true, because the point is not only to claim that something is not true and merely to say something is not true, but the point is to explain that. We need to explain what that disinformation is all about. Thus, we need to educate the readers. That is why in all our articles we're trying to show a path of an investigation that we were carrying out. We showed the tools that we were using in order to prove that something was not true. Those tools are generally available. Any one of us can verify video footage, can verify a picture. We can use a browser to look for an image or video footage and to see it's already been out there, or is a generally new piece of information. So access to these tools is open to all. We do not use anything else. And in our articles, we're trying to encourage all users to use such tools. And we encourage them to verify content before this content is shared. But the problem is that there is so much hate. We are avalanched with hate, but then so be it. Somehow we have to get used to it, and sometimes we have to cope with it. And we do. Although it is not pleasant, because we do very hard, meticulous journalist work, and many times we face this negative reception, and we have this feeling that even if we reduce the amount of fake content on Facebook, if we even reduce the scope of our work, it's still not to say that the fake news shall disappear entirely, which is not real. The fake news are out there. They simply move on to other social media. There is a lot of fake news in the dark net, and it's a free range out there in the dark web. So we have this feeling that this is work, but someone's got to do it. Someone's got to do this work. And so we are trying to do it as best as we can. So this is all. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you for your presentation, which has shown us that indeed fact-checkers are the frontliners in this information campaign, so that the soldiers that are most prone to confrontation, and many times they have to face this aggression, to face this confrontation with other unpleasant forms of communication with those people who do it willingly or consciously or subconsciously. But anyway, the question is, how can we fight this rather broad movement, and how can we fight these people who are planning the activities? But this shall be described by Małgorzata Fraser. So over to the next speaker.
Dzień dobry. Nazywam się Małgorzata Fraser.
My name is Małgorzata Fraser, and I represent cyberdefense24.pl, a website. I am a journalist specializing in cybersecurity and privacy. During today's conference, I would like to share with you some general remarks about how disinformation on social media works. I will share some comments will be of a general nature, which means that they might be applied to both topics related to EMF, but also to other fields such as medicine or public health issues, which have gained in relevance in recent years. Disinformation on social media is a broad church. It is a phenomenon that encompasses both those domains I have already mentioned, but also disinformation can be found on popular websites, and it is now rooted deep in our unconscious, especially after the 2016 US election. Why is that? Because it was after that particular election that it was proven that there were specific activities undertaken by the Russians on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or YouTube that actually influenced the vote in the US, leading to the election of Donald Trump to the office. Disinformation itself is a phenomenon which is much older than the social media or even than the internet itself. Disinformation and other information-related operations include methods that have always been used in warfare as well as in politics. So these can actually be considered normal tools that are sometimes used in national and international politics. But I would like to focus on the things that affect us all, because all of us, we all use the internet, we are all present on social media, and increasingly frequently, thanks to the coronavirus pandemic, the social media has become a fixture of our private lives, but also of our professional lives. So whether you use the internet and social media for private or professional reasons, it's important to be aware of the type of information that we use. We find information on various social peer groups, groups for employees of companies, and so social media has created the phenomenon of social or information bubbles. What are they? They mean that we usually exchange and share information with a close-knit circle of our followers, family members, and friends. They are the ones we trust the most as regards the information that we accept and absorb. In many countries of the world, this is the predominant method of spreading information due to some perceived deficiencies of mass stream media, such as the TV or the radio. We know that Facebook is a core source of information for residents of Myanmar. Its use has led to genocide, ethnic genocide, due to disinformation that led to an outpouring of emotion and hate on a massive scale. It was so huge that it actually had an impact on the real world. It is also the predominant information source for residents of India and other countries. What about Poland? In Poland, Facebook is a very popular source of information. Social media are always one step ahead of traditional websites in terms of how often they are used by the general public. As a side note, let me tell you that yes, of course, we can rely on our friends in terms of sourcing information, but basically social media have an impact on what we actually see in our feed. There's a whistleblower called Frances Hodgel working with Facebook, and she proved that Facebook is not as active as it should be in terms of combating disinformation, although Facebook, or as it is called today, Meta, claims that it has specific effective algorithms that are 90% effective in combating fake news, and they claim that fake news is captured and deactivated. However, research shows that it's not always the case. Let me give you an example, which is quite a common example, and it is related to the topic of this conference. I would like to refer to disinformation about climate change. There is research that was conducted by UK scientists and that proved that only 8% of all climate disinformation is actually removed by Facebook using Facebook's algorithms. There's also a problem as regards identifying disinformation that is spread in languages other than English, because the algorithms work best if they can be operated in English as an international language. And so if there is disinformation that is carried out using other languages, whether it's about climate change or other domains, then of course those mechanisms that are intended to fight disinformation are not as effective. For example, as regards Czech language or other national languages, where, for example, Facebook's market is considered as a minor one. On our website, you can also find an article about the fact that Facebook allocates funding to fight with disinformation in a manner which is not well balanced. They concentrate primarily on the US market, and that is the foregrounded market. The others are a little bit left behind. There is one other piece of information I'd like to share with you. Facebook doesn't really care what kind of information the readers come across. Facebook emphasizes engagement. So the whistleblowers' information claims that what Facebook wants is to generate strong emotions, including anger. So what Facebook wants is, for example, for you to click on icons representing negative emotions. And so disinformation, as you might imagine, can trigger negative and very strong emotions in the recipients. So, as we said, disinformation is based on emotions. Mainly it's based on fear and a sense of exclusion. There is US research out there to prove that social groups that feel marginalized in the mainstream, in the information mainstream, and those groups that do not feel empowered in the world of politics, they are also the groups which are most likely to spread misinformation. They are also likely to spread misinformation, disinformation, especially if they feel threatened. So disinformation is something that we should fight against. And for example, EMF is something that we might feel threatened by. That's something whose meaning we cannot totally grasp. We are not physicists. We do not really understand what the mechanisms are. We don't have enough knowledge to allow us to independently verify the information that we receive or find in specific resources. The information that we consume makes us anxious, and very often the messages that reach us use language which is inclusive of scientific language. So disinformation messages about EMF or about 5G networks and about the relationship between those technologies and for example, triggering diseases such as cancer or COVID-19 are characterized by the fact that the messages very often play with our emotions, and the language that is used very often can evoke very strong emotions in the recipients. Very often readers also believe that these texts are informative, authoritative because of the language that is used, and that's why recipients are more likely to believe in fake news. Very often fake news messages also include research results, but that research is based on erroneous methodologies, and internet users who do not have extensive media skills are unable to verify such research results on their own. They are unable to identify errors in methodology, and they are not ready, they are not prepared to deal with that. So that is the downside to the fact that all of us, we are all different, we have different fields of specialty, we don't have vast knowledge in all areas, such as, for example, natural sciences that would allow us to actually identify specific methodological errors that are a problem in fake news. Sometimes that is only possible if we carry out in-depth analysis. Otherwise, we are unable to identify fake news because sometimes errors are masqueraded, they are concealed. Very often they are passed for the truth, and it's very difficult to really tell accurate information apart from fake information. What is especially concerning to my mind, as I said, I'm a journalist and I specialize in investigating the psychological effects of information, and I try to pinpoint how users function in the internet and how the internet impacts people's perception of political events, for example. So what I find concerning is the fact that all methods employed to fight against this information, those methods that are used currently, they are simply not effective. Social networking sites are out there. They spread information. Of course, attempts are made to combat such information related to medical and technical information. However, what the attempts basically rely on attempts to provide accurate facts. However, sometimes the erroneous information are flagged, they are marked, and I would like to emphasize the fact that very often that information is provided in English, because, as I said, for minor national languages, such flags and labels are hardly ever used, and there's a lot of information out there. So there are people who really believe in fake news, and if we try to convince them that fake news is wrong, very often those people are reluctant to believe us, and their false beliefs and convictions are strengthened further. Why? Because disinformation is something that shapes their identity. Very often the objective of disinformation is to evoke in us a sense of belonging to a particular community, to a particular social group, because those people who spread disinformation feel that they have been excluded from the mainstream. They feel rejected by the majority of the society they live in. Believing in conspiracy theories and in fake news is something that shapes a sense of belonging in people. They feel more empowered if, for example, they set fire to a 5G base station. So that's something that gives them a feeling that they have a real impact on the world around them. So if we confront such people with the facts, they are reluctant to believe that the facts are true. They will be focusing on the beliefs that they have. They will not budge. They will stick to those beliefs that are deep-seated in their minds. So what we should do is to try to teach people to think critically, but in order to do that, we need to adopt grassroots initiatives, and we need to start working with people very early on, and we should also try to convince social networks to do something about it. For example, the European Commission recognized that there is a lot of disinformation, and back in 2018, the Commission decided to obligate social networking sites to follow certain self-regulation rules. Social networking sites were supposed to file reports about what they were doing against disinformation. Of course, yes, we can applaud Facebook for developing or for example, closing accounts that are involved in disinformation campaigns. We can applaud Twitter for introducing a way to flag errors in content. However, we will never change the fact that recipients are unprepared to really deal with this massive scale of fake news. They do not have the tool set that would allow them to verify information, and they are basically unable to venture out of their information bubble, because, as I said, this phenomenon is a very strong one, and that's something that isolates us from the outer world, and we cannot really learn about anything else besides the content that reaches deep inside our information bubble. So these things are things that we are not taught about in school. These are skills that we need to acquire on our own. And some people do that. They are trying to analyze information. They are trying to adopt a more critical viewpoint. But let's remember that the world is getting more and more complex and complicated. We are consumers of information, and we are bombarded by white noise by a constant influx of information, and we need to make sense of that information. And I think that's something that people of authority should be doing, rather than participating in interviews to complain about this information. They should go out there, work with the people out in the field, to be on the front lines and really talk to people. Of course, such activities are not really lucrative, they are not profitable. It's of course difficult to raise funding for scientists, let alone for such activities. So it's getting more and more complicated. So a question arises, and that's a question about the world dominated by urgent news, which is sometimes fake. So we need to really determine whether there are any practicable and any effective methods that will allow us to combat fake news. Of course, we are now, the fourth wave of the pandemic is in full swing, and that's why we are meeting online. I think the pandemic will help us revisit certain ideas, and hopefully we will all understand, as representative of the media, that we have an important role to play in terms of how we shape reality. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this contribution. A lot of information is what we have just heard about how digital platforms operate, or about what they are not doing and what they should be doing to be more effective and efficacious in combating the influx of fake news that we are constantly bombarded with. Can we ever say that somebody has been sufficiently explained in the context of this information? Is there a point where we can decide that a specific fake news has been sufficiently debunked?
So, Marcel Kiwicz is going to talk about. He's a member of the board of the Demagogue Association, and today I would like to talk about fake news in the context of 5G, how to verify news, and what kind of fake news we are dealing with on our portal on an everyday basis. And another question that I would like to ask is whether we have to verify those fake news into eternity, or maybe there will be a time when no verification will be necessary. So today we're going to talk about fact checking, when we may stop checking, and when we might consider that the topic has been verified. Maybe never. But I will ask that question at the end of my presentation, and I do hope that we will have a discussion on that during later on. So, talking about 5G related fake news. The first fake news about 5G in our activity appeared in 2019. But before 5G related fake news, there were some other false informations on electromagnetic waves as such in their own right. So they were saying that smartphones were harmful for the brain, and that Wi-Fi was harmful to human health, and also that was very much anti-GSM movement, and they were claiming that GSM was provoking cancer, was leading to cancer. But the first fake news that we noticed, and this is when we understood that 5G would be quite a topic to deal with, that was the fake news with the participation of a former minister of Anna Strażyńska. That was video footage that was posted in the internet, and that was the footage showing a discussion between politicians. In fact, they were attributed words they never said, or some words were taken out of context, and sometimes those were simply snippets of the conversation, and nothing could be deduced from those words, but the authors attributed a conspiracy theory to that video footage, and they started also adding emotionally loaded commentaries to that, and they were suggesting that 5G is lethal danger, poses lethal danger to the Poles, because the Poles are being treated as lab rats, and they were saying that setting up antennas was of mortal danger, especially if the antenna was within the distance of 100 to 150 meters. And they were saying that 5G has got very much stronger radiation field than the others. And there was a YouTube video on that. That was in August footage, and that was the genocide project, with 5G genocide project. And they were suggesting that the Law and Justice Party said goodbye to the former Minister of Digitalization, to Minister Anna Strzeżyńska, because she was against the network. And in fact, in that video footage, she was saying that, allegedly saying that 5G posed lethal danger to people. Anna Strzeżyńska herself, in fact, is in favor of the implementation of this technology in Poland, and she's very much in favor. And it was interesting to see the context within which other fake news started appearing about 5G. And later on, I will talk about links between 5G and coronavirus. But before I move there, I would like to talk about how the followers of conspiracy theories, or how anti-5G groups were combining this topic with how in other countries authorities were banning 5G technology. So they quoted Switzerland. They claim that in Switzerland the authorities suspended the deployment of 5G technology, but in the article that they called 5G suspends the deployment of 5G due to its harmful effects, one could read that Switzerland, being a one-time leader in the deployment of 5G for an indefinite period of time, suspended the deployment of the new network due to possible health effects. And they claimed that the Swiss Agency for the Environmental Protection wrote an open letter, and the main source of interpretation of that letter was the Financial Times. But unlike the information posted by the Financial Times and other mainstream media who were writing about Switzerland, in that letter from this Swiss Agency for Environmental Protection, in fact, in that letter, what they were really saying, it was a recommendation to develop first nationwide safety criteria. So they, in that letter, were not really imposing any ban. They were not saying that the deployment of 5G were to be suspended. And in fact, they never suspended the deployment of 5G. They never did it. But that information was copy-pasted by the Polish media. Another country that allegedly banned 5G was Israel. And that piece of false information was shared by Wojciech Cejrowski, and unfortunately, more often than not, it happens that a celebrity, a famous journalist, an influencer, would share this type of information, so thus augment the impact of fake news, and unfortunately, their contribution is large. Now, undoubtedly, Wojciech Cejrowski did share this information. The article being that in Israel they were giving 15 years for they were giving 15 years of imprisonment for damaging a 5G mast, and that is actually fake, but he shared that information, and so it became quite a famous article. Then he had to write a correction, and in one of his interviews he admitted that he made a mistake. He admitted that he got that information from a source of low credibility. Nevertheless, by that time that information had already spread far and wide, and as the saying goes, a lie flies around the world very fast, and that was the case. Many people believed that information. Most probably most people who saw that fake news later on were rather not susceptible, were resistant to our debunking. Another country that allegedly was banning 5G, well, not really banning 5G, but in Italy there was that piece of information, and somehow that information got to Poland, that a picture that showed the deployment of 5G antennas in Italy was false, because that picture was suggesting that there are so many 5G antennas are out there. In fact, it's not true, but what is important in this context is that that information and that post was suggesting that there is a link between 5G technology and coronavirus pandemic. They were trying to convince that COVID-19 is a post-radiation disease. And of course, then later on, that piece of information was debunked by the WHO. Nonetheless, they tried to link the pandemic with 5G. Another example, there was information that 5G was banned in Sweden. The reason for that disinformation was wrong interpretation of information on the withdrawal of ZTE and Huawei masts from Sweden. And the truth is that indeed in Sweden they withdrew the devices of those two companies, but they did not impose a ban on 5G in the territory of Sweden. Quite on the contrary, Sweden is one of the pioneers, 5G pioneers, and the publisher, that is Alter TV, was manipulating their audience, and they were trying to convince by saying that there was some credible research that was proving harmful effect of 5G on human health, although none was done in reality. So they were claiming that many protests and the results of such research encouraged the government to ban the deployment of 5G in Sweden, which was not true. And they were saying that that is why the two telecom companies had to withdraw their devices from Sweden. In fact, those antennas were not removed due to the harmful effect of 5G. The reason was a different one. It was a political decision, and it was a matter of international security. And that, and what we see a lot in our work, is that many times 5G is related to a crisis situation such as the pandemic. So conspiracy theories multiplied whenever there was a plague that was affecting humanity. And this was the case with the COVID pandemic as well. And the most popular theory was the theory that we saw right in the very beginning of the pandemic. And the theory was that the pandemic was spread in order to cover up the negative impact of the 5G technology. And so, in that article, they quoted Klaudię Martańską from the Gazeta Warszawska. According to her, then the number of fatalities is not the result of the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic, but all those deaths were the result of the deployment of 5G. Those are the quotes, alleged quotes from the article, but those are not true quotes, because first, it's impossible for 5G to spread virus, and also it is not true that at that period of time coronavirus was that coronavirus in fact was killing people on other continents and other countries where there was no 5G anyway. That was, as was the case in Russia, Africa, and so on and so forth. But anyway, there were many attempts to link 5G with the coronavirus pandemic. Here we see some examples that we flagged over a span of 2 years. And most of the work that we do, we had to do with analyzing information on COVID, but many times that information was presented in the context of 5G deployment. Another important element of our work in relation to 5G is that 5G is a part of critical infrastructure. So in the beginning, there was false information that 5G masts were set on fire because of fears of coronavirus, and on Facebook, such materials were exceedingly popular. Then it turned out that in that particular case, the video footage was not showing a 5G antenna, but those were masts with 3G and 4G, but with no 5G. So in that particular case, that was false information. But the fact was that indeed critical infrastructure was attacked on a number of occasions, and that was linked with fake news. And the Ofcom reports of December 2019 proved that. It turned out that telecom masts were attacked because of the spread of conspiracy theories. And we read in the report that the operators of mobile telephony in the UK in 2020 reported attacks against 159 base stations. The conclusion is that those have been the attacks unleashed by conspiracy theory proponents and anti-5G groups, and so more investments had to be done into base stations, and hundreds of hours of operation were lost. So this shows that this critical infrastructure is subjected to some risks because of fake news. And fake news also demonstrated that in fact they do have impact on human health and life, but in a different way, because in fact it shows how our state can operate with regard to such sensitive elements. And for instance, in Poland, the municipal councillors in the town of Graczyk adopted, or rather took a decision on the basis of a set of wrong data. They voted on the adoption of anti-5G resolution adopted in September 2020. And that was a resolution, anti-5G resolution, but luckily, or fortunately, or unfortunately, there was a wave of ridicule, and that council decision was ridiculed. Nonetheless, that particular resolution was passed. Then the Ministry of Digitalization spoke, and they said that the information presented in the petition was primarily false information. And fortunately, most of that petition and resolution was revoked. But still, it shows what impact false information may have. And finally, the question is, when may we stop fact-checking? That's an open question. I think we shall never stop checking information and verifying information. We should always be vigilant and check against the source of information. We need to focus on educating our society, and we need to focus on being more proactive so as to reach out to people, reach out to citizens. Because once one topic subsides, like 5G will subside at some point, because that is the topic that will pop up, will be surfacing from time to time, every now and then, for several years to come, and there will be many more conspiracy theories. But as long as this topic is picked up by groups, we need to be proactive. We always need to show that we have verified information before people get hold of false information, and that will be the most effective way. But verification shall never stop. So once the coronavirus pandemic crisis is over, and once the information crisis is over related to 5G, we will have new crises related to new technologies and related to new viruses. So that means that we need to remain proactive. But as far as 5G network is concerned, we need to understand how that topic was being developed in the net and how the Demagogue Association was dealing with it. And here we see 5 most popular arguments of those who oppose 5G. So perhaps we need to focus on those 5 arguments, and this is how we may better understand the information dilemmas that citizens face, so that we may be more proactive. So the first argument that the opponents use is that allegedly the study shows that electromagnetic radiation is harmful to human health and is conducive to development of cancer. Another argument says that 5G technology needs the antennas that must be set up within the span of 50 to 100 meters in the city limits, and this is how the electromagnetic field shall be augmented. And this is the most popular argument. Another argument is that deployment 5G needs a change of legal regulations in Poland and changing norms on changing the EMF limits in Poland. And this is quite an effective fake news, because it serves very simple information, and it's not really well handled, because in fact our norms have been always rather restrictive. Now the fourth argument that is most frequently used by the 5G opponents is that they say that mobile radiation is as dangerous as radioactive radiation. And from time to time this argument pops up. But just to remind you that the same argument was being used with regard to microwave ovens as they were being marketed, and then the same argument was used with regard to the telephones. Now the same thing is being said about 5G, and some people say that it's already happening with 5G. And now the last argument that is most frequently used by anti-5G people is that ARC agency considers this type of radiation to be potentially cancerogenic. So this is a highly emotional topic, and this is a very easily handled, because no one says that in fact eating red meat or drinking coffee is more cancerogenic than being subjected to this EMF. So it's a very easy way to handle this particular myth, but it shows that we need to actually use a lot of information and always quote the source. Okay, this is it. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to take part in the subsequent discussion. Thank you very much for your kind presentation. I think it's good that this presentation is one of the last ones because it's very much reverberated with what has already been said. And now let's have a discussion with the participation of our panelists.
Witam Państwa serdecznie. Wszyscy paneliści są zdalnie.
All of our panel members are joining us online. My first question goes to Dr. Czarnecka. You mentioned in your presentation how difficult it is to be a fact checker, and I have been following the work of many fact checkers. I've been following the reactions of web users to the work of fact checkers. I have the impression that there is a growing wave of aggression, of hate against fact checkers. Do you believe that to be true? Do you think there is a wave of aggression against people who actually try to verify and check the facts? Yes and no, I'd say. On the one hand, there have been cases where people approach us to thank us for doing this thankless job that we are doing. So that's one thing. But on the other hand, we do realize there is a lot of hate directed at us as fact checkers, and that's mainly due to the fact that the recipients don't always understand what we do. Sometimes they believe that we are like censors, that we are there to remove content, and that's not our job because the content stays online. If you're interested, you can get access to it. If you're interested, and if you're interested in our explanations, you can also do that. So you are free to make your own choice. Can you remember any recent examples of successful fact-checking efforts that actually managed to convince people who used to spread fake news to accept that they were wrong and to issue a public correction? I cannot really remember any cases of people coming clean in public. But I do remember cases where people approached us to express their gratitude. For example, somebody from Lithuania contacted us to thank us for our fact-checking efforts that related to some drawings from ancient Egypt. And so we were really delighted to hear that. It was a very kind thing to do. Yes, it's always nice to be appreciated for your hard work, especially if you're doing such a thankless job, because of course fact-checking is a very complex and difficult work that is not always well received. Let me now turn to Ms. Fraser. In your presentation, you mentioned that you described how and what platforms and social networking sites are doing to combat disinformation. Do you think this is a problem that can be solved? Are there any solutions that can be imposed on Facebook or on Twitter? You mentioned proposals brought forward by the European Commission, but do you think that we should wait for the public to really start demanding hard facts? Or do we opt for regulations, hard regulations that would be imposed on social networking sites? Or maybe we need an age limit. So we need to make social networking sites accessible to people beyond a certain age. I would first like to ask if I'm being heard. Can I just please check that, because I couldn't really hear what Maja was saying. In the chat window, I can see that Marcel Kiełtyka couldn't hear Ms. Fraser either, so I would just like to check with you to make sure that this technical glitch is resolved as soon as possible, because if it's not resolved, we'll not be able to engage in a real discussion. To answer your question, first of all, let me tell you that I think we are helpless. There is no regulation, no possible regulation will guarantee that the fake news problem will be resolved. because if we ban fake news on social media, they will just move elsewhere. They will be mushrooming all over the place and on different sites and web pages. There are plenty of pages. Everyone can set up a website to publish any information they want. And then very quickly they become legitimized in the eyes of the public. So it's good that we are working in this open space, but this also gives rise to web services and web pages that are basically used to publish this information. And only in few cases they try to publish actual information in order to seem more reliable. However, so what I like to say is that social media are not necessary. Let's say that whatever we do as fact checkers and editors is a form of censorship. So we need to decide whether we want to impose so general rules that everyone will have to abide by, whether we want to adopt them on a national level, on a community level, because that's the only solution I can see, or do we opt for regulating the operations of private entity? How do we tackle that? How do we approach that? I really appreciate what they did in Australia, because in Australia they decided that big websites and web platforms are just like any other publisher or publishing outlets that publish material developed by third parties, users in this case. And so as publishers, such platforms should be held accountable for the content that they publish or for what the third party providers publish. So I think this is a very wise solution, because on the one hand, you ensure that all platforms are treated equally and fairly, provided that this law applies to all leading media sites. So that's a good thing. You can, for example, introduce a rule according to which a website can qualify as a publisher as soon as it reaches a particular number of users. But at the same time, if you adopt that approach, you do not move into the realm of censorship, which can be seen as a threat. You have to be very cautious also about how you define prohibited content. But in order to play devil's advocate, let me also tell you that platforms have a greater right to regulate their content than the state does, because private companies sometimes can develop their own terms of use that all users can have to adhere to. And if they don't want to comply with those terms of use, they can basically go and use another website. But the question arises as to whether imposing the rule that would equate platforms with publishers. So we need to think about whether this would be effective, because under such circumstances, the platforms would have to comply with different types of regulations, and there would have to be new accounting mechanisms and settlement mechanisms that might generate further problems. And those platforms, of course, will do their best to try to resolve those problems. And let me ask you another question. As far as I understand, the solution consists in a company assuming responsibility for something a third party does. Because if you want to compare it to publishers of journals or books, let's remember that such publishers work with a limited number of content creators, whereas Facebook or Twitter works with a huge number of people who create content. So that might prove to be very difficult. And another question, which is a question about preemptive censorship of the content produced by users. Do you think that would be the right avenue to pursue? Do you think that would just be a wasted effort? So what do you think about that, and what do you think about deplatforming? Censorship as such is wrong. censorship in itself is just a restriction imposed on the freedom of speech. So you cannot consider preemptive censorship. You should defend the freedom of speech within the framework of the effective law. It is the law that must catch up with advances in technology. If something is wrong, you need to work to improve the law rather than impose censorship. Why is that? Because we all operate within specific political systems and we want to avoid them. We need to avoid their development towards authoritarian rule. We, for example, can see that Facebook is now working on its own metaversum, so it's a kind of a superior reality, something that will transpose the internet into the real life, and it will root the internet in our daily works in order to make sure that we can never leave the internet. So these are problems that legal regulations must catch up with, and they are finding it difficult to catch up with such advances. So whether we're talking about Poland or about Europe, legislative processes take time. It takes plenty of time to impose regulations, for example, to protect personal data. There is work underway in Europe in order to protect privacy. So these are processes that entail a lot of inertia, and we first need to correct those problems before we start dealing with censorship, because censorship is something that will interfere with democracy, and the more we interfere with democracy, the greater is the likelihood that democracy will become distorted, transformed into a system nobody wants to live in. I think that this is my own personal opinion, which is at odds with the mainstream opinion that stipulates that certain content needs to be prohibited. I don't think it needs to be prohibited. We just need to streamline the law in order to be able to discipline third parties that violate the law. And what about deplatforming? Let me again refer back to the origins. There was a time where our reality stopped catching up with the development of major companies. So those big companies have transformed the realm of IT. Those large tech operators have changed the way in which we consume information or the way we generate information. There are websites operated by major radio stations and major TV broadcasters, but they all must be present online if they want to reach out to new recipients. And that has changed the way editorial teams work. The internet forces them to try to catch up with the news, to publish everything immediately. And we ourselves accepted the new rules of the game, but these rules of the game are evolving, and legislation is finding it hard to catch up with the changes. And so right now, using deplatforming and by means of regulations of the distorted free market of advanced technologies is how we want to correct certain phenomena which we failed to correct early on. For example, we could have stopped certain mergers, we could have influenced the way in which platforms approach the republication of content from specific media or the way they moderate content. I don't know if you are aware of the fact that we are meeting here as representatives of the world of the social media, and I think my fellow panel members have vast knowledge about that topic, but I'm asking myself whether our audience members have similar knowledge. There are two types of moderation on internet platforms. First, it's about identifying content that violates the terms of use, but there is also a different type of moderation that consists in capturing content that should not be monetized. And there is a certain type of double standards here. So for example, if you have a photo of very brutal religious rites or a photo of people being cruel towards animals. Such a photo can be demonetized by a platform, but it will not be removed because Facebook considers that leaving the photograph online can be educational. Very often when I reported content containing violence, I came across the arguments that the content should be left in place so that users could see what such content looks like. That's something I cannot understand. And I'd like to hear big companies explain why they're using double standards in moderation. I think that sometimes it's basically about reach and about evoking emotion. And now Mr. Kourtellaris. What is your take on the topic that he has just discussed? I'd like to ask you about a point beyond where it will be impossible to clarify and debunk fake news. A time might come when it will be simply impossible to recognize fake news. I am referring to deepfake, for example. So do you expect this to become a threat? Do you expect a threat that we will be defenseless before? I don't want to be that pessimistic. I think deepfake is something that is associated with the development of technology. And of course, technology can be used for all the wrong reasons, but it can also be used to debunk myths and fake news. Of course, there is an arms race that is going on in terms of technology and its rightful use. Deepfake has been around for some time. It has not been widely used for wrongful purposes, at least not on a massive scale, so I am not too much concerned about that. But I think that the solution would be to educate citizens. I couldn't hear what Maja said, but I would like to touch upon the hate issue. The hate directed against fact-checkers. So that hate against them is usually hate that comes from people who are already convinced about specific notions and concepts. And if they have such deep convictions, it will be difficult to change their minds. So we should focus on people who have not come across fake news so that we can preemptively provide them with reliable, true and accurate information so that these people can be prepared and so that they know how to react in the face of manipulated information. And this is something that applies to those new forms of fake news. We have learned to capture and recognize fake information in the press and on TV. And in like fashion, we'll be able to learn how to identify such information online. And hopefully in future we'll also be able to identify reliable sources and we'll be able to tell deep fake apart from the truth, regardless of the development of technology. You said that fact checkers should primarily work with those people who are sitting up on the fence, who have not come across fake news. And that's a topic that has already been mentioned during this year's conference. We compared it to battlefield medicine and this kind of a triage that you have to perform in order to focus on the people you can actually help, rather than waste your efforts on people who are doomed, so to speak. So that would be one strategy. But what about those extremely difficult cases? How do you handle those people who are deeply convinced that fake news is true? Should we leave them to their own devices, or maybe we should try to slowly work with them, taking baby steps?
Well, we should not exclude such people and leave them behind overboard and ridicule them. That is not a solution. They will only encapsulate in their information bubbles that would lead to even more extreme, that is so much awash in the internet anyway. So we have to understand them, try to understand them. And if we can convince them to the facts, then at least, or even if we don't do it, we will at least understand better the way they think and deal with the information they receive, and will help us to deal better with the upcoming generations. There are many more people who are at a crossroads and they do not know whom to trust, whom not to trust. So once we understand those who are convinced today and we understand better how they think and how they deal with information they see, the better for us. So we need to bet on a dialogue. We should avoid censorship, and still, nonetheless, we need to keep on trying to talk. Ladies and gentlemen, thus, we have concluded this panel discussion. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and comments with us, and I would like to thank the audience for your kind attention. And thus, we have concluded the last panel discussion during this conference, and we should draw conclusions and we should synthesize the knowledge that we could receive over these 2 days. And there's been a lot of that knowledge, and we spoke a lot about fake news and different shapes and forms and how the fake news affect our daily lives. We spoke about fake news related to the EMF and health fake news. We also spoke about fake news in the context of climate warming and so on and so forth. So we have heard many precious ideas that ought be applied in our everyday life and in social media. We must always remain critical with regard to information that we receive. We should always be vigilant and always ask a question: what if this is not true? What if I'm being swindled for this or that purpose? And we have seen so many examples today, and we saw how fake news have been generated on the basis of scientific articles, or how false information is generated based on exclusive relations. So that makes you think. And this is how we should be more careful about what might happen in our information reality. So this entire conference and all these discussions that we have held may be a form of a vaccine, a small dose of selected pieces of information that will make us more vigilant, more sensitive. And that is to say, this is how we shape up, prop up our own information immunosystem that makes us more resilient to these threats. And this is how I do hope you read these 2 days. So I'm saying goodbye, bidding goodbye. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and see you next time. Bye-bye.